Just having traversed into the realm of Frieza, the time traveler learned that Vegeta had already set forth for Earth. After a brief moment of silence, he resolved to perform a few push-ups. Otherwise, facing a Super Saiyan in the future could pose a slight danger. However, he firmly believed that with Frieza's nearly monstrous talent, he could easily bridge this so-called gap. Chapter 1. A few push-ups. As a devoted admirer of Frieza, Li Xiao was quite displeased with the king's predicament. Lying on his bed, bored and scrolling through short videos, he once again encountered the scene of the king being brutally defeated. What is going on? With Frieza's formidable talent, if he had merely done a few more push-ups, he would not have been bested by Sun Wukong during the battle on Namek. Li Xiao was filled with discontent. He was well aware of much of the subsequent plot in Dragon Ball. In later stages, Frieza achieved Golden Frieza after just a few months of training. Yet in the early days, he was so ineffectual. Contemplating this, he transformed into a tentacled creature and resumed exchanging barbs with others. Li Xiao repeatedly emphasized Frieza's talent, just having seen a reply that suggested, "All right, how about you go challenge Kakarot to a duel?" Upon reading this, he nearly lost his breath. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. Li Xiao, who had been lying on his bed, abruptly sensed a shift in the space around him. He had been reclining, yet now found himself seated. Moreover, he felt an unfamiliar tail protruding from his back. As realization dawned, a torrent of complex memories began to unfurl in his mind. Most of these memories were sitting by a window, sipping red wine. Frieza? Have I truly become Frieza? The discontent from his previous encounter vanished in an instant. The Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, would soon undergo the bizarre transformation into Golden Frieza. For a fleeting moment, he felt extraordinarily fortunate. I am Frieza. As Frieza, Li Xiao descended from his seat and strode towards the side of the spaceship, gazing at his reflection on the wall. A faint smile crept upon Frieza's lips, exuding an unsettling aura. Lord Frieza, we have just received information. Those two Saiyan monkeys have ventured to a remote planet without any mission. The green-haired Sabo humbly reported to Frieza. Those two Saiyan monkeys have left? What planet is their destination? Frieza did not place much importance on this news. As long as Vegeta remained under his command, their combat power would always be inconsequential trash. The planet they are heading to is a remote one known as Earth. The mention of Earth from Sabo caused Frieza to furrow his brow slightly. If memory served him right, the combat power of the Saiyans escalated rapidly from this very time point, culminating in their upcoming journey to Namek. It was on Namek that Sun Wukong achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan amidst fierce battles. Frieza rubbed his forehead slightly and waved his hand, signaling Sabo to leave. Observing Sabo's departure, a soft whisper echoed in Frieza's mind. True, the Universe Emperor system is beginning to load. Progress 10-30-70-9-100. As the progress bar completed, Frieza felt the emergence of a succinct interface. It displayed only two simple functions: current evolution progress and Legion management. Current evolution progress, 100 Frost Demon. Note, next evolution direction, Golden Frieza. Legion management, current Legion, Frieza Force, Reserve Ginyu Force. Quietly contemplating this newly appeared system, Frieza felt a twinge of confusion. The name True Universe Emperor System sounded quite imposing, yet its functions appeared so rudimentary. He struggled to comprehend the information presented. Did he really require this broken system to assist him in unlocking his body's potential? System, can you be uninstalled? Frieza's consciousness inquired of the system. However, there was no response from it, leaving Frieza feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if rendered speechless. Well, since the system was unresponsive, perhaps it was better to consider the situations he might soon face. No, in this current phase, Frieza cannot possibly defeat Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, even if he unleashed all his power. Yet he soon relaxed. With such excellent qualifications, how could he waste time and energy on trivial matters? First, he would do 10 push-ups. Wouldn't that ensure his combat power surpassed that of the Super Saiyan? As this thought crossed his mind, Frieza returned to his seat. Sabo opened the door to the training room. He immediately heard Frieza's command and turned to head towards the training room. Lord Frieza, the training room has been opened. All functions have been tested and are ready for use. After waiting for approximately 30 seconds, Sabo's voice reached Frieza's ears. Frieza maneuvered his seat into the training room. Once inside, the door to the training room began to close slowly. Gazing at the array of bewildering training equipment before him, Frieza flicked his wrist. Lacking any memories of training, he hesitated for a brief moment. Then I should do a few push-ups. As Frieza initiated his movements, the once silent system finally began to respond. Detecting that the host had commenced special training, the evolution speed of Golden Frieza increased by 20. This sudden voice in his mind caused Frieza's eyes to twitch. Damn, that was so abrupt. As he began his push-ups, Frieza nearly embarrassed himself due to this unexpected interruption. Within this training room, there exists an all-encompassing surveillance system. However, Frieza's complaints were abruptly interrupted within mere seconds. As the system's prompt concluded, a tremendous force began to rampage within Frieza's body. This transformation filled Frieza with astonishment, causing his body to involuntarily shift towards the state of his third transformation. Moments later, the original Frieza was completely obliterated, replaced by the fully unleashed Frieza. It seems that locating the Dragon Balls to increase my height needs to be prioritized. He gently stroked his chin, seemingly pondering a solution to this matter. Unbeknownst to him, this was still influenced by the memories of the original Frieza. An unending flow of power circulated around Frieza, causing the members of the Frieza Force to shield their eyes. Just moments ago, the battle power detector before them exploded simultaneously. The terrifying reaction of battle power nearly incited chaos among them. Under the system's influence, Frieza's power continued to escalate. At this moment, Vegeta, who had just arrived on Earth, was preparing to collect the Dragon Balls mentioned by Raditz. Chapter 2. Sabo's communication request within the stronghold of Frieza. Transformations continued to unfold. The formidable aura, once confined to the training chamber, began to permeate the entire planet. This change was unforeseen by Frieza. However, even had he anticipated the expansion of his energy, it would not have concerned him. Such confidence was emblematic of his status as the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. Presently, he was indifferent to trivial matters, his primary focus being the aspiration to grow taller. After a considerable duration, the power of Golden Frieza, in its 20th form, was finally mastered. Frieza, in the training chamber, slightly lifted his gaze, his fingers gently clasped together. An overwhelming sense of power surged into his mind. Though the might of Golden Frieza may be deemed inconsequential in the later stages, at this juncture, his strength was unparalleled, posing no challenge even against the formidable Superbu. Outside the training room, Sabo rubbed his eyes, still haunted by the malfunction of the battle power detector. Although the explosion had minimal impact on him, it left a psychological scar. Secretly, he clenched his fists, resolving to engage in a thorough discussion with the technicians when time permitted. Soon, as Sabo's thoughts drifted, a blazing energy blast erupted, shattering the door of the training chamber. Amidst the smoke and dust, Frieza's third form materialized before Sabo. This transformation rendered Sabo momentarily speechless. Yet his professionalism quickly propelled him into action. The figure that had entered the training room was King Frieza, although he had undergone some changes. The patterns on his body remained strikingly similar to before. With this in mind, Sabo hastily approached. After a flurry of flattery, he conveyed another crucial piece of information. Your Majesty, the positioning system has just indicated that Vegeta has arrived on Earth. Such trivial matters typically would not warrant your attention. However, their conversation involved the Dragon Balls. Sabo would not have gleaned such detailed information ordinarily, but he had inadvertently come across Vegeta's prior communications. The dialogue between Raditz and Vegeta instantly illuminated the significance of this information. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Frieza's eyes. While the Dragon Balls on Earth had limited potential, they were capable of granting some remarkable wishes. Noticing the spark in Frieza's gaze, Sabo continued, Your Majesty. According to intelligence reports, the creators of the Dragon Balls are the Namekians. Namekians? Frieza was well aware of what Sabo spoke of. Yet he dismissed it. If his subordinate sought to shine, he would allow it. After absorbing Sabo's account, Frieza casually activated the cosmic star map. His gaze lingered upon a distant planet, seemingly lost in contemplation. Lord Frieza, should we intensify our monitoring efforts? Frieza, feeling a tinge of annoyance, nonchalantly acquiesced to the suggestion of his subordinate, Zarbin. In short order, Zarbin's fingers initiated the display of a virtual image, revealing none other than Vegeta and the bald Saiyan, Nappa. In Nappa's grasp were several seeds of cultivation, presumably intended to utilize these beings to eliminate lesser foes. However, he was swiftly met with a harsh reality. A multitude of Earth's martial artists, no longer concealing their prowess, engaged in a chaotic brawl amongst themselves, their combined power barely exceeding 100,000. Frieza gently closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the spectacle. It was an eyesore indeed. Meanwhile, Zarbon was captivated by the unfolding scene. As one of Frieza's closest confidants, he seldom partook in such planetary conquest endeavors. For high-stakes missions, Frieza would dispatch the Ginyu Force, while more mundane tasks were relegated to the Saiyan monkeys. Although planet Vegeta had been obliterated, lower-tier warriors still accepted the tasks of conquering planets. Zarbon's eyes remained fixated on Vegeta within the image. Mr. Zarbon, do you believe Vegeta could be the legendary Super Saiyan? Frieza, noticing Zarbon's engrossment, could not resist a teasing remark. Abruptly pulled from his reverie by the jest, Zarbon replied with conviction, Lord Frieza, it is impossible for Vegeta to be the fabled Super Saiyan. His current battle power is barely 20,000, a level sufficient only for him to reign supreme on the remnants of planet Vegeta. He spoke with disdain, dismissing both Vegeta and his former planet entirely. Listening to Zarbon, Frieza nodded slightly. Indeed, Vegeta could not possibly be the Super Saiyan. The true Super Saiyan was likely reveling in the wilderness of some forsaken planet. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an image of a muscular figure with vibrant green hair surfaced, one that would send Vegeta trembling in fear. The conversation between the two did not continue, though they occasionally exchanged remarks as the scene shifted. Mr. Zarbon, use the power level detector to contact Vegeta. I wish to have a thorough discussion with him. Frieza's interest peaked as he observed Vegeta slay Nappa, as if he had stumbled upon something entertaining. Without hesitation, Zarbon commenced the connection using the residual signals from the power level detector. On Earth, Vegeta felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, Frieza and his minions were monitoring him. However, in that moment, Vegeta had little time to dwell on such matters. The Dragon Balls of Earth are tantalizingly close, and by vanquishing these bothersome foes before him, he could fulfill his desire for immortality and perhaps ascend to become the new emperor of the universe. A flicker of disdain crossed Vegeta's eyes as he casually detached his power-level scouter, discarding it onto the ground and crushing it underfoot. This sudden shift in Vegeta's demeanor left many Earth martial artists utterly bewildered. What could possibly be happening? Had this malevolent Saiyan lost his mind? Why else would he recklessly dispose of his equipment and destroy it without a second thought? On the planet where Frieza resided, his subordinate Zarbon felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Vegeta, that fool, had outright obliterated his power level scanner. Cautiously, he glanced up at Frieza, as if contemplating whether to speak. Frieza had also taken note of the final moments captured on the screen. How amusing, Vegeta remains ever so unique. He then shifted his tone, suggesting that Vegeta's spaceship was likely under surveillance as well. Sent him a message instructing him to retrieve the Dragon Balls from Earth, he commanded. Zarbon quickly nodded in acquiescence. A smirk crept across Frieza's lips. He was well aware that Vegeta's current endeavor would inevitably end in failure. Yet, he sought merely an excuse to allow Vegeta to experience the brink of death and resurrection. He was eager to see if this Saiyan, upon whom the late King Vegeta had placed such high hopes, would be the first to attain the status of Super Saiyan. Chapter 3. The First Encounter with Baekong. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, currently on Earth, he remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his master Frieza. Even if Frieza himself were to declare that he was no longer the original Frieza, Vegeta would remain skeptical. But such details were of little consequence. Following Frieza's orders, Zarbon meticulously compiled the information and transmitted it to Vegeta's spacecraft. At this moment, Vegeta, having just destroyed his power-level scanner, was entirely unaware of these developments. With a mocking expression, he gazed at the rapidly approaching Kakarot. Is this truly Raditz' brother? How pathetic that Raditz was defeated by such a weakling. Meanwhile, high above, Goku was solely focused on reaching the Saiyan as swiftly as possible. As Goku descended to the ground, he spotted Vegeta not far off. Kakarot, are you the one these Earthlings have been waiting for? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with intensity. From Raditz's intelligence, he had learned of Kakarot's demise. Now, a Saiyan who was meant to be dead stood before him once again, confronting him. This revelation only heightened his excitement, as it served to affirm the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth. A savage expression adorned Vegeta's face, as if he were eager to commence the hunt for the Dragon Balls immediately. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong, also known as the Saiyan Kakarot, swiftly approached Vegeta. The current Sun Wukong was engulfed in rage, unable to restrain his emotions upon witnessing the grim scene before him. Previously, due to Frieza's interference, Vegeta had destroyed the power-level scouter he carried. Now, seeing Sun Wukong's overwhelming confidence, he felt a twinge of caution. Although Sun Wukong was seething with anger, he still possessed the fundamental qualities of a martial artist. In this fleeting moment, he noticed that the intruder before him was beginning to take things seriously. Sun Wukong quickly arrived in front of Vegeta, and their fists soon drew near each other. Observing the returning punch from his opponent, Vegeta instinctively began to defend himself. However, to his astonishment, the opponent's strike was remarkably feeble, even leading him to perceive that this adversary was weaker than Nappa. One abysmal character, so pitifully weak, not even comparable to that fool Nappa. In the instant they clashed, Sun Wukong reacted swiftly. Yet, instead of surprise, he pressed on with his next assault. Vegeta soon grew weary of this rhythm, and at the moment of their engagement, he rapidly increased the distance between them, seemingly intending to defeat his opponent through sheer disparity in strength. Vegeta's figure soared in the air as he spread his arms wide, launching a series of royal techniques towards Sun Wukong. In an instant, smoke erupted. As he beheld the energy from his royal technique enveloping his opponent, a smile crept upon Vegeta's lips, as if sensing that the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. However, as the smoke dissipated, the triumphant smile on Vegeta's face faltered. In the area once shrouded by a barrage of energy spheres, a figure surrounded by crimson energy emerged, causing Vegeta's expression to darken. Sun Wukong, enveloped in red flames, gazed upward at Vegeta. Although Vegeta's explosive assault had been thwarted by Sun Wukong, the residual force of their clash left the onlookers feeling a profound discomfort. With the Kaioken activated, Sun Wukong's physical abilities and reflexes surged dramatically. Vegeta, still unfamiliar with the manipulation of ki, sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from his opponent. This unsettling feeling left Vegeta quite displeased. After traversing countless planets, he had never encountered such a situation. A seemingly weak adversary exhibiting such fierce resistance was unprecedented. As Sun Wukong, empowered by the Kaioken, sensed the immense pressure upon him, he resolved not to waste any more time and charged toward Vegeta. Vegeta, caught off guard, was unexpectedly struck down from the sky by Sun Wukong, embedding his entire body into the ground and momentarily falling into a passive state. Such an opportunity was, of course, seized by the combat genius, Sun Wukong. Energy began to gather in his hands, prompting a furrowed brow for Vegeta, who sensed something unusual emanating from his opponent. At that moment, the energy Sun Wukong had amassed manifested before Vegeta. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. An energy beam materialized in Vegeta's hands, propelling toward the incoming force. The instant they collided, a violent explosion erupted. Sun Wukong descended, gasping heavily, attuned to Vegeta's aura to ascertain whether he still posed a threat. Soon, he began to relax, for amidst the smoke, he sensed no trace of Vegeta's formidable energy. Just as Sun Wukong eased his guard, a surge of energy erupted from the haze. Sensing the shift, Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, but his evasive maneuver was insufficient, leaving his arm injured. Drops of blood trickled from his fingers onto the ground. Nearby, a diminutive robot, seemingly receiving a directive, swiftly approached to collect the fallen blood. This subtle change went unnoticed by the onlookers. "Your energy has undergone such a drastic transformation," Sun Wukong remarked, astonished at the resilient yet wounded Vegeta. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Vegeta felt no need to conceal anything. "Energy? So, you refer to the power within yourselves as energy?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Previously, your auras were nearly imperceptible, making it difficult for me to detect. Thus, during our previous encounter, I learned this technique." A sense of superiority graced Vegeta's expression as he cast a sideways glance at Sun Wukong, standing at 5 feet 6 inches. He projected an imposing presence akin to that of someone 6 feet tall. Sun Wukong scratched his head, visibly exhilarated. "Vegeta, you truly are a combat prodigy. You've mastered this technique merely through our skirmish." His voice resonated with palpable excitement, fueled by a fervor for formidable opponents as the Saiyan blood within him ignited. However, Vegeta appeared displeased, evidently dissatisfied with Sun Wukong's reaction. The two resumed their next round of combat, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension once more. On Frieza's planet, Frieza was engrossed in researching his true universe Emperor system, seemingly attempting to comprehend the method to trigger it. After a considerable duration, Frieza reluctantly abandoned his efforts. Exploring this foolish system pales in comparison to the excitement of journeying to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to fulfill one's desires. Chapter 4. Capturing the Namekians. Dodoria, summon Zarbon at once. Prepare promptly and join me in our expedition to Namek. A glimmer of anticipation flickered across Frisia's visage. If the mute system proves unfruitful, then let us pursue the Dragon Balls. We shall ascertain whether the Dragon Balls of this realm truly possess such remarkable powers. Under Frisia's command, Dodoria swiftly gathered the personnel and simultaneously notified Zarbon. Observing Dodoria issue a flurry of directives, Frisia smacked his forehead. Dodoria, for this journey to Namek, bring along some specialists in psychic research to obtain the incantations required for summoning the Eternal Dragon. Dodoria, somewhat perplexed by this instruction, nonetheless commenced the assembly of the relevant individuals. The decree of King Frisia served as Dodoria's guiding star. Indeed, that is precisely the course. After issuing the command, Dodoria meticulously selected the appropriate personnel before turning to report to Frisia, elaborating on the current progress. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zarbon's figure emerged before Frisia. After bowing respectfully, Zarbon took his place beside the king. 5 minutes later, Dodoria's communication device illuminated. Upon reviewing the information, Dodoria began to report the personnel designated for the journey to Namek. Frisia waved his hand, indicating that Dodoria need not elaborate in such detail. Since the team had been assembled, it was time to embark. Dodoria and Zarbon exchanged glances, promptly directing the members of Frisia's forces. Frisia Planet, the stronghold of Frisia's empire, had begun to wear on him. Yet, as Frisia departed from that old lair, a sense of restlessness permeated his mind. The spaceship traveled at a swift pace, but the monotonous scenery along the route irritated Frisia greatly. A desire to annihilate planets burgeoned within him. The journey to Namek would still require several more days of travel. Bored, Frisia let out a chuckle before slowly closing his eyes. On the battlefield of Earth, Vegeta's spaceship had just taken to the skies. A multitude of martial artists encircled Goku, their eyes fixed upon him. Goku, why did you let that malevolent Saiyan go? The bald Krillin voiced, confusion evident in his tone. The others, hearing Krillin's inquiry, turned their gazes sharply towards Goku, seemingly awaiting his response. Feeling the weight of their stares, Goku awkwardly scratched his head, a flicker of unusual brilliance crossing his face. I feel he isn't that bad. As the crowd listened to the words of Sun Wukong, they nearly choked on their own blood. However, their long acquaintance with him had bestowed upon them a certain understanding of his character. Thus, after a sigh of resignation, they reluctantly abandoned the discussion of the matter. After a considerable time, the tension among them gradually subsided. Sun Wukong gazed upon the lifeless forms of Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and even Piccolo, and was immediately struck by the thought of using the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Yet, upon recalling the relationship between the Eternal Dragon and its creator, he was engulfed in confusion. Sensing Sun Wukong's turmoil, the group resumed their deliberation on the issue. They resolved to journey to Namek, having learned earlier that Piccolo hailed from that very planet. The Eternal Dragon, capable of manifesting such miraculous artifacts, surely indicated that the deity and Piccolo's homeland possessed similar powers. Once their plans were solidified, they procured the coordinates to Namek from the King of the Worlds. On Namek, an elderly Namekian bore a troubled expression. Neru, I can feel it. The ominous crisis looming over Namek, he uttered. Elder, what peril threatens Namek? The young Namekian named Neru asked, momentarily perplexed. The wish orbs of Namek may be shrouded in legends across the cosmos, yet not everyone knew the coordinates of their existence. The elder shook his head, indicating his current inability to ascertain the nature of the threat. Neru, should evil one day descend upon us, do not cling to the Dragon Balls. We must be willing to surrender them to safeguard our kin. The elder seemed to penetrate Neru's thoughts, prompting him to relay this message to the various Namekian tribes. Although Neru felt bewildered, his respect for the elder overshadowed all doubts. He turned and departed from the elder's sanctuary, conveying the elder's instructions to each tribe. Within the sanctuary, the elder's murky gaze bore a hint of liberation. The calamity he had sensed now seemed to possess a slight chance of being averted. Yet, in recent times, his sense of foreboding had intensified exponentially. What once appeared to hold a faint glimmer of hope now felt utterly hopeless. This transformation cast a shadow of despair over the elder's heart. Frisia, we shall reach Namek in one day, announced Dodoria, standing beside Frisia, as he reported the latest progress of their voyage. One more day, is it? Frisia's fingers rhythmically tapped upon the armrest of his chair. Send the Ginyu Force ahead to gather the Dragon Balls. We cannot allow the Earthlings or Saiyans to seize them first. Additionally, dispatch an advance team to capture the Namekians. As Frisia's orders were issued, small spacecraft began to emerge in the vastness of space. Frieza approached the edge of one of the ships, holding a glass of red wine. Its vintage unknown. Gazing through the spaceship's viewport, one beheld the boundless expanse of the starry sky. The two bumbling companions, Sabo and Dodoria, had also arrived at Frieza's side. As Frieza cast his eyes upon the planet poised for descent, an inscrutable expression crossed his face. The former Frieza would have carelessly indulged in leisure. Yet could he now? While he had assumed control of Frieza's body, he had wholly absorbed Frieza's memories. The nearly 2 decades of his own recollections stood no chance against the weight of Frieza's extensive past. Only in fleeting moments did he ponder whether his actions were justifiable. However, he swiftly dismissed such thoughts from his mind. In such a perilous world, it was unwise to dwell on such trivial concerns. Shaking his head, Frieza promptly recalibrated his focus. In the face of ever-looming formidable adversaries and escalating dimensions, survival took precedence over all else. Frieza observed the view outside, while Dodoria and Sabo mirrored his gaze. The advance team had been dispatched, leaving a notable emptiness within the ship. Naturally, the atmosphere aboard the vessel grew increasingly somber. Chapter 5. The wish to grow taller by 5 centimeters. Not long after Frieza's advance team had set foot on Namek, Son Goku's spaceship emerged just beyond the planet's atmosphere. Within the confines of his ship, Goku was engaged in push-ups inside the gravity chamber. With a swift motion, he flipped over and landed firmly on the ship's floor. Feeling the surging power within him, Goku nodded in satisfaction. He then reached for his waist, retrieving a Senzu bean to consume. The fatigue from his previous training vanished instantaneously. Frieza's advance team had already accomplished half of their objective. They had corralled a group of Namekians in a clearing, swiftly administering a heavy dosage of anesthetic. King Frieza required these Namekians to obtain the incantations necessary for summoning the Dragon Balls. Whether capturing one or a multitude, the advance team resolved to bring back the entire batch of Namekians. Ultimately, amidst a cacophony of sinister laughter, the group of Namekians succumbed to slumber. In contrast to the advance team's gentler methods, the Ginyu Force employed far more brutal tactics. Tasked with collecting the Dragon Balls of Namek, they resorted to extreme measures against any Namekians who dared to resist. Surrounding them were the lifeless bodies of the fallen Namekians. Ginyu discovered a Dragon Ball the size of a human head within the elders' dwelling of a nearby tribe. Indeed, he had found one of Namek's Dragon Balls. With 6 more to locate, he could then report the completion of his mission to King Frieza. After announcing this, Ginyu led his team away from the scene. Not far off, alone, unidentified Namekian sighed deeply. Not long ago, Lord Nailu, the Elder's Guardian, had visited. During that encounter, Nailu had advised that if formidable extraterrestrial beings sought the Dragon Balls, they should relinquish resistance and surrender the Namekian Dragon Balls to them. However, when the Ginyu Force actually arrived, resistance was an impossibility. How could they simply hand over the Dragon Balls they had protected for so long? They had underestimated the strength and cruelty of their adversaries, who resorted to slaughtering their kin to claim the Dragon Balls. While the Ginyu Force was busy gathering the Dragon Balls, their advance team had already transported the captured Namekians to Frieza's spaceship. Frieza, gazing at the Namekians before him, felt a flicker of excitement. Once he acquired the incantation to summon the Namekian dragon, he could fulfill his desires. According to the original plan, the technicians Frieza brought swiftly initiated a brainwashing process on the Namekians. At this moment, Goku had just arrived on Namek, prepared to seek the Dragon Balls of this world. Far away on planet Frieza, Vegeta had already set sail. After his defeat to Kakarot on Earth, his injuries had been severe, and it was only upon returning to Frieza's stronghold that he began to recover. Once healed, Vegeta's first thought was to return to Earth to exact revenge on Kakarot. However, as he activated his spacecraft, that intention quickly dissipated upon seeing a message from Zarbon, placed there at Frieza's behest. No, Frieza must have gone to Namek. I must fulfill my desire for immortality before Frieza realizes his own wishes. Vegeta began to alter his destination, setting it to Namek. Yet soon after, he found himself back on planet Frieza. With surveillance on the spaceship and scouter, it was evident that all his plans and actions had been exposed. Since his cover was blown, he might as well seize a more advanced single-pilot spacecraft. Vegeta promptly abandoned his original vessel in favor of a newer, faster ship. The already chaotic environment of Namek grew even more tumultuous with Vegeta's appearance. Meanwhile, Frieza's hypnosis plan progressed smoothly. With the efforts of several technicians, this batch of Namekians was thoroughly brainwashed. They divulged the incantation to summon the dragon that had once been a closely guarded secret. After receiving the results, Frieza was informed of the success. Indeed, upon returning, bonuses would be doubled. His voice resonated with satisfaction. Descend upon Namek. I trust the Ginyu Force has gathered the Dragon Balls. With Frieza's command issued, the entire fleet sprang into action. Simultaneously, the Elder on Namek felt a surge of anxiety. Frieza's malevolent aura loomed like a dark cloud over Namek, enveloping it in an overwhelming pressure that even Neru, standing nearby, could sense. Elder, is this the future you foresaw? Neru's once green visage turned a ghastly shade of pale. The Grand Elder weakly nodded, seemingly having glimpsed the unfolding events on Namek. After landing on the planet, Frieza's fleet systematically harvested all energy signatures from Namek. They sought Ginyu to witness the wonders of the Namekian dragon. The Ginyu Force, having gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, became aware of Frieza's arrival. At the very moment Frieza appeared, a rather unsightly dance unfolded before his eyes. Lord Frieza, the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek have been collected, Ginyu proclaimed, stepping aside to reveal their location to Frieza. Well done, Ginyu, Frieza remarked, his praise understated. He then began to chant the incantation to summon the Namekian dragon. The sky darkened abruptly, and the fearsome form of the Namekian dragon materialized in midair. I can grant you any wish, but only 3. Frieza activated the latest model of his combat power detector, converting his desires into the Namekian tongue. Make me 5 centimeters taller. This wish was straightforward. As the dragon's voice resonated, Frieza felt himself surge upward. Grant me immortality. Upon uttering his second wish, the Namekian dragon fell silent for a prolonged moment. Finally it spoke. I am sorry, but this wish cannot be fulfilled. A hint of resignation crossed Frieza's face, though he was not surprised. He understood the fundamental limitations of the dragon's powers, knowing they could not exceed those of their creator. Thus, he began to contemplate how to reasonably articulate his remaining 2 wishes. Before he could finalize his thoughts, a Namekian child boldly declared, "Revive Piccolo." At the utterance of this wish, the dragon's eyes glimmered with intrigue. This wish is quite simple. Frieza's expression transformed into one of astonishment, marked by 3 exclamation points. Chapter 6. Occupying Son Goku's body. Do you dare to steal my wishes? For a fleeting moment, Frieza felt a surge of amusement. Perhaps it was the remnants of his former memories influencing him. However, he swiftly dismissed the thought with a slight shake of his head. The Namekian who had made the wish felt a wave of anxiety. Until that moment, the other extraterrestrials had remained oblivious to his presence. At this moment, he boldly stepped forward, and the members of the Frieza force swiftly pinpointed his location. The guns of several advanced troops were already loaded, seemingly ready to carry out Frieza's command and eradicate the Namekian from this world. However, before they could await Frieza's order, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A Saiyan clad in an orange martial arts uniform suddenly materialized before them. Although Frieza had yet to utter a word, his subordinates displayed palpable tension. This anxiety did not stem from fear of the opponent's formidable strength or Frieza's wrath, but rather from the audacity of the intruder appearing right before their eyes. Unnoticed until that moment, considering Frieza's almost perverse nature, they found themselves silently cursing the technicians responsible for their oversight. Following the previous incident in Frieza's training room, the combat power detectors for these soldiers had been upgraded. Yet, in spite of this enhancement, the oddly attired Saiyan had managed to manifest before them with alarming ease. Soon, one of Frieza's subordinates stepped forward, exclaiming, "Lord Frieza, allow me to eliminate this accursed Saiyan." The speaker was none other than Ginyu, a key member of the Ginyu Force. In the original timeline, this capable warrior was destined to be defeated by Goku. However, due to Frieza's interference, the Ginyu Force remained intact to this day. At this juncture, Goku also directed his attention toward the purple-skinned alien. Although he lacked a combat power detector, he was adept at sensing energy. Without resorting to the Kaioken technique, he felt an enormous pressure emanating from the captain of the Ginyu Force. This pressure invigorated him, yet he quickly regained his composure, diverting part of his focus to the diminutive figure nearby, Frieza himself. Despite the smile gracing Frieza's face, the aura of danger surrounding him instilled a profound sense of dread in Goku. This pressure was distinctly different from that exerted by Ginyu under Frieza's oppressive presence. He felt as though he could be crushed to pieces at any moment, utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave, yet he could not abandon the Namekian who had just aided him. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Frieza did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Goku, pondering. Is this the fabled Chosen One? the individual capable of ceaselessly growing stronger within the Dragon Ball universe. Observing him closely, Frieza found no discernible differences. Currently, Sun Wukong, due to his ability to suppress his own aura, appears to Frieza merely as a Saiyan with a combat power of one. However, this individual possesses a demeanor strikingly reminiscent of Vegeta. Very well, Jinyu, proceed to assess the prowess of this young lad, Frieza remarked with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the Saiyans' presence. Upon receiving Frieza's command, Jinyu stepped forward, poised to showcase his signature performance. As Jinyu raised his hand, Frieza's expression shifted, paling slightly. Damn it, how could I forget? This fellow, while loyal and capable, always insists on displaying that classic dance before engaging. If the past were to repeat itself, it would be a significant embarrassment for Frieza's entourage. Jinyu, make it quick. Frieza hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to interrupt Jinyu's impending antics. Jinyu, sensing Frieza's intent, charged towards Sun Wukong, initiating an assault. At that moment, Sun Wukong, disregarding Frieza beside him, opted to confront the approaching Jinyu. As the two clashed, Sun Wukong's true combat power erupted, no longer concealed. Jinyu, who had previously underestimated him, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. He began to gather a formidable energy in his hands, only to see it dissipate swiftly. Initially, Jinyu intended to obliterate his opponent with a powerful blast, but he noticed Frieza and his forces observing the battle, prompting him to abandon that plan. He realized that his attack could potentially harm Frieza's troops. Consequently, he chose to engage in close combat, aiming to subdue his opponent through direct confrontation. As Jinyu's strength intensified, Sun Wukong began to feel the mounting pressure, igniting a flicker of concern within him. His current objective was solely to rescue the Namekian child, yet he found himself under considerable strain from one of Frieza's subordinates. In response, Sun Wukong ceased to conceal his power. A crimson aura enveloped him once more, signifying his imminent explosion of energy. Waves of energy manifested around him, and the expression on Sun Wukong's face grew increasingly grave. Observing the Saiyan engulfed in red flames, Jinyu experienced a twinge of apprehension. The combat power scouter at the corner of his eye registered a surge in data, with readings surpassing his own, momentarily leaving him in a state of shock. However, it was not long before a trace of joy appeared on his face. Jinyu had fought across the cosmos for many years, and his combat prowess was only growing stronger. This was not merely due to his innate talent, but rather because he possessed the ability to forcibly exchange bodies with his opponents. Jinyu's expressions were clearly observed by Goku, who stood before him. Frieza's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed that a memorable scene was about to unfold once more. Suddenly, Jinyu's hand thrust through his own abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound that rendered him momentarily unsteady. Observing this change, Frieza scanned his surroundings with a scouter. Ah, splendid. There were no inconspicuous creatures nearby. It appeared that Jinyu's plan could proceed smoothly. As Frieza's words lingered in the air, an enigmatic symbol abruptly materialized before Jinyu. Goku, taken aback, seemed to search for something to thwart this unfolding event. Unfortunately, in their vicinity, there were no small creatures to intervene. With Jinyu's utterance of the word exchange, Goku's movements abruptly stiffened. Chapter 7, Instant Transmission Yadra. Approximately 2 minutes passed before Goku's rigidity was shattered. He stepped forward to stand before the gravely injured Jinyu. A small beam of energy surged forth from his hand, piercing through Jinyu's heart. As Jinyu, now in Goku's body, gradually ceased his struggles, a smile flickered across the Saiyan's face before he swiftly appeared before Frieza. Lord Frieza, I have fulfilled my duty. Goku's body emitted Jinyu's voice. Frieza's smile remained unchanged as he casually complimented, well done. Jinyu then turned, directing his gaze towards the trembling Namekian child nearby. What do you think should be your punishment? Little Namekian? Goku's face bore a sinister grin, instantly instilling fear in the Namekian. At that moment, Frieza's silent system abruptly displayed 2 notifications. Legion system activated. First recorded potential level Legion member, Legion function activated. Affinity percentage display function. With the emergence of this information in his mind, a glimmer of joy appeared on Frieza's face. The activation of a Legion system came with such benefits. He then turned his gaze to Goku, noticing the 90 loyalty rating manifesting above his head. Jinyu. It seems you truly are a capable assistant to this king. Originally intending to deal with the Namekian child, Jinyu was startled by Frieza's praise. Sensing Frieza's good mood, he promptly brought the Namekian before Frieza, awaiting further commands. Frieza gazed upon the Namekian before him, remaining silent as he scrutinized Jinyu, who occupied the physique of Son Goku. Jinyu, the body you now inhabit may very well be the most promising in the entire universe. Should the opportunity arise, I shall personally train you. Frieza wore his customary smile, yet a shiver of apprehension coursed down Jinyu's spine, as if a great peril was approaching. Nevertheless, driven by his loyalty to Lord Frieza, Jinyu quickly regained his composure. Having undergone experiences on Earth, Son Goku's current form was now imbued with ample cellular potential. This notion began to seed a plan in Frieza's mind. The prospect of birthing the first post-transformation Saiyan under his tutelage was indeed an intriguing prospect. State your wish. Intoned the Namekian dragon, floating in the sky, its voice automated. Frieza's attention returned to the dragon. Following the recent upheaval, the dragon was left with only one wish to grant. Frieza's mind raced as he contemplated what he most desired at this moment. Dragon, grant me the ability to master the instantaneous movement of the Supreme Kai level. Upon translation, the dragon understood Frieza's wish. I regret to inform you that this wish exceeds my capabilities. A flicker of impatience crossed Frieza's visage. While he understood the dragon's powers had limitations, it now seemed that those limitations rendered it nearly useless. Let me acquire the instantaneous movement of Planet Yardrat. That should be feasible. As a gleam flickered in the dragon's eyes, Frieza felt a surge of spatial understanding flood his mind. This wish was indeed simple. Upon completion, the dragon began to move, seemingly preparing to depart and enter a dormant state within the Dragon Balls. However, at that moment, the Namekian dragon suddenly dimmed. The once overcast space instantly brightened. A powerful aura, the strongest native to Namek, began to dissipate from Frieza's scouter. Had the Grand Elder of Namek passed away? He lamented, realizing he should have captured the old man and placed him in a nutrient pod for preservation. Frieza's tone carried a hint of regret as he gazed in the direction of the vanishing presence of the Grand Elder. At that moment, not far from Frieza's forces, on a steep cliff, a sweating Vegeta cautiously observed the scene, grateful that he had not rushed forward at the first opportunity. In the dwelling of the Grand Elder, Nail sighed deeply. Mr. Krillin, the Grand Elder has passed. The demons who came to Namek still remain. Krillin's performance, in stark contrast, was vastly inferior to that of Goku. But what of Goku? Why does it feel as though his essence has vanished? After Jinyu took possession of Goku's body, the original aura of Goku had completely dissipated. As a martial artist who had undergone rigorous training, Krillin was acutely aware of the implications of this loss. However, the deep bond forged over many years with Goku, along with his faith in Goku's past victories, made it difficult for the little bald-headed fighter to accept the current predicament. Mr. Krillin, the essence of Mr. Goku has vanished, came the disheartening words of Nail. This signifies that Mr. Goku has been defeated. Krillin stood in shock. At that moment, Gohan and Bulma also began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Wasn't it possible for Goku to conceal his own energy? During the time spent modifying the spaceship, Bulma had learned a considerable amount about the capabilities of martial artists, prompting her to voice her skepticism. She still struggled to accept the notion that Goku had perished. Gohan, slow to grasp the reality, finally understood. Dad won't die, he asserted with unwavering conviction, the innocent admiration of a child for his father shining through. Coupled with Goku's formidable reputation, Gohan was clearly disinclined to believe in his father's demise. A shadow of sorrow crossed Nail's face. The passing of the Grand Elder weighed heavily upon him. Their meticulously devised battle plan had yet to be set into motion, thwarted by Frieza's premature summoning of the Dragon Balls, which had rendered their efforts futile. While that demon remains unaware of your presence, it is imperative that you depart from Namek swiftly, Nail urged as he turned toward the Grand Elder's resting place, seemingly resolved to remain. Bulma felt a slight heaviness in her heart, fully aware of the demon to which Nail referred, the very one responsible for Goku's death, the puppet master behind the abduction of the Namekians. After gathering her composure, Bulma inquired, "Aren't you coming with us?" "I am a Grand Elder's guardian. I cannot leave his side," Nail replied, his tone somber yet resolute. Upon observing his demeanor, Bulma understood his steadfastness. Goku was gone, yet she felt a pressing need to ensure the safety of his son and friends. With the resurrection of Piccolo, the Dragon Balls created by the Elder Kai were once again at their disposal. Upon returning to Earth, she would make it her mission to resurrect Goku. Otherwise, not only would Chi-Chi be devastated, but she herself would be unable to cope with the loss. Krillin and Gohan, feeling despondent, were reluctantly pulled into the spaceship by Bulma. Casting one last glance at Namek, Bulma initiated the ship's launch. Chapter 8. Is everything in order, Mr. Jinyu? Lord Frieza, a spaceship has just departed from Namek. Came to report. As Bulma and her companions departed from Namek, the technicians of Frieza's army received the news. A ship leaving Namek? Frieza's finger traced along his chin thoughtfully. The Dragon Balls of Namek were no longer of use, and the escape of a few Namekians was of little consequence to him. Frieza held no particular concern for the departure of a handful of Namekians. The value of Namek had diminished significantly, and he was indifferent to their fate. With a yawn, Frieza turned and made his way toward his spaceship, followed closely by his loyal soldiers. Among them, the most conspicuous was the Saiyan-formed Jinyu. Meanwhile, the Namekian child left behind appeared somewhat lost and despondent. Inside Frieza's ship, Jinyu was still acclimating to his new body, feeling a certain lack of fluidity in his movements. However, with Frieza standing before him, he felt it inappropriate to simply depart. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jinyu resolved to familiarize himself with his body once they reached Frieza Planet. Thus, Frieza and his entourage departed with great momentum. Not far from their fleet, another ship lay in wait, monitoring Frieza's forces. Lord Cooler, Frieza's army has just left Namek. Our sensors have detected another vessel departing, one not belonging to Frieza. The alien known as Cooler could not suppress a mocking smirk at the thought of Frieza's unreliability, reminiscent of the events on planet Vegeta. As he spoke, a hint of disdain flickered across Cooler's face. Indeed, this ice demon clearly held Frieza in contempt. The aliens beneath him dared not utter a sound. Fully aware of Cooler's temperament after their long association, they understood that the current atmosphere was far from pleasant, and any attempt to speak could be perilous. After a prolonged silence, Cooler finally spoke again. Since this is an unforeseen circumstance left by Frieza, let him handle it himself. Shaviza, we shall take our leave. With Cooler's command, Shaviza promptly directed the crew to prepare the ship. The fleet's course was swiftly altered, plunging into the depths of the galaxy. Meanwhile, Frieza, exhilarated by the fulfillment of his desires, found himself in a buoyant mood. Upon inheriting this body, he frequently heard voices in his mind, reminding him to increase his height by 5 centimeters and to pursue the wish of attaining immortality. The clash of these ambitions often distracted him. Now, having experienced the events on Namek, those thoughts either seemed within reach or utterly abandoned. The compatibility of Frieza with his current form has evidently elevated his prowess significantly. The immense power coursing through his body indicates that he has completely mastered this vessel, with no lingering threats to his existence. He is poised to officially ascend as the ruler of the universe. Although Frieza had previously been dubbed the Emperor of the Cosmos, that title was merely superficial. Now, with the assistance of a system, he cannot afford to resemble the ineffectual Frieza of old. Contemplating this, a flicker of fervor ignited within him. Jinyu, how long until we reach planet Frieza? Frieza's query instantly heightened Jinyu's alertness. At this moment, Jinyu's exaggerated loyalty was on full display. My Lord Frieza, we require 3 days to reach planet Frieza. Is it feasible to arrive within a day, Jinyu? Frieza's tone remained unruffled, yet Jinyu was drenched in sweat. Absolutely, Lord Frieza. Upon uttering those words, Jinyu swiftly proceeded to the control room of the spacecraft, executing Frieza's latest commands. As for the disobedient subordinates, they were swiftly dispatched by a beam of energy emanating from Jinyu, piercing through their chests. Witnessing Jinyu's actions, the remaining aliens responded in kind. Their current state of weakness and helplessness aptly characterized their predicament. Jinyu soon returned to Frieza's side, awaiting further instructions in silence. Meanwhile, the ever-loyal Zarbon and Dodoria discreetly distanced themselves from Jinyu, though the combat power detector indicated a slight reduction in Jinyu's strength compared to before. He remained a formidable presence deserving of their respect. Frieza noted the interactions among his subordinates, but chose to remain indifferent. Once one joins Frieza's ranks, they must adhere to the principle that strength reigns supreme. The long journey left Frieza with a sense of emptiness, causing his thoughts to wander. Upon returning to planet Frieza, he could observe whether Jinyu or Vegeta would first attain the status of Super Saiyan. This thought caused Frieza's brow to furrow slightly. The combat prowess of a Super Saiyan could remedy the deficiencies in his force's elite strength. However, the loyalty of pure-blooded Saiyans posed a significant issue. Those who had not been influenced by Earthlings had all been indoctrinated by King Vegeta. Conversely, those affected by Earthlings were preoccupied solely with Earth itself. Yet, Frieza's eyes soon brightened with realization. Androids. Indeed, this level of technology could swiftly bolster his elite combat strength. It appears that a journey to Earth must be incorporated into his plans. In a moment of contemplation, the arrival of Frieza planet was imminent. Jinyu, who had always been by Frieza's side, let out a sigh of relief. Within the span of a single day, they could fully descend upon Frieza planet. Thus, he would not be pierced through the heart by Frieza's death ray. As Frieza's spaceship approached Frieza planet, it instantaneously connected to the planet's data. What? Vegeta had stolen the most advanced single-pilot spacecraft? And his destination was Namek? Frieza's previous good spirits vanished in an instant, replaced by an impulse to obliterate the scientific institutions on Frieza planet. Such a matter should have been reported to him without delay. However, Frieza soon regained his composure. As the commander of the entire Frieza army, his gaze should encompass the entirety of the galaxy. In the past, he had not deigned to focus on a trash-like being with combat power barely exceeding 100,000, albeit this trash was somewhat unique. Frieza issued an order to elevate the priority of Vegeta's information. What a pity. He had originally intended for you and Goku's bodies to compete and see who would be the first Saiyan. Now it seems your perennial second place is inevitable, even if Goku's body has found new master. Having spoken, he turned his gaze towards Jinyu, who wore a look of bewilderment, clearly struggling to comprehend the situation. Chapter 9. Frieza's Ambition. The journey to Namek had consumed considerable time, and returning to Frieza planet allowed Frieza to relax somewhat. Gazing upon the familiar palace, countless thoughts swirled in his mind. With the most powerful army in the North Galaxy at his disposal, and his own strength now unrivaled in the North Galaxy, what was he truly doing? Engaging in the trade of planets? Such a lowly commercial endeavor was hardly befitting of Frieza's stature. Once, Frieza may have feared the hidden super-strong beings within the North Galaxy. Yet now, he possessed the battle power of 20 golden Freezers. At this juncture, he was more than capable of sweeping through the entirety of the North Galaxy. Frieza's army was soon to begin expansion preparations. The command from Frieza was exceedingly straightforward. But to Jinyu, the execution of this order far surpassed any previous special operations plans. The expansion and preparation for war involved the entirety of the Frieza army, whereas the special operations teams only pertained to a small squad. This command revealed to Jinyu the king's trust in him. After a brief and serious response, Jinyu departed Frieza's palace with a grave expression. Observing Jinyu's departing figure, Frieza began to ponder the issue of high-level combat power. Although there were no particularly strong armies in the North Galaxy, entities like Slug still existed. They could pose a significant threat to his army, and the possibility of a single individual annihilating entire legions was not beyond the realm of possibility. Frieza's gaze shifted, his thoughts drifting towards the formidable forces within his army. The leaders of various legions, particularly Captain Jinyu of the Jinyu Force, and the peculiar being Tagoma, who could endure the torment of Golden Frieza, occupied his mind. 2 days had elapsed since Jinyu's departure, and he reappeared at Frieza's palace. King Frieza, the specific plans have been set into motion, Jinyu reported. At that moment, it was evident that Jinyu had polished his armor, although the fresh scent of blood still lingered, which did not escape Frieza's notice. Indeed, Frieza was acutely aware of the bloat within his forces. Such inefficiency in command execution was unacceptable. Jinyu's rapid adherence to orders suggested he had exterminated numerous extraterrestrial beings. While this brutality was somewhat distasteful, it was of little consequence. As long as Frieza's will was executed promptly, Jinyu would be deserving of a reward. After speaking, Frieza nodded slightly and transmitted a series of data to Jinyu's communicator. As Jinyu perused the information sent directly from King Frieza, he began to comprehend the gravity of the tasks laid before him. Within 1 month, he was to acclimate his body to a gravitational force 100 times that of standard gravity, and within 2 months, evolve into a Super Saiyan through the Saiyan physique. Each word was familiar to Jinyu, yet the assembly of these phrases left him bewildered. Noticing Jinyu's expression, Frieza recalled that during this period, techniques for gravity training had yet to gain popularity. He casually added, "You must adapt your body to standard 100 times universal gravity within a month." Then, seemingly struck by another thought, Frieza swiped across the controller, augmenting Jinyu's allocation of medical resources by several hundredfold. As the resources were allocated, Jinyu quickly grasped their significance. As the commander of Frieza's elite force, he had undertaken missions involving gravity planets. On such planets, while their combat abilities remained unchanged, the damage they could inflict was significantly diminished. Jinyu promptly departed from Frieza's palace to commence his training. Dodoria and Zarbin, having witnessed the entire exchange, remained utterly perplexed by the dialogue between the two. Frieza, noticing their bewilderment, could not suppress a smile. Even a mere Earthling with a power level of 5 could attain a combat strength exceeding 100 million through the enhancements of artificial beings. With the resources of the universe at their disposal, these extraterrestrial beings were bound to achieve even greater power. With this thought, a smirk once again graced Frieza's lips. Upon observing Frieza's expression, his two subordinates were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, the emotions of King Frieza are not easily deciphered by just anyone. With this thought, Sabo and Dodoria hastily lowered their heads. "Mr. Sabo, how is the expansion plan progressing?" Frieza inquired, glancing at his subordinates who resembled quails in their trepidation. "Your Majesty Frieza, we have officially commenced the first phase of the plan. The subordinate planets of the Frieza Force have begun the recruitment of personnel, and mercenaries across the universe have also been summoned," Dodoria interjected. Frieza's brow furrowed slightly. Sabo continued, "As of now, 2 new legions have been established, with key positions filled by former members of the Frieza Force." After hearing this, Frieza nodded in acknowledgement. The new legion commander will be Captain Jinyu, while the Jinyu Force will remain intact. With Frieza's statement, both subordinates utilized the legion's channels to announce Jinyu's appointment throughout the Frieza Force. As the matter appeared to be concluding, Frieza's gaze shifted towards Earth, where a genius had managed to create androids using the planet's meager resources. These creations possessed combat abilities that transcended multiple dimensions, enabling an ordinary human to contend against formidable races in the universe. Frieza had acquired instant transmission through the Dragon Balls, yet he was unfamiliar with the essence of the Earthlings, rendering him unable to travel there immediately. Consequently, he could not seize the brilliant scientist on Earth without delay. He assigned a new task to the Jinyu Force, to journey to Earth and, of course, excluding Jinyu himself, to bring Dr. Gero back to planet Frieza. Though Frieza initially intended to personally visit Earth, the inability to utilize instant transmission diminished his interest, leading him to delegate the mission to the Jinyu Force. While Jinyu himself would not partake in this mission, the members of the Jinyu Force were more than capable of overcoming a defenseless Earth without Goku. With Frieza's orders issued, the members of the Jinyu Force ascended into the most advanced individual spacecraft, eagerly awaiting their return. Frieza's eyes sparkled with ambition. He envisioned each of his subordinates possessing a battle power exceeding 100 million. Chapter 10. Subordinates with 100% loyalty. Nearly a month had elapsed since the Jinyu Force members departed for Earth. Frieza, in his palace, opened a bottle of red wine out of boredom. Gazing at the crimson liquid in the goblet, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Frieza's eyes. As time passed, the influence of Frieza on his surroundings diminished significantly. He was no longer the embodiment of Frieza as he had been at the beginning. Now, he has utterly liberated himself from Frieza's influence. However, a new dilemma has arisen. He appears to embody an even greater malevolence than Frieza himself. In times of hunger, his thoughts are consumed by the trifles of daily meals. Once satiated, he commands a formidable legion at his disposal. His system has granted him substantial aid, inflating his ego evermore. The malevolent aura that once lingered around him has intensified. Even a non-combatant unit with a mere power level of 1, when within mere meters of Frieza, will be subjected to overwhelming psychological pressure. The visage of the Cosmic Emperor is gradually manifesting in him. The Jinyu Force, under his command, now dares not even breathe audibly. After a month of rigorous training, Jinyu has finally adapted to a gravity standard 100 times greater than normal. The gravitational force of the universe far exceeds that of Earth. Thus, Jinyu now surpasses Goku's specialized training. His combat prowess has astonishingly soared to an impressive level of 300. This caliber of strength eclipses that of Goku during his initial transformation. Yet, even with a power level of 300, Jinyu exhibits even greater respect towards Frieza than before. After his specialized training, Jinyu possesses a keen understanding of his own capabilities. However, in the presence of Frieza, he feels akin to a solitary vessel adrift on tumultuous waves, ever at risk of capsizing. Frieza's gaze swept across his subordinates, and Jinyu's loyalty has reached an unwavering 100. Both Zarbin and Dodoria have also attained a loyalty rating of 100. Such outcomes please him. It appears his allure remains quite potent. A low power level is inconsequential, as this world harbors numerous methods to enhance strength. Jinyu, your power level has reached 300. It seems you have not been idle during this time, Frieza remarked, a hint of relaxation gracing Jinyu's countenance. As long as Frieza is satisfied, he can at least safeguard his own heart. Yet, Frieza soon spoke again. Though your power level has significantly improved, it remains insufficient. Our expansion plans lack high-tier combat strength. Your abilities require an additional 50-fold enhancement. Frieza gently swirled the wine in his glass, seemingly recalling something. Jinyu, at this moment, felt the tension return. Achieving a power level of 300 had come at a reckless cost. Now, Frieza demands that his strength be elevated another 50-fold. Observing Jinyu's reaction, Frieza gestured for him to follow. They entered a spare training chamber, preparing to provide Jinyu with specialized instruction. Jinyu, concentrate your energy and channel it to your back. Frieza commanded, drawing upon distant memories. He recalled Vegeta's teachings to Goku, attempting to guide Jinyu toward becoming a Super Saiyan through this method. Hearing Frieza's command, Jinyu promptly made his way to the center of the training room. He began to gather his strength, channeling it intensely into his back. An inexplicable flow of energy enveloped Jinyu. Observing the deepening hue of Jinyu's aura, Frieza's face lit up with excitement. Was the first Saiyan of this era about to emerge among his subordinates? Would the progenitor of the Saiyans, Yamoshi, rise in fury from his eternal slumber upon learning this? Of course, this illustrious Saiyan ancestor might not have perished, but that was of little consequence. Frieza's attention was wholly fixed on Jinyu, who did not disappoint. His once jet-black hair began to stand upright under the influence of the energy interspersed with flickers of lightning. The manifestation of this transformation only heightened Frieza's exhilaration. Moments later, as a low growl emanated from Jinyu's lips, his dark hair transmuted into a brilliant gold, and his pupils shifted to a vibrant green. Jinyu's Super Saiyan form finally materialized before Frieza. Lord Frieza, I believe I have succeeded. Jinyu felt the immense burden upon him, as well as the staggering surge of power, now 50 times greater. He immediately reported to Frieza. Excellent. Familiarize yourself with this power, Frieza replied, his gaze brimming with satisfaction. Momentarily tempted to engage. Acting on impulse, Frieza unleashed his aura fully, the overwhelming might of Golden Frieza 20 radiating a formidable pressure. The newly transformed Jinyu, still reeling from his Super Saiyan evolution, wore an expression of sheer terror. Indeed, upon sensing the unending malevolence emanating from Frieza, Jinyu felt his body tremble in fear, a dread far greater than that which he had experienced before becoming a Super Saiyan. It was as if Frieza could obliterate him merely with his presence. Noticing Jinyu's expression, Frieza spoke slowly. Come now, Jinyu, show me the power of a Super Saiyan. At Frieza's words, the terror on Jinyu's face intensified. Every movement felt laborious, rendering him incapable of even striking back. Observing Jinyu's cowardice, Frieza resolved to test Jinyu's abilities himself. In an instant, Frieza appeared before Jinyu, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen that contorted his body. Jinyu could not suppress a scream, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. How astonishingly feeble is this Super Saiyan strength, Frieza mused, as Jinyu suffered grievous injuries. The golden-haired, azure-eyed, Super Saiyan form vanished from Jinyu almost instantaneously. As normalcy returned, Jinyu's consciousness had plunged into a state of oblivion. The subtle tremors of his body elicited a sharp reaction from Frieza, who vanished from sight only to reappear upon his exclusive vessel. Upon arriving outside the training chamber, he instructed Zaban to escort Jinyu for medical treatment. Having arranged everything meticulously, Frieza then made his way to his palace. Zaban entered the training room, witnessing Jinyu's body convulsing incessantly, sending a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, he lifted Jinyu and transported him to the nearest healing pod. Within the pod, Jinyu began to rise and fall, gradually recuperating from his injuries. Once Zaban confirmed that there were no unforeseen complications, he turned to head towards Frieza's palace. At that moment, Jinyu within the treatment pod slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 11. The Acquisition of Android Technology. The expansion efficiency of Frieza's army was not surprising to him, despite the notorious reputation of his forces. The benefits offered by Frieza's army were undeniably enticing. While many despised the members of Frieza's legion, they simultaneously aspired to join its ranks. Any combat unit could easily access Frieza's home planet, switching their spaceships at will and utilizing the healing pods without charge. During invasions of other planets, they could plunder wealth with abandon. In such circumstances, planets under Frieza's dominion were clamoring to join and become part of his army. Among the newly formed 2 legions, Jinyu was appointed commander of both. Following this command, numerous members of Frieza's army turned their gazes towards Jinyu Force. Now, The Jinyu of the much-envied Jinyu Force was experiencing uncontrollable spasms at the corners of his mouth. The membership of the two legions swelled to hundreds of thousands. Although these were merely nascent formations, Jinyu felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Previously, he had merely commanded a special forces team, with ample leisure to spare. Now, gazing at the 99 notifications on his communicator, he found himself collapsing weakly against the backrest. It seemed that even Goku's body could not withstand the intensive management of Legion affairs. As Jinyu lay incapacitated, thoughts of enlisting someone for covert labor began to surface. In an instant, several figures flickered through his mind. First, there were his equals, Zaban and Dodoria, followed by the other members of the Jinyu Force. Jinyu quickly dismissed Dodoria and Zaban from consideration. However, the remaining members of the Jinyu Force sparked a glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. As the leader of the Special Forces, he could afford to provide his subordinates with some rigorous training, thereby enhancing their overall capabilities and enabling them to serve King Frieza more effectively. Upon contemplating this matter, he silently prioritized it on his agenda. Enduring such hardships himself, he felt it only fair to share the burden with his team. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement was unlikely to be met with rejection. With this notion in mind, Jinyu could not suppress a surge of excitement. The two Frieza Force soldiers stationed at the door of Jinyu's office trembled involuntarily, not due to any lack of mental fortitude, but rather because the ominous sounds emanating from the room sent shivers down their spines. After what seemed like an eternity, Jinyu appeared to have vented his frustrations. The numerous messages awaiting his attention could be deferred for later. The joys and sorrows of humanity are not uniform, while Jinyu was engulfed in his worries. Frieza's faction exhibited palpable excitement. The Jinyu Special Forces, dispatched to the region, had successfully located Dr. Gero. On Earth, the members of the Jinyu Special Forces gazed at the frail old man before them, instantly plunged into contemplation. This seemingly feeble individual was the very target that King Frieza had specifically ordered them to find. Though their doubts remained unresolved, they resolved to execute King Frieza's command without delay. In an instant, the atmosphere across the Earth shifted dramatically under their influence, creating a palpable tension among its inhabitants. In West City, Bulma stared at the overcast sky, her spirits dampened. When Son Goku was present, there was a semblance of hope against alien invasions. However, following the events on Namek, where Goku had perished, even the power of the Dragon Balls would not suffice to resurrect this savior for another year. Her thoughts drifted back to 3 days prior, the moment the Jinyu Special Forces had descended upon Earth. Upon their arrival, they utilized their battle power detectors to assess Earth's capabilities. Subsequently, they abandoned their plans to hunt local life forms and redirected their efforts toward locating Dr. Gero. This was not out of a newfound benevolence, but rather due to the feeble nature of Earthlings, which rendered these elite warriors disinclined to expend their energy on such trivial pursuits. Nevertheless, should any reckless beings cross their path, they would not hesitate to act decisively. On the very first day of their arrival, the Jinyu Special Forces kidnapped the King of Earth. They promptly began broadcasting information regarding Dr. Gero, while simultaneously conducting a thorough search of the planet. The following day, a message concerning Dr. Gero was sent to Jinyu by an Earthling, seemingly a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army. By the following evening, Dr. Gero and numerous of his experimental subjects were captured by the Jinyu Special Forces. The quartet of Giesbart, Likum, and Gudko looked somewhat embarrassed as they surveyed the extensive array of documents before them. Upon their arrival on Earth, they had traveled using Frieza's single-pilot spacecraft, and clearly, such a vast quantity of materials was meant to be taken. However, before long, a sycophantic Earthling emerged from the shadows. The spatial capsule, a rather peculiar device on Earth, has brought a sense of tranquility to those who were previously distressed. Dr. Gero's experimental materials and technical documents filled 2 boxes with capsules. After processing this information, the Jinyu Force placed Dr. Gero into a state of hibernation. Following a night of recuperation, their condition improved slightly. Amidst the relieved gazes of the Earthlings, they departed from this remote planet. Concurrently, a more detailed battle report reached Frieza's hands. Indeed, the Jinyu Force had efficiently completed their mission far sooner than anticipated. The arrival of Dr. Gero signified that the activation of the androids could commence gradually. As Frieza's demeanor subtly shifted, Dodoria instinctively took a step back. The Jinyu Force was about to return, prompting Frieza to instruct the research department to prepare for the acceptance of android technology. Frieza's abrupt statement caused the 2 subordinates to straighten their backs instantly. "I shall notify the technical department at once," Dodoria interjected, appearing quite eager. Meanwhile, Zarbon remained at Frieza's side, awaiting further orders. "Mr. Zarbon, would you care to command a battalion?" Frieza inquired, his tone casual yet laden with implications. Clearly, Zarbon struggled to comprehend Frieza's line of thought, but responded dutifully, expressing his willingness to lead a battalion should Frieza require it. Upon hearing Zarbon's words, Frieza nonchalantly sipped from his crimson drink. "In the future, there will be an army with an average battle power exceeding 100 million, and I wish for you to take command." Frieza's voice was devoid of inflection, yet it struck Zarbon like thunder in his mind. In a legion where the average battle power was below 100,000, the notion that Frieza would entrust him with an army of such formidable strength was staggering. Instinctively, Zarbon touched his forehead, but resolutely nodded. Frieza's words were never in error. Without experiencing failure, Frieza's current prestige had incited a fervent adoration among his subordinates. Chapter 12. Vegeta's Imitation Super Saiyan. Nearly 2 months swiftly passed, and the atmosphere within the Frieza force grew increasingly tense. The 2 legions previously recruited had reached a preliminary stage of readiness for interstellar warfare. During this time, Frieza had received a considerable amount of information, most of which pertained to the progress of the legion's training. Thus, Frieza was quite well informed about the training advancements. "Mr. Zarbon, gather all members of the Ginyu Force. With so much time elapsed, we must witness some results," Frieza instructed before returning to the familiar window, a place steeped in his memories. After nodding, Zarbon's form instantly appeared outside the palace. During this period, he had also familiarized himself with the latest habits of Ginyu. This individual, aside from a message from King Frieza, essentially feigned ignorance towards all other information. Sabo sighed and ultimately decided to personally visit the training area of the Ginyu Force. During their training, Ginyu caught sight of Sabo's figure amidst a moment of looking up. "Sabo, King Frieza has summoned you. Make haste to the palace where he resides." After delivering his message, Sabo prepared to depart. Upon hearing of King Frieza's summons, Jinyu's demeanor instantly became serious. "Why did you not inform me of such an important matter sooner?" A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Jinyu's face. However, Sabo remained indifferent. He lightly glided his finger across the communication device, casting a nonchalant glance at Jinyu. "Have a look at the unread messages on your device. Do you believe that the communication would have been beneficial?" The moment Sabo spoke, Jinyu envisioned the scenario. The information regarding the 99 had evidently enlightened him. Just as Jinyu was about to respond, Sabo had already departed. Jinyu, having attained the strength of a Super Saiyan, vanished from his spot in an instant. His speed now evidently exceeded that of Sabo's. As Sabo hurried back to Frieza's residence, he regarded Jinyu's swift movements with envy. Having merely received guidance from King Frieza, Jinyu had acquired such formidable strength. If only King Frieza would provide him with similar instruction. He imagined his own power would experience a tremendous enhancement. At that moment, Sabo remained oblivious to the disparity in potential between himself and Jinyu. Still lost in these trivial daydreams, Jinyu's figure first appeared within the Grand Hall of Frieza. Frieza regarded his utterly loyal subordinate, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. This individual had taken over Son Goku's body, perpetually instilling a sense of unease within him. Yet, he could not quite discern what precisely fell amiss. After briefly reporting on the recent developments of the Legion, Jinyu began to await Frieza's next command. "Mr. Jinyu, do you believe you can lead the newly established 2 legions to conquer 100 planets for the Frieza Force?" Frieza's tone was quite casual, and Jinyu expressed no surprise. With the low-tier combatants of the 2 legions combined with Jinyu's Super Saiyan prowess, he perceived the conquest of 100 planets as a rather straightforward task. Upon receiving this assignment, Jinyu confidently affirmed his capability. Having significantly enhanced his combat power, he had yet to unleash his full strength. Previously, during his encounter with the king, he had not been fully aware before being struck into a spasm and subsequently sent to the nutrient chamber. His remaining memories indicated that it was Sabo who had transported him to the nutrient chamber. As Frieza's orders were issued, the communication device in Jinyu's hands continuously transmitted a series of commands. Observing Jinyu's unwavering confidence, Frieza couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Since Mr. Jinyu was so self-assured, he decided to set the time limit for this conquest mission to 0, firmly establishing it within 1 month. A familiar smile began to curl at the corners of Frieza's mouth, causing Jinyu to momentarily stiffen. Conquering 100 planets? And with a time constraint of just 1 month? Jinyu gritted his teeth, reluctantly accepting the task. His mind raced with calculations on how to accomplish this endeavor, while Frieza nodded slightly in approval. Indeed, It was this very trait of the Frieza Force members that he admired. No matter how absurd the mission, they would unhesitatingly accept it. Of course, they would ultimately employ various means to see it through. After accepting the assignment, Jinyu did not linger long. Once he confirmed there were no additional directives, he swiftly mobilized the two legions. The distances between planets were typically vast, and the distances between life-bearing planets were even more exaggerated. Following the counsel of his strategic advisors, Jinyu decided to engage in multi-pronged operations simultaneously. Although Frieza had mentioned 100 planets, he had not specified their classifications. He resolved to target the 100 planets closest to Frieza's own. In a flash, the two legions quickly adapted, transforming from 2 large forces into 400 small fleets. After confirming the timeline, Jinyu advanced into the depths of the northern galaxy. He separated from the Jinyu force, each taking charge of 80 small fleets. With their movements, the entire northern galaxy was left in shock. While the Frieza force occasionally emerged from minor skirmishes, those had always been on a smaller scale. The current situation, however, was markedly different. Preliminary calculations suggested that Frieza's forces had mobilized at least hundreds of thousands. On a commercial planet within the northern galaxy, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, his tail swishing, changed countenance. It was evident that he had become aware of Frieza's recent maneuvers and the potential danger he faced. Having previously defected from Frieza's army to this remote planet, he intended to leverage the Saiyan race's unique ability to revive from the brink of death to develop a training regimen uniquely his own. He had initially planned to train in silence, waiting until his combat power reached 550,000 before seeking revenge on Frieza and personally ending his life. However, the current circumstances had completely disrupted his plans. Frieza? Frieza. As Vegeta's emotions fluctuated, so too did his power level, causing the extraterrestrials surrounding him to scatter in alarm. As time progressed, faint glimmers of golden light shimmered within Vegeta's hair. However, those golden rays soon dissipated entirely. His once jet-black hair gradually transformed into a dark purplish hue. Vegeta's physique also experienced subtle alterations, enveloped by a golden aura. His rationality began to fade, as the impulse for destruction relentlessly gnawed at his inner self. If Frieza were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. In this state, Vegeta had astonishingly achieved the level of a pseudo-Super Saiyan. This unique condition, straddling the line between a Super Saiyan and an ordinary Saiyan, had manifested within him. As Vegeta's sanity slipped away, he could no longer restrain his actions. Terrifying energy blasts raged around him, unleashing a cataclysmic force that wreaked havoc upon the planet. The myriad of extraterrestrial beings inhabiting this region of the universe soon sensed the disturbance and hastily fled towards their spacecraft, desperate to escape the planet at the swiftest pace possible. In no time, Vegeta's outburst had utterly dismantled the ecological structure of this world. Concurrently, in a region 90 million kilometers away, an octopus-headed alien suddenly scratched its head in confusion. Wait a minute. Didn't he, the leader of the Jinyu force, say this planet was a life-bearing one? Chapter 13. Why is his combat power so feeble? On this unfamiliar planet, Vegeta, now commanding the pseudo-Super Saiyan form, had completely lost himself. An overwhelming power radiated outward, yet Vegeta showed no signs of regaining his composure. The invading Frieza force had already breached the planet's atmosphere. Unable to resist, Vegeta lifted his gaze. This immense power granted him an even sharper intuition. Utilizing the techniques of energy he had recently mastered, Vegeta pinpointed the exact location of the Frieza squad. The familiar aura of the Frieza force made his own energy even more volatile. Images of Frieza flooded his mind, and he began to gather energy blasts in his hands. The Frieza force, initially dismissive, suddenly triggered alarms. Their large energy detectors warned them that if they did not evade, they would be obliterated beneath the onslaught of this energy sphere along with their fleet. Naturally, such an urgent situation reached Jinyu, the leader of this operation. Inside a vast spacecraft, Jinyu was observing a projection not far away, calculating the precise timing for mission completion, even strategizing how to report back to Frieza. Suddenly, a glaring alert appeared, a signal indicating that the army was in peril, a message typically reserved for dire circumstances. Oh, must I take matters into my own hands so soon? A sinister smile began to emerge on Jinyu's face, reminiscent of Bardock. After swiftly scanning the rescue information, Jinyu summoned the nearest advanced spacecraft. Soon, a single pilot vessel materialized before him. Jinyu nodded slightly and swiftly boarded, commencing operations as he hastened towards the planet where the unexpected event had transpired. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having eliminated the majority of Frieza's forces, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Although the base combat strength of Frieza's army was unimpressive, he had never encountered such a lackluster display of power. He pondered whether Frieza was merely training his troops. However, he soon dismissed this line of thought. The affairs of Frieza's army were of no concern to him, given that he and his adversary were now in a state of enmity. It was entirely reasonable for him to seize resources and eliminate opposing combat units. After estimating the time, Vegeta swiftly made his way towards several of Frieza's affiliated planets. His departure left Jinyu at a loss, as he arrived only to find his quarry had vanished. Over the course of 2 weeks, Vegeta relentlessly plundered 3 of Frieza's subordinate planets. Presently, he found refuge on a desolate world, aware that Frieza had received news of his exploits and needing time to process his gains. He felt confident in his current strength, sufficient to vanquish the so-called Emperor of the Universe. Yet he resolved to exercise caution and prepare thoroughly before confronting Frieza. On Frieza's planet, the tyrant glared darkly at Dodoria and Zarbon, his fury palpable. "Mr. Zarbon, Mr. Dodoria, can it be that even my subordinate planets are subject to plunder? You ought to reflect on how these matters were previously managed." As Frieza's words hung in the air, the 2 men inwardly cursed furiously. The technological prowess of Frieza's planets was more than capable of eliminating formidable extraterrestrials. Yet reports indicated that those invaders had offered little resistance, barely lasting 10 days. After a flurry of assurances, a flicker of hesitation crossed Zarbon's face. "Lord Frieza, the outcome of this battle suggests that the invader may be none other than the Saiyan." Vegeta. Initially, Zarbon intended to assert that the invader was indeed Vegeta, but recalling Vegeta's past combat prowess, he swiftly dismissed the possibility. Upon hearing Zarbon's words, Frieza's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Upon his recent return to the Frieza Force, he had encountered information regarding Vegeta, which detailed the Saiyans' theft of a spaceship to journey to Namek. As he contemplated this, it dawned on him that Vegeta may have witnessed the events of that journey. Could it be that after departing, this boy had mastered the power of the Super Saiyan? As Frieza pondered this, his demeanor softened slightly. If Vegeta were to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan, his subordinate planets would undoubtedly succumb. Just as Frieza was deliberating whether to take action, a piece of good news arrived from the Jinyu Force. Their plan to conquer 100 planets had reached a remarkable 99% completion. The remaining 1% was hindered by an unknown interference. It would take approximately another 7 days to conquer the final life-bearing planet. Upon receiving this uplifting news, Frieza momentarily set aside his previous displeasure. He promptly instructed Zarbon and Dodoria to intensify surveillance across the various planets. Additionally, Frieza commanded the scientific team to expedite their study of android technology. As 7 days swiftly elapsed, Frieza's mood, however, grew increasingly grim. The once pillaging Vegeta was now advancing towards Frieza's stronghold. The planets along his path were stripped bare of their metals. Remarkably, he amassed a following of several 100,000. The atmosphere around Frieza and the Jinyu Force was thick with tension. Just after exchanging pleasantries about Frieza planet, Jinyu stepped forward. "Lord Frieza, that insufferable traitor Vegeta has audaciously plundered our life-bearing planets. I request permission to lead the Jinyu Special Forces to capture him." Upon the mission's completion, Jinyu anticipated a reward from Frieza. However, he did not foresee that the wretched Saiyan would emerge at this moment. Initially uncertain if the individual was indeed Vegeta, recent monitoring had confirmed his identity. Moreover, Vegeta's actions bore a striking resemblance to those of previous targets they had failed to capture. This revelation left Jinyu profoundly anxious. Yet, Frieza waved his hand dismissively, signaling Jinyu to relent. Since Vegeta dared to approach, let him remain on Frieza planet. Although the power of Super Saiyan is formidable, Vegeta was still too inexperienced. Furthermore, Vegeta's path of pillage clearly led him directly to Frieza. Let him experience a catastrophic collapse at the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, Vegeta was merely half a solar system away from Frieza planet. At that moment, he yearned to roar loudly, proclaiming to the world that in those years he, Vegeta, had effortlessly defeated Frieza's forces with his hands tucked into his pockets. At this juncture, Frieza had already sensed Vegeta's presence, though his brow furrowed in confusion. Why was Vegeta's power so weak? Frieza detected that Vegeta's battle power was a mere fraction of 10 million. Such a level of strength was less than one-tenth of Jinyu's. Chapter 14, The Might of Frieza. As Vegeta and his followers gradually approached Frieza planet, Guldo, unable to contain his eagerness, prepared to teach Vegeta a lesson. Frieza, however, remained remarkably composed, instructing a subordinate to pour him a glass of red wine. After a period of plundering, Vegeta had begun to consider himself the next ruler of the universe. Yet, in Frieza's eyes, this was nothing more than a farce. The sound of friction between the spacecraft and the atmosphere filled the air, marking the arrival of Vegeta and his entourage on Frieza's planet. Naturally, had it been Frieza's troops, such cacophony would not have ensued. Vegeta's followers even included some traveling in civilian vessels, which, when compared to Frieza's military, significantly diminished Vegeta's grandeur. Through the sensing of energy, Vegeta quickly located the control center of Frieza's planet, where Frieza and his core members resided. As he perceived the feedback reverberating in his mind, confusion washed over his face. He detected an energy signature reminiscent of Kakarot. This revelation was unexpected, and he briefly doubted his own senses. However, as he approached his destination, his expression shifted noticeably. The visage of Kakarot was one he would never forget. There he stood, beside Frieza, utterly motionless, exhibiting an attitude of utmost reverence. This discovery irked him profoundly, igniting a desire to obliterate that wretched figure immediately. Memories long buried began to assail him, recalling the times he was vanquished on Earth, feeling like a defeated dog. Moreover, that infernal subordinate warrior had deliberately allowed him to escape. Humiliation enveloped Vegeta in that moment. His body transformed into the semblance of a pseudo-super Saiyan. At that instant, Frieza's subordinates' power detectors began to explode, yet the faces of those combat units bore no signs of discomfort. Clearly, previous encounters had accustomed them to such fluctuations. Vegeta's face was a mask of fury as he charged toward Frieza and his companions. Observing Vegeta's confidence, Frieza gently spread his arms, assuming a posture to welcome the impending assault. However, upon reaching Frieza and his entourage, Vegeta threw a punch at Guldo, standing beside Frieza. This unexpected turn of events left Frieza feeling somewhat awkward. "I've bared myself, yet you do not reciprocate?" Vegeta seemed intent on targeting Guldo, his strength escalating with every moment. The unprepared Guldo was mercilessly battered, his form swelling from the relentless blows. Having lost the initiative, he was tossed around like a rag doll. Frieza, taken aback by the spectacle, wondered what was amiss. Could it be that Guldo had mastered the form of a Super Saiyan? To think that I would be defeated by a mere Vegeta, who has only mastered the mimicry of Super Saiyan. Yet soon, Frieza's attention shifted away from them, as he realized that Vegeta had succumbed to his old habit. In a position of dominance, Vegeta could not help but display his classic gestures, while simultaneously launching an energy blast that sent Jinyu flying. Gazing at the smoke-filled battlefield, Vegeta exhaled a long breath, feeling as though the outcome was already determined, envisioning himself as the ruler of the universe. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. "Well done, Vegeta. It seems that your recent experiences have significantly enhanced your fighting prowess." As this voice resonated, cold sweat began to bead on Vegeta's brow. What was happening? Kakarot's power level had surged dramatically in an instant. Could it be that he too was the legendary Super Saiyan? Impossible. Only I, the Prince of the Saiyans, can claim that title. Vegeta, have you truly forgotten my voice? Emerging from the haze, Kakarot wore a look of arrogance and audacity. Clearly, Jinyu, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, had devised a plan to annihilate Vegeta. This familiar voice momentarily startled Vegeta, leading him to realize that this Kakarot was not the one he remembered. Yet their appearances were identical, instantly heightening his alertness. Rapidly searching his mind for the source of the voice, he questioned, "Jinyu, are you the captain of the Jinyu Force?" Vegeta's tone was laced with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Though he had heard of the Jinyu Force's peculiar abilities, the notion of occupying another being's body was beyond his imagination. Jinyu, however, paid no heed to Vegeta's confusion. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, he swiftly approached Vegeta and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. The buildings on planet Frieza began to crumble under the strain. At that moment, Vegeta had lost his earlier bravado. He lay on the ground like a defeated dog, gasping for breath. Yet Jinyu grew anxious, as if he had committed a grave error. The structure Vegeta had collapsed was the experimental building of the scientific division, which was at a critical juncture in Frieza's android project. Jinyu feared that his actions might have ruined everything. much like a disastrous play in football. Observing Jinyu's rigid stance, Frieza shook his head in disbelief. How could someone as benevolent as himself instill such fear in his subordinates? His confusion only deepened his agitation, prompting him to destroy a spaceship that Vegeta had brought along. It seems that releasing some smoke can indeed relieve one's stress. Vegeta, lying on the ground, felt a slight tremor within his body. The rigid Jinyu stood frozen, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Mr. Sabo, please bring Vegeta here. Upon witnessing Vegeta's condition, which appeared utterly dire, Frieza, with a semblance of kindness, instructed his subordinates to assist in bringing him forward. Sabo dragged one of Vegeta's legs as they made their way towards Frieza, leaving a long, conspicuous mark on the ground they traversed. King Frieza, Vegeta has been. Just as Sabo was about to relay his message, he observed that the seemingly lifeless Vegeta suddenly regained a spark of vitality. In an instant, he lunged towards Frieza, shouting the name of his attack, Gallic Gun. The rapid shift in events left Sabo no time to react, while a flicker of terror appeared on Frieza's face. Vegeta's lips curled into a fierce grin, and the energy he wielded struck Frieza with full force. As a gentle breeze swept through, Vegeta was momentarily stunned. The fear that once lingered on Frieza's face had dissipated entirely. Mr. Vegeta, did you not feel that success was within your grasp just moments ago? Frieza inquired as he closed the distance between them. As Frieza moved, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground. That previous strike had been the culmination of his secret efforts, stronger than any attack he had unleashed during his battle with Jinyu. Yet, such formidable power had failed to breach Frieza's defenses, plunging Vegeta into a profound self-doubt. Frieza's overwhelming strength caused Vegeta to question the very essence of his existence. Observing Vegeta's despondency, Frieza immediately lost any interest in him, dismissively waving his hand and yawning in boredom. Chapter 15. The terrifying exchange rate of Frieza's forces. Not every Saiyan is named Son Goku. Though Vegeta possessed notable talent, he was all too prone to collapse under pressure. Despite his grave injuries, he could still muster the strength to rise and endure a few more blows. Yet, at this moment, his pupils were dilated, and he was engulfed in the abyss of his own failures. With a mere wave of his hand, Frieza commanded Sabo to direct the henchmen to administer the previously prepared muscle relaxants and anesthetics into Vegeta's body. Noticing Frieza's silence, several henchmen dragged Vegeta out of Frieza's line of sight. Mr. Jinyu, what losses did Vegeta incur this time? Upon hearing Vegeta's inquiry, Jinyu hastily activated his communicator. King Frieza, the losses caused by Vegeta could potentially equate to the acquisition of 200 planets. After delivering this statement, Jinyu felt a tremor of shock. Although Vegeta had not truly plundered 200 planets, the worlds he had raided were those near Frieza's domain, housing a substantial deployment of rudimentary technology and skilled personnel. The value of those resources and talents, if dismantled and sold, would be considerable. The losses incurred are far from being compensated, not even a fraction of 1%. As Frieza listened to Jinyu's report, a contemplative expression crossed his face. His gaze lingered on the hundreds of thousands of aliens accompanying Vegeta. The sight of this multitude, standing closely together, could easily induce discomfort in those afflicted with claustrophobia. Ascending to the heights, Frieza surveyed the scene before him, taking in the vast assembly of aliens, not all hailing from a single planet. Among them were individuals who particularly irked Frieza, not due to their rebellion, but for the fact that they had not even changed out of the uniforms of Frieza's army. Clad in the very attire of Frieza's forces, they dared to oppose the Cosmic Emperor himself. In that fleeting moment, he almost found it amusing. How had Vegeta managed to persuade them to act in such a manner? Was it possible that the perks of serving in Frieza's army no longer held any allure for them? Yet, at this juncture, such musings were irrelevant. Frieza began to gather a beam of death in his hand, and in an instant, those aliens still wearing the uniforms of his army were obliterated. His actions only heightened the terror already gripping the remaining aliens. With Vegeta's defeat, their anxiety had already begun to mount. Now, witnessing the cosmic ruler Frieza personally annihilate his own comrades, chaos erupted among the aliens. 99% of them exhibited a range of bizarre postures, while the remaining 1% evidently sought to demonstrate their sincerity. Observing this scene, a smirk of disdain crossed Frieza's lips. It seemed that these beings, well versed in the laws of the universe, had made their choice. Since they had recognized their transgressions, they would now be compelled to pay the price. Frieza descended back to the ground, disappearing from the aliens' view. Jinyu, Entertain our new guests according to the newly established laws. Upon receiving Frieza's command, Jinyu approached the aliens and promptly began to assemble his elite Jinyu force along with a cadre of foot soldiers. Within half a day, all information regarding the dissenters was meticulously recorded into the system of planet Frieza. As time passed, the surrendering aliens exhaled in relief upon realizing that Jinyu had not executed them all. However, Jinyu's subsequent announcement rendered them utterly speechless. According to the galactic law instituted by King Frieza, they were required to compensate with 1,000 units of resources and voluntarily participate in the android project for testing. The revelation left them in a state of bewilderment, and they quickly began calculating the resources they would need to provide through the foot soldiers. Lord Jinyu, as per the galactic law, we must extract the core of our home planet to serve as energy for the research department of planet Frieza. Furthermore, our star will also belong to King Frieza. Every year, a fee must be paid to King Frieza for the utilization of stellar energy. An extraterrestrial with pink skin suddenly turned shade of green. As his words echoed, the expressions of those surrounding him shifted dramatically. Although the galactic law did not explicitly state that they were required to extract their star cores, it did stipulate the exchange rate for Frieza units against their currency. Consequently, they could only offer their relatively precious star cores as part of the compensation. The exchange rate for Frieza units reached an astonishing 110,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. In that fleeting moment, they felt as if death was too slow in coming. If only they could meet the same fate as the previous group. Slain by King Frieza, it would be less disgraceful than having to compensate with such outrageous resources. However, soon enough, a grimmer message arrived from Jinyu. According to genetic comparisons, the homeworld of those slain aliens required a compensation tenfold of their resources. Unfortunately, their galaxy could not suffice for such restitution. Thus, the Frieza army was left with no choice but to claim 10 nearby stellar systems as compensation. The life forms within these 10 stellar systems would become the property of the Frieza group. Consequently, those who had never ventured beyond their own star systems found themselves beset by calamity. According to legal stipulations, the Frieza Legion would dispatch personnel to take possession. The details of this incident and subsequent proceedings swiftly disseminated throughout the Eastern Galaxy alongside Frieza's galactic law. As the supreme authority, Frieza's involvement in the execution of these matters was unnecessary. The Super Saiyan Jinyu traversed the cosmos, tirelessly enforcing Frieza's will. The former captain of the Jinyu Force had thus transformed into a debt collector, relentlessly pursuing claims across the universe for 2.5 years. The scope of this compensation extended to a substantial portion of the Eastern Galaxy, causing the East Kaishin residing on King Kai's planet to tremble in fear. Goku's body had been occupied by the minions of that demon, and the Eastern Galaxy had been utterly reduced to a mere plaything of Frieza. In contrast to the East Kaishin's trepidation, a frail extraterrestrial elder in the depths of the cosmos was filled with excitement. What? A powerful cosmic emperor has emerged in the Eastern Galaxy? The wizened alien swiftly approached the cloaked figure reporting the news. Dabura, surely this cannot be false information. As the king of the demon realm, Dabura was not one to be mistaken. Indeed, Lord Babidi, an exceptionally powerful cosmic emperor, has indeed arisen in that far corner of the Eastern Galaxy. Babidi hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding to personally journey to the Eastern Galaxy. He had already scoured the southwestern and northern galaxies. According to the original plan, he intended to rest for about 20 years. In pursuit of the magical crystal belonging to his father, the formidable Majin Buu, he resolved to embark on his journey to the Eastern Galaxy without delay. The ruler of the Eastern Galaxy could potentially save him considerable time and resources in his quest. Chapter 16. Dodoria. Have you ever heard of Majin Buu? Frieza's claims set the entire Eastern Galaxy into motion. As the process of claims advanced, the previously desolate and remote planets began to witness the dissemination of tales regarding Frieza, along with signs of submission. Regrettably, the source of these developments, Frieza, remained oblivious to it all. He was at present dissatisfied with the sluggish pace of progress in the Eastern Galaxy. Mr. Jinyu, how is the android project progressing? Frieza's attention shifted to this long-researched initiative. Lord Frieza, the current android project has reached a preliminary stage where energy absorption devices can be integrated. The cell optimization trials are nearing completion. Jinyu observed Frieza's expression, confirming that he was not displeased, and continued, it should take approximately a week before we can deploy the first batch of test subjects. The energy absorption device is a crucial component of the entire android project. Initially, Frieza had thought the project to be lacking in clarity, but hearing that the deployment of test subjects was imminent filled him with renewed interest. In an instant, he transitioned from his languid posture to stand before Jinyu. Mr. Jinyu, increased the entire research department compensation to 10 times the usual rate. I want them to commence the deployment of test subjects within 3 days. Observing the progress of the research department, Frieza surmised that they were likely attempting to enhance the success rate of the trials. Nevertheless, he opted to elevate their remuneration, for one must provide sustenance to the steed if one desires it to gallop. With Frieza's command, the research department sprang into action. The tenfold increase in compensation catapulted them into the upper echelons of the Frieza Empire. The deployment of the previously stalled test subjects commenced immediately, with numbers reaching into the thousands. The batch of surrendered aliens still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. However, considering their loyalty, they initiated a large-scale cosmic memory wipe, alongside a series of hypnotic techniques to bolster their allegiance. On the first day, following Frieza's order, among over 1,000 test subjects, nearly half of the aliens met with untimely demise. The following day, the laboratory deployed an additional 2,000 test subjects. By the third day, over 3,000 subjects were released, with a mere 50 successful transformations. The transformed aliens experienced a tremendous boost in combat power. As Frieza waited through these 3 days, he found himself rather bored. This sensation is akin to the anticipation a youth feels while awaiting the results of final examinations. Clearly, the subordinates of the research department did not disappoint him. Beneath Frieza, the enigmatic Jinyu observed as the communicator flickered subtly. After a brief moment of stupor, Jinyu conveyed the latest news to Frieza. The research department had successfully manufactured the first batch of androids and inquired whether they should be brought to the palace. Jinyu awaited Frieza's decision, harboring his own curiosity regarding the outcomes of this so-called android program. Frieza nodded slightly, signaling Jinyu to summon them. Research Department. The individuals you're about to meet are His Majesty Frieza, the supreme leader of our entire Frieza force. There must be no errors. The speaker, an octopus-headed extraterrestrial, was the head of the android initiative, his voice brimming with excitement, fingers trembling slightly. He resembled nothing less than a fervent admirer of Frieza. With the synchronized responses of 50 experimental subjects, he led them towards Frieza's grand hall. Are these the modified androids? Jinyu's face bore a look of intriguing confusion, as if he could not comprehend. He failed to perceive any threats emanating from these beings, who appeared akin to the lowest forms of life from certain planetary realms. At this juncture, the head of the android initiative began to elucidate that the aura of the androids was imperceptible unless detected by specific equipment. After his explanation, he produced 5 specialized devices. Frieza donned one over his left eye, distributing the remaining devices to Jinyu and his team. 500 in battle power? And here we have one approaching 10 million? The disparaging remark undoubtedly originated from Dodoria. As the detection devices activated, Dodoria could not restrain his astonishment, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, Frieza sensed something amiss. How could this batch of androids possess a battle power that did not even reach 1 billion? At Frieza's words, cold sweat instantly broke out on the octopus-headed figure. Your Majesty Frieza, they are merely prototypes of the android experiment. I had initially believed that such a level of android could earn your approval. However, to his dismay, Frieza appeared entirely unimpressed by the combat capabilities of the androids. Observing that these mere prototypes already exhibited such formidable potential, he did not delve deeper, as the forthcoming androids would rely on their research for further development. Your Majesty Frieza, the research department seeks to request more materials of strength. The octopus-headed leader cautiously communicated his appeal to Frieza. Upon hearing this, Frieza paused momentarily. I almost overlooked this detail. The ultimate android, Cell, is a fusion of numerous formidable genes, which endows it with extraordinary combat prowess, overwhelming the Earth's warriors. Presently, the Frieza force, despite providing a plethora of common resources, lacks a substantial supply of powerful genes. Frieza gazed at Sabo and instructed him to send that worthless Vegeta to the research department as a subject for experimentation. Once the android project is completed, you shall become the commander of this legion. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Sabo was struck by immense surprise. Although he had previously been informed that Frieza intended to grant him authority, witnessing the combat capabilities of the androids made him hesitant. For the Frieza force values strength above all. Before Sabo could fully process this, Frieza spoke again. The research department will tailor a transformation plan for you during the development of the androids. Your combat power must not fall below 1 billion. Otherwise, there will be no reason for you to remain on planet Frieza. As Frieza's words resonated, Sabo felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly believe that King Frieza held him in such high regard. The original instigator, Frieza himself, was somewhat perplexed. He had merely grown accustomed to Sabo's presence. Had he chosen another subordinate, he would have felt a sense of discomfort, which is why he opted to modify Sabo to oversee the android legion. The octopus-headed scientist of the research department was also overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Frieza's words. He had perused detailed information regarding Vegeta, who had previously damaged his department's building and dared to challenge King Frieza. If he could acquire such a potent specimen, he could undoubtedly create androids with combat powers exceeding 1 billion. After all, the materials he was currently utilizing were merely lowly extraterrestrials with combat capabilities under 100,000. With Frieza's support, the octopus-headed scientist hurriedly departed, closely followed by Sabo. Frieza then cast a glance at Dodoria's corpulent form, posing a profound inquiry. Dodoria, have you ever heard of the Majin Buu? Chapter 17, Dares. That year, I inadvertently detonated Babiti's teleportation device, with the troublesome Saiyans no longer disturbing the Eastern Galaxy. Frieza's existence gradually improved. A continuous influx of resources was dispatched to planet Frieza. As these resources were invested, an increasing number of androids were successfully created. Now, Frieza has resided in this world for 5 years. During this time, Frieza's army has successfully completed its upgrade. King Frieza, the construction of the android legion has been finalized, with infinite energy types and gene optimization types, each constituting 40%. The remaining androids retain the potential for further upgrades. Sabo has also undergone modifications through the android program, benefiting from the genes of the Super Saiyan. Sabo, in his original form, has astonishingly achieved a combat power of 2 billion. Upon transformation, he can attain an impressive combat prowess of 50 billion. Such might is sufficient to dominate vast regions of the cosmos, even allowing him to establish his own reign. However, Sabo's fear of Frieza has intensified. Despite reaching this level of power, he remains oblivious to the true extent of Frieza's strength, which has always been an enigma. No one has ever witnessed him unleash his full capabilities. As Frieza observes Sabo's incessant reports, a flicker of reminiscence passes through his eyes. Initially, when Sabo faced the android enhancement program, the research division presented 2 options. One was to directly utilize an infinite energy model, propelling Sabo's power to 100 billion, while the other preserved the potential for future upgrades at the cost of significantly diminishing his current strength. Without hesitation, Sabo opted for the latter. Although his power remains only half of its ideal state, the infusion of Saiyan genes instills in him a sense of vast potential for growth. Over the past few years, he chose to abandon his position beside Frieza, instead opting to conquer various planets in service of King Frieza. Presently, Sabo has successfully mastered the techniques of energy manipulation, a skill honed through years of combat. Mr. Sabo, what is the current status of the Eastern Galaxy conquest? Upon hearing Frieza's inquiry, Sabo ceased his report and turned to respond, Your Majesty, we have conquered 90% of the Eastern Galaxy. The remaining territories consist of exceedingly remote planets. Frieza, upon hearing this progress, could not help but calculate in his mind. At this rate, would they not require over a decade to conquer the entire galaxy? Sabo, sensing Frieza's discontent, quickly sought to remedy the situation. The upcoming planets will be fully managed by the Android Legion, ensuring the unification of the Eastern Galaxy within 6 months. Hearing this, Frieza's mood slightly improved. After all, he had already waited 5 years, so a little longer would not be of great consequence. Sabo began to mobilize the Android Legion, preparing for immediate deployment. However, on the other side, Jinyu conveyed an unexpected report. Your Majesty, among the planets we have occupied, one is undergoing drastic changes. The entire ecosystem is experiencing severe disruption. Jinyu's tone betrayed evident confusion, indicating his lack of understanding of the situation. Soon, several images from the scene appeared on Frieza's communicator. Observing the towering trees on the planet, a look of surprise flickered across Frieza's face. The Tree of Might. This is the appearance of the tree after its growth. It is said that the fruit born from the Tree of Might is the sustenance of the divine. Frieza harbored skepticism towards such assertions. Nonetheless, he was not averse to sampling the flavor of this fruit. He ordered the blockade of 10 stellar systems surrounding this planet, permitting no entry or exit. He intended to personally venture forth to unearth the audacious individual who dared to act with impunity within his domain. As Frieza's command was issued, the army led by Jinyu swiftly assumed control of the nearby defenses. Concurrently, Jinyu initiated contact with members of the nearby android legion, enlisting their assistance in surveillance. On this note, Jinyu felt a twinge of annoyance. Following his transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess had surged dramatically. However, the progress of his subordinates was excruciatingly slow. Currently, the most formidable among them had merely achieved a power level of 200,000. This was, on the surface, a commendable feat, as it matched the caliber of Jinyu Force's former strength. In fact, upon closer examination, it was even superior to that of the previous Jinyu Force. Yet, the existence of Sabo, whom Jinyu deemed a worthless individual, was a source of vexation. Sabo had somehow acquired a legion with an average power level exceeding 100 million, instantly eclipsing Jinyu's subordinates' 200,000. As for Sabo himself, his astounding power level of 5 billion was particularly infuriating. This was, of course, Jinyu's own estimation. In reality, the current android Sabo could eliminate Jinyu in less than 10 exchanges. This led Jinyu to ponder whether King Frieza had forsaken him and the Jinyu Force. As Jinyu's thoughts wandered, the combat units of the Frieza Empire had already sealed off the region. Simultaneously, Frieza's orders reached every planet within this area. On a planet on the brink of collapse, dozens of robust aliens engaged in conversation. Raditz remarked that Frieza had the audacity to blockade their region and questioned whether they should teach him a lesson on Frieza's planet. A youth, known as Dales, unleashed an energy blast with a flick of his wrist. These individuals were oblivious to Frieza's true nature, while he was well aware of their history. The Saiyans had once served Frieza, and several years prior, the Saiyan prince had attempted to assassinate him. Yet, even the Super Saiyan Vegeta had been subdued by Frieza. Did they truly believe they could vanquish Frieza? Moreover, he and his band of insignificant underlings fell far short of the Super Saiyan standard. Indeed, in the years following Vegeta's defeat, whispers had begun to circulate, including descriptions of Vegeta's mimicry of Super Saiyan, leading Dales to conclude that this individual was the fabled Super Saiyan. Dales' subordinate, caught off guard by the inexplicable attack, was unable to react in time and instantaneously lost an arm. Yet, Dales remained unfazed. He merely retrieved a fruit from his pocket and deftly shifted the conversation to the events of recent years. Dales, he inquired, what do you think was the nature of the magical array we encountered a few years ago? As their leader, Dales naturally had the most vivid memories of that incident. After they conquered a planet, an unstable magical array suddenly appeared in the sky above. The faint silhouette of a cloaked figure within it exerted immense pressure on him. Faced with this situation, Dales decisively detonated the entire planet, using the force of the explosion to shatter the magical array. He secured the seeds of the spiritual tree and fled with his subordinates. As their ship ascended beyond the planet's atmosphere, the echoes of curses lingered in his ears, ominously suggesting that Barbidi would soon arrive in the eastern galaxy to deal with them. Dales, however, dismissed these threats with indifference. Chapter 18, Jinyu, I Am Greater. Frieza's figure soon manifested in the area where the spiritual tree had once thrived. Upon witnessing the desolation of the landscape, he couldn't help but feel a pang of surprise. What transpired here? Wasn't the growth of the spiritual tree supposed to necessitate more favorable planetary conditions? Frieza began to doubt his judgment, but quickly shook off the thought. Since he was here, he might as well conduct a search. Mr. Jinyu, how many life-bearing planets are there in this region? Lord Frieza, there are 302 life-bearing planets in this area. Then let us search them one by one. We shall detonate the planets we finish searching. It has been some time since I last savored an explosion. As Frieza's words concluded, Jinyu nodded without hesitation. He immediately began orchestrating the operations of Frieza's army. Preparing for the search, hundreds of thousands of Frieza's forces were divided into 302 small legions and set forth toward each planet, eager to uncover what Frieza found intriguing. Jinyu, observing the insignia representing Frieza's army on his communicator, began to devise a strategy. Although they were already familiar with these planets, some might still harbor self-proclaimed superior extraterrestrial beings. Yet, all of this was futile in the face of Frieza's forces. As the entire battalion advanced, one planet after another fell under their control, followed by a thorough search for all suspected targets. Dales on the desolate planet witnessed this unfolding scene with growing anger. How could Frieza be so foolish as to dispatch his own army to annihilate his own planets? As he spoke, the pain of loss was evident on Dales' face. With the extraordinary unknown seeds, he believed that by consuming these planets, he could attain the level of a Super Saiyan. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as those planets were destroyed. As time brewed a sense of urgency within him, Dales's anxiety escalated. Lord Frieza, there are only 10 planets remaining to be searched. Jinyu reported the latest developments to Frieza, adhering to their usual protocol. Frieza, yawning in boredom, exhibited a flicker of regret in his eyes. Is it true that the spirit tree's fruit and I are fated to be apart? However, soon the latest battle report reached Jinyu's ears. It turned out that from one of those 10 planets, an unexpected horde of extraterrestrials, boasting combat powers in the hundreds of thousands, emerged. Their leader possessed an astonishing combat strength of 3 million. As he wrestled with whether to report this news to Frieza, the latter's gaze fell upon him. Jinyu, has our search plan encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Frieza's tone, though tinged with curiosity, did not betray any hint of uncertainty. The android army had captured a group of rebellious aliens, whose combat capabilities far exceeded the average for that planet. Upon finishing his report, Jinyu projected the figures of Dallas and others. Frieza observed the long-tailed young man on the screen, then glanced at Jinyu beside him. Remarkably, the resemblance between the two was uncanny. Bring them along to this planet. Following Frieza's command, the android army swiftly transported the Saiyan and his companions, who soon stood before Frieza. An hour later, Dallas, a pure-blooded Saiyan, had gained a tremendous power boost through the seed of the spirit tree. Dallas trembled as he stood before Frieza, astounded that the latter possessed such detailed information about him. In an instant, he scanned his subordinates. Could it be that someone had defected to Frieza and divulged his secrets? Noticing Dallas's hesitation to respond, Frieza conjured a crimson energy beam, which instantly melted Dallas's left arm, while the unfortunate soul behind him was pierced through the heart by the ensuing shockwave. Can we converse properly now? The intense pain coursing through Dallas's body served as a harsh reminder of his predicament. I am Dallas, a Saiyan, yet I know not what the spirit tree's fruit is. My strength has arisen from an unknown seed. After weighing the disparity in power, Dallas made a prudent decision. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, convinced that his assumptions were correct. Meanwhile, Dallas concealed his clenched hands behind him, a subtle indication of his turbulent emotions. Jinyu stepped forward and promptly stripped Dallas of his garments. Due to the differing cultural perceptions of extraterrestrials, Jinyu was oblivious to the impropriety of his actions. However, Frieza could not help but feel a pang of discomfort at the sight. Lord Frieza, I have found a seed the size of a palm. Jinyu presented his discovery before Frieza. The latter sighed softly. Jinyu, you truly excel in your endeavors. When that seed appeared in Jinyu's hand, Dale's countenance instantly darkened. His prior strength was entirely derived from this seed. As an exiled Saiyan, he had not undergone formal training, and the information he had acquired about his kind was rather rudimentary. Consequently, he now felt as if his life was shrouded in despair. Jinyu, do you not perceive that this Saiyan bears a striking resemblance to you? Upon obtaining the seed of the Tree of Might, Frieza diverted his attention elsewhere. Jinyu stepped forward, scrutinizing Dales from head to toe. Lord Frieza, I am superior to this Saiyan. Is that what you meant? The air fell silent for a moment, prompting Frieza to steer the conversation back to the seed of the Tree of Might. These few extraterrestrials possess commendable combat abilities. They shall be allocated to the research department. Their presence will serve as excellent material for the next batch of androids. With that declaration, the usual protocol ensued. Several minions advanced, administering 2 different serums. Jinyu, plant this seed. Although Jinyu harbored some doubts, he resolutely planted the seed of the Tree of Might. Mere seconds later, the seed rapidly sprouted. The energy of the entire planet began to converge towards this area. In Frieza's vision, the newly sprouted seed surged upward. The combat units of the Frieza force, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, instinctively gathered around Frieza, poised to counter any potential threats. Frieza, naturally aware of this small maneuver, felt a twinge of satisfaction. It appeared the Frieza force had undergone significant changes over the years. 30 minutes later, the once modest seed had transformed into a colossal tree, its canopy gradually adorned with more than a dozen seeds of the Tree of Might. Gazing at this miraculous spectacle, a gleam of excitement flickered in Frieza's eyes. Was this the power possessed by the deities of this world? The ability to create life and annihilate planets? In that moment, Frieza felt as though he had grasped something profound. His previously dormant aura erupted with newfound ferocity. The androids surrounding him experienced fear for the first time. Frieza materialized at the apex of the tree, plucking a fruit from the Tree of Might. It tastes rather delightful. Chapter 19. The posture of a true villain? Although the fruits of the Tree of Might were not singular, the efficacy of any subsequent fruit diminished significantly after the first. After savoring the initial fruit, Frieza plucked another. Indeed, the second fruit, aside from its flavor, bore no allure whatsoever. Frieza felt a tinge of disdain towards the fruits before him. Clearly, he could not abide by the shortcomings of the Tree of Might. The issue of the first fruit's superior effectiveness left him rather speechless. Jinyu, gather all the fruits of the spirit tree. The enhancement provided by these fruits is of little assistance to him. The remaining fruits would be better utilized to bolster the combat prowess of his subordinates. Jinyu's form flickered among the canopy of the spirit tree, and with his swift movements, all the fruits were harvested. In a spatial vortex deep within the galaxy, Babidi, who had suffered a devastating explosion of the teleportation magic circle years ago, spat vehemently. Influenced by the control vortex, it was uncertain which unfortunate time and space would face the unwarranted onslaught of Babidi's spittle. Dabura, this time we must eliminate that wretched alien. The earlier actions of Dor, which caused the planet's explosion, severely disrupted the nearly completed magic circle, leading to its catastrophic collapse and their unintended transportation to a mysterious spatial vortex. Unprepared, they had endured considerable hardships within this temporal tunnel. At long last, they had discovered a means to return to the galaxy. With a flourish of his hands, Babidi began to manifest a magic circle that gradually took shape, emanating an enigmatic glow. The two individuals near the magic circle were swiftly disintegrated by the emitted light. Meanwhile, on the Frieza planet in the eastern galaxy, two indistinct figures slowly coalesced in the air. The revealed outlines unmistakably identified them as Babidi and the Demon Realm King Dabura. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of the Frieza planet. The entire Frieza army swiftly mobilized, surrounding the unwelcome guests. Babidi surveyed the Frieza soldiers around him and cast a glance at Dabura. We currently lack notable combat power. You should eliminate these insignificant pests. Upon hearing Babidi's words, Dabura grinned maliciously, the markings on his face seeming to quiver momentarily. In an instant, Dabura's aura erupted forth, and the Frieza combat units, whose power was below 100,000, collapsed to the ground. Babidi observed the numerous aliens lying in a pool of blood, a satisfied glimmer in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jinyu, stationed on Frieza planet, was hurrying over in a state of urgency. He had been at the research department, hoping to see if the scientists could further enhance his artificial warrior technology. However, before he could make any progress, the alert on Frieza planet had already been raised. He rushed over with all his speed, but it proved futile. Upon reaching the scene, he was met with the sight of the fallen Frieza soldiers. Among those present, only two unfamiliar aliens were engaged in conversation, completely disregarding the arrival of the modified warrior, Jinyu. In their eyes, Jinyu posed no threat at all. Infuriated by their blatant disrespect, Jinyu vanished from sight in an instant. The figure of Sabo materialized before Depura, delivering a powerful punch that struck the latter's chest and abdomen. Depura staggered backward uncontrollably for several steps, his expression darkening in disbelief at being repelled by such a seemingly feeble opponent. Time passed swiftly, leaving Babidi's expression unable to adapt in an instant. As Sabo and Depura clashed, Frieza received a warning signal from Frieza planet. Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically, his countenance darkening as he realized that someone dared to provoke him on Frieza planet. Did they not understand that the Frieza army was poised to dominate the eastern galaxy? Frieza signaled to Jinyu and the others to expedite their tasks. His aura subtly intensified, allowing him to perceive the powerful beings throughout the eastern galaxy. When his attention focused on Frieza planet, he detected two unfamiliar energy signatures. Frieza instinctively furrowed his brow, clearly perplexed. How could such formidable adversaries surface in this phase of the eastern galaxy? Lost in thought, his form vanished from a spot. Regardless of their origins, anyone daring to challenge the Frieza army would meet their demise. Once again, Frieza's figure materialized on Frieza planet. His gaze fell upon the two combatants. What was happening? Sabo was being overwhelmed. The two fighters soared high in the air, with Depura relentlessly unleashing energy blasts that propelled Sabo around with tremendous force. Sabo's energy absorption device, having undergone modifications, had reached its limit, yet the opponent's attacks maintained a relentless rhythm. The humiliation was unbearable. Frieza mentally berated Sabo for this disgraceful display. Ignoring the beleaguered Sabo, Frieza directed his attention towards a frail old man. Barbidi? The son of Bibidi? Although Frieza posed a question regarding Barbidi, his tone exuded certainty. There was no denying it. This individual's characteristics were unmistakable. You are the cosmic emperor of the Eastern Galaxy, Frieza? Barbidi disregarded the murderous intent radiating from Frieza, responding nonchalantly. This demeanor startled Frieza, making him question if this was the true posture of a villain. Yet, he swiftly dismissed such a tedious thought. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a planet-destroying blast, engulfing the area where Barbidi stood. Barbidi, who had been about to speak casually, suddenly ceased his nonchalance. He rapidly began to arrange a magical array, while simultaneously attempting to assist Depura. Having navigated the cosmos, Barbidi had evidently overestimated Frieza's decorum, failing to anticipate the immediate unleashing of such a formidable attack. As Depura toyed with Sabo, he promptly abandoned his engagement with the latter. Depura's figure suddenly materialized beside Barbidi. Sensing the immense power of the planet-destroying bomb, he gritted his teeth and fully unleashed his own strength. An aura of malevolence began to envelop both him and Barbidi. Simultaneously, the planet-destroying bomb loomed ominously before them. As a violent explosion erupted, smoke billowed into the air. After a considerable pause, Barbidi, seated within an energy shield, manipulated Depura's battered form to come into Frieza's view. With such a paltry combat capability, he dares to approach Frieza's planet? Upon seeing that Barbidi still lived, Frieza gathered energy once more, forming another embryonic planet-destroying bomb, seemingly poised to strike again. Barbidi assessed the strength of the energy shield and the incapacitated Depura. Resolutely, he relinquished his resistance, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He then began to chant an ancient incantation, causing Frieza, not far away, to shudder slightly. He felt the malevolent thoughts within him surge instantaneously, while the power within him escalated dramatically. In an instant, Frieza's appearance underwent a significant transformation. His once blue-white interwoven body began to exude a hint of golden radiance. A large character began to slowly manifest on his forehead. Upon witnessing the emblem on Frieza's brow, a smile returned to Babidi's face. Such a formidable warrior would undoubtedly aid him in swiftly locating Majin Buu, just as he envisioned a promising future. Frieza's laughter disrupted his thoughts. Moments ago, the system, dormant for 5 years, stirred once more. Having sensed the intrusion of foreign mental energy and the passive development of potential, the system will automatically eliminate its side effects. As the system notification concluded, Frieza felt his inner strength multiply several times over. The character that had just appeared on his forehead began to fade. His focus shifted to the system, where the previously stagnant current evolution progress section had altered. The progress, initially at 20%, had astonishingly surged to 40%. Frieza clenched his fists, his gaze once again fixed on Barbidi, noticing Frieza's attention directed towards him. And as the character on Frieza's forehead gradually normalized, a fleeting panic gripped Barbidi. Impossible. How can my magic fail? Chapter 20. You seek my assistance, and I desire your legacy. Observing Barbidi's frail and astonished expression, Frieza chose to disregard it entirely. In the 7th universe, one must always be prepared for the possibility of being eliminated. Especially as a villain, this truth should be ever present. However, Barbidi's reaction was clearly a sign of being out of his depth. Nevertheless, as the universal sovereign of the Eastern Galaxy in the 7th universe, Frieza was more than willing to warmly enlighten this new acquaintance on these fundamental truths. Frieza brought the tattered Dabra and the somewhat disheveled Barbidi to his grand hall. Observing their disheveled appearances, Frieza began to contemplate how to deal with these two individuals. In Bibidi's possession lay the legacy of Buu, while Dabra was the king of the demon realm, commanding vast territories. Although they would not significantly enhance Frieza's military might, these regions could serve as training grounds for his forces. As for Bibidi, he proved even more valuable due to the existence of Majin Buu. This artificially created creature possessed formidable regenerative abilities and the power of absorption and assimilation, along with remnants of the previous Supreme Kai. Majin Buu was a veritable treasure walking the earth. Regrettably, in the original world, he was directly vanquished by Goku and his companions, leaving behind only a seemingly dim-witted Fat Buu. Although Goku later allowed the evil essence of Majin Buu to reincarnate on Earth, his capabilities had largely dissipated upon becoming human. Such waste, in Frieza's eyes, represented a tremendous loss. Meanwhile, Bibidi and Dabra observed Frieza's darkening expression, punctuated by sporadic, sinister laughter. The chill crept up the back of their necks as they exchanged worried glances. This ruler of the Eastern Galaxy, they pondered. Could he possibly be suffering from a mental affliction? Babidi maliciously speculated in his mind. Yet, Frieza remained oblivious to their thoughts. Though he had successfully subdued these two, he was uncertain how to seize the power commanded by their subordinates. If he were to bluntly express his desire for Majin Buu, Babidi would likely respond with immediate hostility. Exposing his needs would place him at a disadvantage. Thus, after a fit of maniacal laughter, Frieza merely regarded the two before him in silence. Cosmic Emperor Frieza, how do you intend to deal with us? As time passed, Babidi and Dubra began to falter under the pressure of Frieza's intense scrutiny, prompting Babidi to speak up directly. You should not be present in this region of the Eastern Galaxy, yet here you are? Frieza paused, refraining from elaborating further. Babidi appeared taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Frieza would refrain from immediately disposing of them, and instead inquire about their presence in this area. This unexpected turn of events momentarily caught the previously defiant Babidi off guard. We have searched the entirety of the galaxy, and the Eastern Galaxy was the last unexamined area. We originally intended to. With Bibidi's explanation, Frieza began to grasp the underlying reason. It turned out that the problem here was, in fact, himself. Originally, Frieza, despite being proclaimed the cosmic sovereign of the Eastern Galaxy, had dominion over merely a few hundred planets, many of which he had already sold. For Babidi and his cohort, the gains from conquering Frieza were evidently insufficient. Rather than spending time subjugating this young, frozen fiend, it would be far more advantageous for them to conquer a dark entity instead. However, the situation has now changed, with Frieza's recent actions. Nearly the entirety of the Eastern Galaxy has fallen under his command. This new development alters their perception significantly, as such an ally would greatly expedite their search for the formidable Majin Buu. As Babidi approached this topic, he seemed poised to elaborate further, but soon he fell silent. Majin Buu? That name evokes the terror of an ancient demon who once disrupted the cosmic order entirely. Although Frieza holds the title of Cosmic Emperor of the Eastern Galaxy, one cannot ascertain his stance on Majin Buu. Due to the complex relationship between Majin Buu and himself, Frieza harbors a deep admiration for the creature, often considering the being created by his father to be the most powerful entity in the universe. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Frieza's eyes, as if he looked down upon Babidi's reverence for Majin Buu, coupled with an unwavering confidence in his own might. Observing Frieza's demeanor towards Majin Buu, Babidi's initial trepidation evaporated entirely. The old trickster began to prepare to manipulate Frieza, inadvertently exaggerating the prowess of the artificial demon Buu. It seemed he had other plans in mind, yet Frieza merely smiled in silence. Such is the nature of villains, who mistake their cunning for true wisdom. As anticipated by Frieza, Babidi swiftly shifted his rhetoric, claiming that Majin Buu could serve Frieza directly, assisting him in unifying the entire universe and elevating him from the Emperor of the Eastern Galaxy to the supreme ruler of the galaxy, indeed of the cosmos itself. Disinterested, Frieza poured himself a glass of red wine, exuding disbelief at Babidi's assertions. At this moment, Babidi finally unveiled his true intentions. Lord Frieza, I require your acceptance of the Frieza force and some energy to awaken Majin Buu. If you grant me these, I shall return to you the mightiest warrior in the universe. Babidi's face was etched with reverence, as if he had been thoroughly subjugated by Frieza. Yet within him, a fervent disdain for the frozen demon's entire lineage began to brew. Frieza regarded the somewhat unreliable, emaciated old man before him, the corners of his mouth twitching in amusement. Very well, bring your so-called strongest demon to planet Frieza. Let me witness the true might of an ancient demon. Two individuals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, commenced their schemes. Frieza understood that if he allowed this individual to explore independently, it would likely consume considerable time, and there remained the uncertainty of whether he would even succeed in locating the desired target. Consequently, he deployed his forces directly to the vicinity of Earth, deciding to initiate the search on this desolate planet. Simultaneously, Frieza cast another glance at Babidi, a fleeting glance that sent a shiver through Babidi's heart. Could it be that he was having second thoughts? However, before he could voice his concerns, Frieza spoke once more. You must provide your detectors or magical formations to Frieza's Legion. Otherwise, relying solely on their inherent abilities, they are unlikely to easily find the so-called Majin Buu. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Babidi finally felt his heart settle back into his chest. Chapter 21. an unexpected delight with the cooperation between Babidi and Frieza established. Both Babidi and Dabura were dispatched for medical treatment. Jinyu, how much longer until you arrive at Frieza planet? Once these matters were addressed, Frieza recalled Jinyu's existence. Previously, in a state of urgency, he had returned to Frieza planet, yet they were still situated on the planet housing the Tree of Might. Jinyu, on the other end of the communication, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Frieza's inquiry. Originally, Frieza had commanded them to gather the spirit fruits before his departure. Yet now he was asking about their return to Frieza planet. It was evident that Jinyu had not yet grasped the concept of instant transmission. Drawing upon his professional acumen, Jinyu swiftly regained his composure and calculated the time required for their journey back to Frieza planet. Lord Frieza, based on the efficiency of the latest Frieza-class spacecraft, it will take approximately 3 days. After delivering this information, Jinyu's expression turned slightly anxious. Although 3 days was not an excessively long duration, Jinyu perceived it as a considerable wait. Conversely, Frieza appeared somewhat surprised. What is this? I haven't kept track of Frieza's forces spacecraft in years, and they have upgraded to such an extent? After a brief moment of contemplation, Frieza succinctly instructed Jinyu to expedite their return. As Jinyu hung up the communication, his demeanor shifted to one of increased alarm. If Lord Frieza had directly instructed him to return to Frieza planet within 2 days, he would have felt somewhat reassured. However, the fact that Frieza had said nothing at all raised the stakes significantly. Jinyu's expression darkened as he swiftly made his way toward the location of the latest spacecraft. Quickly, bring me the newest ship, set a course for Frieza planet, and return immediately. With Jinyu's command, the surrounding subordinates sprang into a flurry of activity. Spaceships swiftly assembled, appearing before Jinyu. Observing the gathered vessels, Jinyu remained silent, stepping into one of the ships and initiating its launch towards planet Frieza. Commander Jinyu, what shall we do? Asked the bewildered members of the Legion, watching the silhouette of Jinyu's ship fade into the distance. Previously, when Jinyu instructed them to assemble the crafts, he had not provided any clarification. Now, his sudden departure rendered their actions somewhat absurd. The ship rapidly accelerated, emerging beyond the planet's atmosphere. As the distant planet receded from view, Jinyu reminisced about his subordinates. All Legion members proceed with the original plan to conquer the planet. Although King Frieza had not uttered a word, Jinyu felt it prudent to complete the mission expeditiously, adhering to Frieza's 2/3 timing strategy. Jinyu realized that his earlier estimation of 3 days was overly cautious. While the single-pilot spacecraft indeed required 3 days at maximum speed, it could be accomplished in merely 2.5. The original time frame had accounted for optimal experience. However, Jinyu could no longer afford to indulge in such considerations. Pushing the speed to its utmost limit, setting the awakening timer, he swiftly entered a state of hibernation. Meanwhile, upon receiving Jinyu's information, Frieza understood that he would not reach planet Frieza in the immediate future. He turned his attention to his own stronghold, lamenting the scarcity of capable subordinates. At that moment, the nearly healed Dabura followed Babidi into Frieza's palace. King Frieza, the detection devices have been deployed within your army. When shall we commence the search for Majin Buu? Babidi's demeanor was notably humble, yet Frieza paid little mind. The army had already begun its search, and he believed results would soon materialize. After another round of inconsequential pleasantries, Babidi led Dabura out of Frieza's palace. Watching Dabura's retreating figure, a flicker of envy crossed Frieza's face. In this time frame, Dabura was the epitome of an ideal subordinate. Regrettably, he was bound to Babidi, who had magically ensnared his unwavering loyalty. It appeared that fate had not intertwined their destinies. With Jinyu absent, several Legion members resumed their search for Majin Buu. Frieza's gaze shifted to the android project, eager to assess the recent developments. In an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the experimental grounds of the research department. A blaring alarm sounded, but upon confirmation by the guards, the alert was swiftly lifted. Under the guidance of the octopus-headed head of the research department, Frieza arrived at the most central area of the entire experimental facility. Lord Frieza, here lies our meticulously perfected latest model of artificial human. With the words of the octopus-headed leader, the previously concealed experimental subjects came into Frieza's view. These beings, resembling Earthlings, elicited a hint of uncertainty in Frieza's voice as he inquired. Upon hearing Frieza's words, the laboratory head swiftly seized the opportunity to respond. Indeed, Lord Frieza, these are the semi-finished artificial humans brought from Earth by the Jinyu Force. Following our extensive research, They have now been refined and upgraded. As he spoke, he gestured for his subordinates to awaken the two experimental subjects. Approximately 2 minutes passed before the dormant subjects simultaneously opened their eyes. The specialized combat power detection instruments, previously suspended nearby, sprang to life. The numbers fluctuated rapidly, soon surpassing the 100 million mark, and this was merely the beginning, as the figures continued to ascend wildly. Observing this combat power data, in conjunction with the remarkably similar appearances of the two subjects, a sudden realization flashed through Frieza's mind, prompting a smirk to rise at the corners of his mouth. My apologies, I only recognized you in your formal attire before. In your current state, I scarcely recognized you. These two must be the artificial humans number 17 and 18, the ones that compelled Vegeta to kneel. Release them, now that they are perfected. There is no need for them to remain here. The octopus-headed leader, hesitant to oppose, promptly deactivated the various restraints on the two. As they regained their freedom, the two subjects caught sight of Frieza. The false memories implanted within their minds surged forth uncontrollably. After a moment of stunned silence, they swiftly approached Frieza, bowing deeply, performing the customary salute of the Frieza Force. In their fabricated memories, they were wounded members of Frieza's army. In their desperation to survive, had voluntarily participated in the artificial human program. Frieza regarded the two with satisfaction, initially believing that the artificial human program had reached its zenith. While some progress was anticipated, he had not expected such a delightful surprise. Chapter 22, Combat Power Unit, King of the Demon Realm, Dubra. The emergence of these two artificial humans significantly compensated for the combat prowess of Frieza's elite forces, much to Frieza's delight. Now, we are finally making some progress. Previously, the Frieza Force had merely possessed a handful of weak fighters. Although there were Ginyu Force members and the modified artificial human army, their combat capabilities barely met the threshold of adequacy. Frieza believed that with the arrival of Majin Buu, these combat powers would quickly diminish. The emergence of Android 17 and Android 18 opens up myriad possibilities for Frieza. With their modifications now complete, I shall take these two with me. Frieza gestured for them to prepare, and after a brief moment, they complied, receiving a set of standard Frieza Force uniforms from the nearby laboratory personnel. At this juncture, the octopus-headed supervisor cast a glance at Frieza, his expression betraying a hint of indecision, clearly unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Is something amiss? Frieza inquired, his gaze tinged with impatience. Lord Frieza, the supervisor began, while we were organizing the data on the androids, we stumbled upon a design proposal. The androids conceived in this proposal could potentially reach the theoretical limits of what an android can achieve. Upon hearing this, Frieza could not help but envision a monstrous being covered in spots. If a superior plan was at hand, then they ought to commence development immediately. It was rather trivial for this supervisor to seek his approval for such matters. It seemed necessary to replace him at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, he would be inundated with reports about insignificant issues. After a few moments of hesitation, the supervisor continued, Lord Frieza, the theoretical combat power of that experimental subject is exceedingly high, with growth potential far surpassing that of current androids by countless magnitudes. Frieza, upon hearing this, suppressed a laugh. How amusing it was that his subordinate harbored concerns about the emergence of an entity surpassing his own combat prowess. By all means, proceed, and ensure it is perfected in the swiftest manner possible. Can a mere android like Cell truly possess power that transcends my own? Moreover, this creation merely emerges from my laboratory. The android project on planet Frieza has not incorporated my own frost demon cells. With only Saiyan cells and a smattering of inferior genetic material, how could it ever rival my strength? If an uncontrollable monstrosity were to arise, we can simply obliterate planet Frieza. Without the frost demon cells, it fundamentally lacks the capability for interstellar combat. With Frieza's endorsement, the development plan for Cell was rapidly prioritized within the department. Meanwhile, Android 17 and Android 18 donned their Frieza Force combat attire. Their modifications included Saiyan cells, ensuring their growth potential while providing a robust foundation of combat ability. Observing these two androids before him, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, their demeanor now closely mirrored that of the Frieza Force. Adorned in the battle attire of the Frieza Force, the individual bore a striking contrast to the original 1718 model. This disparity captivated Frieza's attention. Upon returning to his palace with the two individuals, Frieza began to deliberate on their roles. After 2 hours of contemplation, he reluctantly shook his head. Most of the high-ranking positions within the Frieza force had already been allocated, although they could be assigned as commanders of certain legions. Their formidable combat prowess rendered such roles a gross underutilization of their talents. You two need not return to the Frieza force. Instead, remain here on planet Frieza as my personal guards. With Frieza's command issued, the indolent system responded once more. Congratulations! The Frieza force has incorporated 2 members with potential at level X, and has acquired 2 items that enhance mandatory loyalty. Frieza was taken aback. What was this? Directly providing 2 items left him momentarily incredulous. His gaze shifted to the heads of the 2 androids, observing their initial loyalty rating. Remarkably, it had reached 80. Evidently, the implanted false memories had proven quite effective. While not as astonishing as the absolute loyalty exhibited by the Ginyu Force, this level of allegiance was nonetheless commendable. 2 days swiftly passed, and the Ginyu Force's spaceship materialized above planet Frieza. After docking, Ginyu hastily made his way to Frieza's palace, eager to receive the latest orders. Within the grand hall, Frieza swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, while the 2 androids beside him held trays of delicacies. Ginyu, confronted with this unfamiliar scene, swiftly activated his specialized combat power detector. As he observed the fluctuating numbers, his brow twitched involuntarily. Astonishingly, he had encountered 2 comrades whose battle prowess surpassed his own. Lord Frieza, my subordinates have initiated the final campaign. I believe it won't be long before you become the cosmic sovereign of the entire Eastern Galaxy. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Frieza smiled slightly. This matter is of little consequence. I now entrust you with a special mission. As Frieza's voice faded, the details regarding the search for Majin Buu appeared on Jinyu's communicator. Search for Majin Buu, beginning from the solar system? Although surprised by the task, Ginyu resolved to fulfill it with utmost diligence, for it had been personally entrusted by Lord Frieza. Only just returned, Ginyu had no time to catch his breath before embarking once again toward the location of the solar system. After Jinyu's departure, Babidi-S aged visage reemerged. Thanks to Lord Frieza's assistance, we have decided to personally venture to that planet. With 2 teams conducting the search together, we are confident we can locate Majin Buu more swiftly. As Barbie D prepared to venture forth, Frieza could not suppress a chuckle. My goodness, is she planning to flee? The talk of assisting in the search is merely a guise for her escape. Frieza waved his hand dismissively, instructing, with my army taking action, you would be better off remaining on planet Frieza, awaiting good news. With Frieza's words, the 2 androids beside him abruptly sprang into action. Their previously concealed combat prowess erupted in an instant. This transformation left both Barbie D and Dabura momentarily dumbfounded. How could it be that just a few days had passed, and Frieza had gained such formidable allies? While Barbie D's emotions surged with a mix of excitement and envy, Dabura, on the other hand, was unable to contain his frustration. How could the combat strength of these 2 androids so vastly surpass his own? Was the Demon Realm King truly this diminished in power? Under the astonished gaze of Barbie D, Dabura charged towards the 2 androids. Frieza, observing the scene, chose not to intervene. The enhanced androids clearly surpassed Dabura in strength. So why not grant him this opportunity? In the blink of an eye, Frieza vanished from his position as Dabura unleashed an energy attack upon the androids. Countless energy orbs converged towards the 2 as they approached, gathering seamlessly into their palms without causing even a ripple. Before Dabura could utter a word, Android 17 spoke first. 17, how have you absorbed so much energy? I've only managed to absorb 40. You seem to be overdoing it, Dabura remarked. 17 shrugged nonchalantly. Well, next time an energy wave comes, I'll make sure to share it all with you. Throughout their exchange, they displayed utter disregard for the Demon Realm King Dabura. Through this brief encounter, Frieza discerned the disparity in power. Android 17 was roughly equivalent to 25 Daburas, while Android 18 matched approximately 3. Ignored by all, Dabura stared blankly at his hands, muttering, impossible. Chapter 23, My apologies, Dragon Balls. You wouldn't want Goku to remain unrevived, would you? In the solar system, Frieza's legion had been scouring the area for a week, yet they had uncovered no leads regarding Majin Buu. It was as if Majin Buu did not exist within this region at all. Captain Ginyu, the search of the solar system is nearly complete. Only one life form remains unsearched. It appears to be a planet known as Earth, reported a subordinate. Ginyu, already somewhat irritable, grew even more vexed upon receiving this update. If they were aware of an unsearched, life-bearing planet, why linger here? With that, Ginyu turned and strode towards his personal spacecraft. The small fish by the side hurriedly followed in Jinyu's footsteps. It is worth mentioning that the body I currently inhabit belongs to Kakarot, a Saiyan from Earth. After the invasion of planet Frieza by Vegeta, he became acquainted with information regarding the Saiyans. A sinister grin flickered across Jinyu's face as he contemplated the destruction of you, followed by annihilating the planet you call home. Alas, how unfortunate. Following Jinyu's movements, the members of the Frieza force quickly rallied behind him. The ominous Frieza force advanced towards Earth. Just 2 years after his resurrection, Goku suddenly lifted his head. His figure vanished behind the mountains of the Baozi Mountain, leaving a massive farming tool spinning in place. Through the sensing of energy, Goku predicted the direction from which the enemy might approach. He swiftly arrived at that location, awaiting their arrival. The martial artists on Earth, though lacking Goku's formidable strength, also appear by his side moments later. After exchanging greetings, Goku gravely divulged the information he had gathered. The foes approaching this time bore a familiar energy. I can sense the presence of the Frieza force among them. As he spoke, Goku's brow furrowed deeply. There was one thing Goku refrained from mentioning. He could feel Jinyu's presence. The very being who had once employed a peculiar method to slay him and subsequently occupy his body, causing him to be mistaken for an invader upon his resurrection. It was only after utilizing the Dragon Balls a second time that he fully regained his own body. Jinyu, leading the Frieza force, soon arrived outside Earth. The malevolent energy exuded by them filled the natives with an immense sense of dread. The Frieza force's ships did not descend upon the planet, but hovered ominously in the sky, as their combat units swiftly spread across the heavens. Witnessing the darkened throng, Krillin and Yamcha felt beads of cold sweat form on their foreheads. So many enemies, and they sensed hundreds of lethal threats. Amidst the crowd, Jinyu slowly emerged before them. Goku? Krillin involuntarily exclaimed upon seeing that familiar face. The remaining members were equally in disbelief. Had it not been for the confirmation of Goku's presence beside them, they might have rushed to surround the adversary without hesitation. Saiyan, your body is quite useful. I, Jinyu, am very satisfied. What do you think of this matter? As Jinyu finished speaking, Goku's eyes instantly turned red. Memories from the journey to Namek surged back to his mind. Jinyu had initially been unaware of Goku's existence. But upon exiting the spaceship and witnessing this scene, he could not resist tauntingly confirming the other's reaction. Behold those crimson eyes and the palpable aura of murderous intent. One can instantly recognize this individual as the very Saiyan from Namek. Sun Wukong's energy surged dramatically, nearly reaching a staggering 1 million. Observing the enraged Saiyan, Jinyu flexed his wrist, realizing that the plan to locate Majin Buu would require a slight postponement. Only by eliminating these insignificant foes could he better execute his mission. Jinyu materialized before Sun Wukong, gazing at the contorted visage of his opponent. In an instant, a laser appeared in Jinyu's hand, reminiscent of Frieza's death beam. Oh, is that your companion? How did his heart become pierced? Sun Wukong, who had initially braced himself for defense, was jolted as his neck stiffly turned to reveal Krillin's heart had been shattered. The pallor drained from the little bald-headed warrior's face as his body began to uncontrollably plummet toward the ground. Witnessing Krillin's demise ignited fury among the onlookers. This so-called Jinyu had effortlessly slain Krillin in an instant. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated, tears streaming down his face as memories of their time together flooded his mind. They had trained under Master Roshi, engaging in various comical exercises. As Sun Wukong's energy began to spiral chaotically, golden lightning enveloped him. Jinyu, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tightening in his chest. How familiar this scene was. Such a transformation had only occurred within himself under Frieza's guidance. During Vegeta's invasion, he had mastered this form with ease. Thus, Jinyu realized he was witnessing another, apart from himself, wielding such power for the first time. At that moment, his own combat prowess had surged 50-fold, elevating him to become the second strongest in Frieza's ranks. However, Jinyu soon exhaled deeply. That formidable energy seemed to have ceased its ascent. Sun Wukong's hair transformed into the semblance of a Super Saiyan, gradually stabilizing. Consumed by instinct, Sun Wukong was driven by a singular thought, to protect the Earth and vanquish the intruder before him. In the final moments of his assault, Jinyu underwent a remarkable transformation. With golden hair and azure eyes, Jinyu emitted an aura that sent Sun Wukong hurtling away. Impossible. As he was propelled by Jinyu's force, Sun Wukong regained a modicum of clarity. He could not fathom why Jinyu possessed such overwhelming strength. Had Vegeta been present, he would have surely exclaimed, "The legendary Super Saiyan." appearing once every 1,000 years. Alas, Sun Wukong lacked any memories of his Saiyan heritage. In his mind, he instinctively began to summon the Kaioken technique. The crimson aura enveloped him in an instant. Just as his fists clenched, a terrifying pressure bore down upon his body. The newly acquired transformation shattered abruptly. The red aura of the Kaioken began to flicker erratically. The pain radiating from every part of his being compelled him to convulse involuntarily. Soon after, Sun Wukong's combat power plummeted. Witnessing this scene, Jinyu could not suppress a laugh. Is this it? Just this? After briefly regaining his composure, Jinyu began issuing commands. Eliminate all these earthlings. With that, he lifted Sun Wukong, who was nearby. The movement aggravated Wukong's injuries. A sudden cry of agony escaped him, nearly prompting Jinyu to unleash an energy blast. A waste is a waste. Even given this much time, you cannot keep pace with me. Following his words, Jinyu hurled Wukong into the air. Several energy blasts engulfed his body. The remaining Earth martial artists, still alive, were momentarily taken aback. Their strongest hope, Sun Wukong, had seemingly perished once more, and at the hands of the same adversary. Unable to bear this overwhelming shock, the Earth warrior's will to resist significantly waned. Report to Lord Jinyu. The cleanup is complete. Jinyu nodded, indicating that the remaining rabble was inconsequential. You should swiftly search for the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Do not concern yourselves with these primitive lower life forms. Lord Frieza's orders take precedence. Meanwhile, Piccolo, in the sacred realm, turned pale. Was this the enemy's son Wukong faced on Namek? It was utterly devoid of resistance. Originally planning to make a timely appearance, Piccolo now found himself clinging to survival. Forgive me, Dragon Balls. Though reluctant to resort to you, I cannot bear to see Son Wukong vanish. Piccolo understood the need to avoid over-reliance on the Dragon Balls. Yet he had no choice but to draw upon their power in this dire moment. Chapter 24. The training of androids 17 and 18. With the cleanup completed, Jinyu's Frieza force sprang into action. In an instant, the entire Earth was swiftly divided by the members of the Frieza force. The indigenous populace began to panic. In West City, within Bulma's opulent villa, she and Brief quickly concealed themselves with essential materials. Their home, fortified with various intact facilities, became a refuge. As the Frieza force sought information on Majin Buu, this fortunate circumstance allowed Bulma's family to evade the massacre. However, the scattered Earthlings elsewhere were not so fortunate. At that moment, they had no time to flee. The Frieza force unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon them. In an instant, the entire Earth was engulfed in sorrowful wails. Jinyu himself was among those caught in this turmoil. Due to his formidable combat prowess and terrifying speed that far surpassed that of ordinary beings, the search efforts on Earth were exponentially accelerated. After 2 hours, the energy detection device in Jinyu's possession suddenly exhibited a change. This specialized instrument, designed to gather data on Majin Buu, responded for the first time. Jinyu swiftly reduced his speed and began to narrow the search area, simultaneously commanding the Frieza force to converge on his location. Lord Jinyu, all surface areas have been thoroughly scanned. Lord Jinyu, all surface areas have been thoroughly scanned. Lord Jinyu, all surface areas have been thoroughly scanned. As these voices echoed, one after another, Jinyu's expression darkened further. Despite the completion of the surface scans, Majin Buu remained elusive. Could it be that Majin Buu was hidden deep underground? Although their combat capabilities were commendable, searching underground posed a significant challenge. However, recalling Frieza's orders, Jinyu's gaze hardened with determination. He began to gather energy in his hands while commanding his extraterrestrial subordinates to retreat. From his research, Jinyu understood that Majin Buu's strength was extraordinary. Surely, the energy blast he was about to unleash wouldn't obliterate the target entirely, would it? With a mixture of trepidation and resolve, Jinyu unleashed the energy blast, which instantly obliterated the surrounding area. As thick smoke billowed, a deep pit several thousand meters wide emerged. When the haze dissipated, a massive pink egg came into view within the crater. Gazing at the colossal egg, Jinyu fell into contemplation. Could it be that Majin Buu was merely an egg? An ancient egg capable of dominating the universe? In that fleeting moment, vivid images of a gigantic egg wreaking havoc flooded Jinyu's mind. He shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to dismiss this notion. Once more, he retrieved the energy detection device, observing a slightly intensified aura emanating from the egg. The air fell silent for 2 seconds before Jinyu signaled his subordinate to transport the egg onto the spaceship. Lord Frieza, We have secured Majin Buu. With Majin Buu in their possession, Jinyu and his team departed from Earth. Within the heart of the fleet, aboard one of the ships, Jinyu was in communication with Frieza. As they conversed, Jinyu projected the image of the discovered egg onto the communicator. Lord Frieza, this is Majin Buu. Jinyu's expression turned grim, as though he recalled some troubling imagery. Frieza, on the other hand, remained unfazed, fully aware that Majin Buu was sealed within this immense egg. Mr. Jinyu, please expedite the transport of Majin Buu to planet Frieza. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jinyu promptly replied. After the communication concluded, Jinyu cast a fierce glare at the alien piloting the spaceship. Adjust the speed to the maximum. We must reach planet Frieza in the shortest time possible. The alien, who was about to utter something, was abruptly struck through the heart by Jinyu's energy. If Lord Frieza has to personally urge us, you shall all meet your demise. Jinyu's words were laced with indifference, already embodying a fraction of Frieza's demeanor. Witnessing Jinyu's seriousness, the remaining aliens hastily recalibrated the spaceship's course, maximizing its velocity. At that moment, Jinyu finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. Lord Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, had dominion over the entire Eastern Galaxy. Any foolhardy entity encountered along the way would be swiftly annihilated. Jinyu's voice echoed continuously within the confines of the spaceship. Fortunately, the technological prowess of the Frieza force was commendable. Otherwise, Jinyu would have been left voiceless. With the alteration of the entire course, the fleet speed surged by more than 10%. Within the palace on planet Frieza, androids 17 and 18 were engaged in rigorous training. Their figures darted through the training room, accompanied by the incessant sound of collisions. The aura emanating from them was gradually taking on a golden hue. Outside the training room, the alien tasked with monitoring the scene felt his legs wobble beneath him. The ferocity was overwhelming. Ever since the Demon King Depura had provoked Frieza, he had been assigned to train with these two androids. He had stood guard outside this training room for a decade. Yet this was the first time he witnessed such brutal training methods. Depura was subjected to over 10 healing sessions each day. Each time he recovered, he was compelled by the two androids to unleash his energy. Following each outburst, the androids would engage in rudimentary interactions with Depura. On one particularly severe occasion, Depura had his fingers broken, and a gaping hole was left in his chest, likely obliterating his heart. Inside the training room, Android 17 created distance between himself and Android 18. Is this the Demon King Depura, ruler of the entire demon realm? Compared to our Lord Frieza, he is scarcely worthy of a hair on a leg. Android 17 disabled the gravity apparatus in the training room and casually fetched a cup of coffee. At that moment, Android 18 was fully unleashing her power. Suddenly severed from gravity, her energy surged outward. The powerful wave of force pinned Demon King Depura against the wall of the training room. 18, what are you doing? You've lodged Depura into the wall. Getting him out will be no easy task. The entire training room was constructed from specialized materials. Given enough time, Depura would be fused with the wall. Under 17's gaze, 18 disdainfully scoffed. Was it not your abrupt interruption of the gravity in the training room that caused my strength to dissipate? Number 18 showed no consideration for number 17. Suddenly, number 17 smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "My coffee!" His gaze fell upon his right hand, and he could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. The coffee that had once occupied his hand had now reduced to merely the handle, while the rest had completely vanished in the recent surge of energy. Just as he was about to utter something, number 18 directed his attention towards Dubra, simultaneously signaling number 17 to extract Dubra. Reluctantly, number 17 shook his head and swiftly hurled an energy blast. Sensing the energy that could obliterate him entirely, Dubra instantaneously unleashed his latent potential. The resplendent black energy propelled his body away from the wall with great haste, and then, under the remnants of number 17's energy, he peacefully closed his eyes. Chapter 25. The Supreme Sorcerer of the Universe. King Frieza, the ruler of the demon realm, appeared to have encountered a slight issue with Dubra's consciousness. Within Frieza's Grand Hall, number 18 wore a somewhat embarrassed expression, but managed to articulate his thoughts in one breath. Upon hearing this, Frieza set down his wine glass, instantly captivated by the revelation. Dubra, the demon realm's monarch, had existed for countless years, yet now his consciousness was faltering. At that moment, the previously inconspicuous Babidi also made his entrance into Frieza's hall, his face reflecting a hint of fear as if he had foreseen something ominous. King Frieza, the magic of Dubra has ceased to function. Frieza's expression shifted. pondering whether these two occurrences were interconnected. His gaze settled upon number 17, seemingly seeking answers from him. It appears that Dubra has once again surpassed his limits. His consciousness seems to have bifurcated into two independent entities. Upon hearing number 17's words, Frieza appeared to grasp the situation. Could the demon realm's monarch, Dubra, be experiencing a form of psychological split? Let our research department experts examine him and assist in eliminating one of his personalities. As Frieza's words echoed, Babidi instantly grew tense. King Frieza, which personality do you intend to eliminate? Naturally, the weaker one, Frieza replied. Why would one seek to eradicate the stronger personality? Upon hearing Frieza's statement, Babidi's face turned pale. The weaker personality was undoubtedly the one that was under control. After surpassing his limits, this individual's power would increase exponentially. To manage the surging strength, his mental fortitude would also escalate dramatically. If that being were to regain normalcy, would he not easily crush me? Majin Buu, yes. I still have Majin Buu. Reflecting on the message delivered by Frieza, Babidi felt a slight resurgence of composure. As sorcerers are not adept in melee combat, the presence of a formidable warrior is essential for ensuring one's safety. However, Babidi found himself devoid of alternatives, left with no choice but to await the arrival of Majin Buu. Through the incantations at his disposal, he planned to coerce others into submission to his will. In that moment, Frieza and the king of the demon realm would all be compelled to kneel before him. As Babidi's thoughts drifted, a trickle of saliva escaped the corner of his mouth. Number 17, dispose of this embarrassing creature, he commanded. Number 18, bring me a goblet of wine to calm my nerves. Unbeknownst to Babidi, number 17 was already approaching, while he remained ensnared in his own fantasies. Grasping a familiar wine glass, Frieza felt invigorated, as though reborn. Lord Frieza, Captain Jinyu is outside the palace and requests entry, came the announcement. Number 18 glanced at her combat power detector, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Captain Jinyu, leader of the Jinyu force, was permitted direct access to Frieza's palace. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence, being barred from entry? Allow him to enter, Frieza ordered, taken aback by the situation but resolute. With number 18's transmission, Jinyu appeared before Frieza, bearing an enormous, pink, fleshy egg. Mr. Jinyu, I now comprehend why you were denied entry. Frieza mused, contemplating the egg of Majin Buu. Number 17, retrieve the Babidi you just cast aside and inform him that Majin Buu resides within my palace. As Frieza's command concluded, number 17 vanished from a hall. Approximately 5 minutes later, a cleaned-up Babidi stood before Frieza, enveloped in a protective shield, clearly wary of Majin Buu. Come, Mr. Babidi. Allow me to witness what the most powerful warrior in this universe truly embodies. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Babidi commenced his rituals. The fleshy egg before them began to transform, the organic matter dissipating to reveal a smooth, colossal orb that astonished all present. However, Babidi's expression soon shifted to one of embarrassment. Lord Frieza, the revival of Majin Buu requires an extraordinarily potent force. Frieza glanced at number 18, who was holding a glass of red wine. You shall provide energy to that entity. Setting down her wine, number 18 approached the giant egg. What should I do? She inquired, clearly perplexed and unaware of how to bestow energy upon the egg. Infusing his power into the seal of Majin Buu would suffice. Android 18 nodded and unleashed a stream of energy. After 10 seconds of withstanding the immense pressure, the colossal egg began to show signs of change, a fissure emerging. With a crackling sound, Babidi's face displayed an unusual tension. The shell of the egg cracked open, revealing an empty interior. Babidi stepped forward, meticulously inspecting every inch of the shell. How could there be nothing? Babidi's mind erupted in a frenzy of rage. At that moment, Frieza interrupted him. Babidi, is Majin Buu merely that pink mist? With Frieza's reminder, Babidi snapped back to reality, his gaze swiftly shifting to the pink cloud above him. He was utterly bewildered. Clearly, such details were absent from his father's notes. Just as they were about to discuss Majin Buu, a pink creature materialized before them. Its rotund body and innocuous eyes gave no indication of being a demon. Babidi gazed at Majin Buu in disbelief, stepping forward to inquire, Majin Buu, delicious? Their simple exchange drew a facepalm from Frieza. Goodness, is this the after effect of the Supreme Kai? That Supreme Kai's kindness is so exaggerated that it has turned a top-tier cosmic demon into a mentally challenged child. Babidi was clearly skeptical. Could it be that the passage of time had rendered such a warrior as Majin Buu utterly flawed? With the impending revival of Dabura, and knowing that Majin Buu could not protect himself, he could no longer hold back. He implored Frieza, "Lord Frieza, I seek your protection. I am a universe's foremost sorcerer and can craft various magical artifacts for you." The moment Babidi uttered the phrase, "foremost sorcerer," Frieza's eyelids twitched involuntarily. What a bold-faced lie. If this fellow truly was the universe's top magician, why would he need to seek out Majin Buu? He could simply create one himself, which would be far more convenient. As Frieza pondered whether to take Babidi in, Majin Buu made a move. A spell emitted from his antenna, instantly transforming a member of Frieza's army. The unfortunate soul was turned into a cookie, which Majin Buu promptly devoured. Chapter 26. Is there a method to create a Majin? Watching Majin Buu treat a cosmic being as mere food, Babidi couldn't help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Although Majin Buu's actions may appear somewhat brutal, they align quite well with the records noted by his creator. Majin Buu, after all, is inherently an evil entity. What is the harm in consuming an extraterrestrial being, especially when it does not pertain to his own kind? This thought caused Babidi's resolve to waver. Had he been hasty in seeking Frieza's protection? Frieza had evidently perceived this hesitation, beckoning to Android 17. "Go assess Majin Buu's strength," he commanded, having absorbed the energy of the demon world King Dabura multiple times. The current Android 17 possessed significantly enhanced capabilities. His overall power was likely marginally superior to that of a Super Saiyan at its peak. Perhaps stronger than Gohan emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had made Super Saiyan his norm. Android 17 nodded in agreement and swiftly appeared before Majin Buu. He refrained from unleashing a torrent of energy attacks, opting instead for close-quarters combat, mindful of the potential damage within Frieza's palace. As 17 engaged, Majin Buu shifted his focus onto him. Just as 17 was about to land a heavy punch, Buu's form unexpectedly transformed, ensnaring 17's arm within his own body. This unforeseen turn of events startled 17. Drawing upon the combat techniques stored in his mind, 17's arm began to flicker with energy. The power within him rapidly converged towards his arm, transforming into formidable strength, enabling him to break free from Buu's grasp. Caught off guard by this series of developments, 17's nonchalance evaporated, replaced by urgency. He ceased concealing his power, enveloped in a blazing white aura. The various martial arts techniques relayed by his computer were executed one after another. However, the outcome of his assault left everyone astounded. The disoriented Buu effortlessly defeated Android 17. Relying solely on instinct, Frieza observed this spectacle with a slight nod, concluding that Majin Buu's strength, even without division, remained quite formidable. Nevertheless, his intellect posed a significant concern. Defeated, Android 17 wore a grim expression but returned to Frieza's side, patiently awaiting his next command. Following his victory over 17, Majin Buu turned his gaze towards Frieza, seemingly intent on transforming him into a humanoid cookie. Yet before he could act, Frieza vanished from his sight, radiating golden light. Frieza materialized at the center of the gathering, the dazzling brilliance obscuring the scene for all present. Buu's previously innocuous visage displayed signs of perturbation, though not particularly astute. He remained acutely aware of potent energy sources. The proximity of Frieza instantly rendered him serious. In his hand, he began to condense a planet-destroying energy sphere, aimed directly at Buu. This scene caused Babidi's eyelids to twitch, unable to suppress a silent exclamation of madness. As Buu's opponent, he was evidently shocked by such overwhelming energy. Possessing an exceptionally powerful learning ability, he could effortlessly assimilate his adversary's techniques and combat skills. However, he now faced a critical dilemma: a lack of energy. If he could absorb the energy of several top-tier beings from the universe, he might withstand this force. Yet at this moment, he clearly lacked such resources. Feeling himself locked onto, Majin Buu discreetly detached from a piece of pink tissue. Before the energy sphere could reach him, that fragment swiftly enveloped Babidi's figure. In an instant, Majin Buu underwent a colossal transformation. His corpulent form shrank by 10 centimeters, and his physique grew slender. The magic that Babidi had wielded was swiftly grasped by him. As the planet-destroying sphere approached Buu, he concentrated all the energy within his body into his hand. However, the anticipated balance of power did not materialize. The planet-destroying sphere obliterated a significant portion of his being, leaving only a remnant of his body, continuously emitting wisps of white smoke. Is this truly Majin Buu? Indeed, his physical resilience is remarkable, The energy of the planet-destroying sphere merely consumed a fraction, with the remaining force rampaging toward the distant reaches of Frisia's planet. Frisia unleashed another energy wave, intercepting the planet-destroying sphere. Upon contact, both entities were annihilated into nothingness. Observing Frisia's subsequent actions, everyone present exhaled a sigh of relief. Had the residual waves of the planet-destroying sphere continued to spread, none of them would have escaped unscathed. Frisia returned to his usual demeanor, gazing at the writhing Bu on the ground. If you do not revert to your original form soon, you may never recover. As he spoke, Frisia began to gather energy in his hand, locking onto the seemingly lifeless Majin Bu. The smoking remnants of Majin Bu began to transform rapidly. Frisia nodded slightly. It seemed that after absorbing Babidi, Majin Bu had indeed undergone considerable changes. "Are you Majin Bu?" Frisia inquired, unable to restrain his astonishment at the drastically altered figure before him. Previously, Bu's transformation had been obscured by the planet-destroying sphere, preventing Frisia from clearly discerning his altered appearance. "Yes, Frisia the Great, I am indeed Majin Bu." Influenced by Babidi's memories, coupled with Frisia's terrifying power, Majin Bu momentarily resolved to submit. He began to contemplate rapidly how he might escape this wretched place. Frisia pondered for a moment, realizing that with Babidi's memories, he might have also acquired Babidi's magic. Majin Bu swiftly delved into Babidi's recollections, and an energy shield began to manifest around him. Observing this transformation, a glimmer of intrigue crossed Frisia's face. Did Babidi's memories contain the method for creating Majins? Upon hearing Frisia's inquiry, Bu was taken aback. What could Frisia possibly intend? Yet, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he nodded slightly and asserted, "Lord Frisia, Babidi's memories do not contain the means to create Majins." This unexpected turn of events caught Frisia off guard. Just moments ago, Bu's expression had clearly indicated a thought had crossed his mind, yet this rascal had quickly dismissed it. Frisia's attention shifted inward, revealing two loyalty-enhancing items in his mind. As the thought of using these items materialized, a radiant light enveloped Majin Bu's form. Subsequently, Bu's loyalty began to rise rapidly, soaring from a mere 1,000 to an impressive 100. Chapter 27, The Galactic Strategy. Frisia paid little heed to Majin Bu's disobedience. After having absorbed such a scoundrel as Babidi, what could one expect? With the application of the forced loyalty-enhancing item, subtle changes began to manifest in Majin Bu. A conflicted expression surfaced on his face, clearly indicating his acknowledgement of the inappropriateness of his previous actions. Frisia raised his gaze once more towards the ancient Majin. "Mr. Bu, do Babidi's memories hold the method for creating Majin Bu?" This time, Bu did not respond immediately. Instead, he rapidly sifted through his memories, seeking information about Babidi's diary. "Lord Frisia, I have discovered the creation scheme for Majins." Bu instinctively exhaled deeply, then began to employ Babidi's magic. Wisps of smoke, laden with myriad information, swiftly permeated the air. Frisia himself felt a sense of familiarity emanating from it, reminiscent of the sensations he experienced when Babidi wielded magic. However, Bu's actions were facilitated through his own body, as he coalesced the knowledge regarding the creation of Majin Bu. "Lord Frisia, this encompasses the entirety of the creation scheme for Majin Bu." Frisia nodded in satisfaction, yet refrained from intervening directly. The emergence of these memories could be entrusted to his subordinates. As for himself, could the Emperor of the Universe truly lower himself to perform such tasks? Frisia's gaze swept across the crowd, seemingly in search of suitable subjects for experimentation. There was no denying the formidable power of the Majin. If such strength were entrusted to subordinates of dubious loyalty, it would merely amount to sending a meat bun to a dog, utterly pointless. As Frisia's eyes roamed over the assembly, Jinyu, Zarbin, and Android 17 and 18 collectively held their breath. The technology to create Majins was now at hand. The next step was naturally to enhance their combat prowess. Having experienced the enhancements firsthand, Android 17's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Zarbin, do you desire to possess power as formidable as that of the Majin?" Upon hearing Frisia's pronouncement, Zarbin was taken aback with delight. "After 5 long years, do you have any idea how I have endured?" As Frisia's loyal follower, Zarbin had watched as Jinyu and the others surpassed him repeatedly. Now, 2 inexplicable and extraordinarily powerful androids, 17 and 18, had emerged. He had once believed that Frisia had abandoned him. At long last, his patience was about to bear fruit. Zarbin stepped forward, eagerly awaiting Frisia's further instructions. "Absorb that information, and if you require assistance from the research department, You may approach the head. He will facilitate everything for you." As Frieza's words concluded, Zarbon vanished into the swirling mist. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon him, as if they were poised to witness a miracle. However, at that moment, Majin Buu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weakness, as though half of his very soul had been extracted, causing his condition to plummet. As Zarbon approached, a steady stream of pink mist began to coalesce around his form. 10 seconds later, a colossal flesh cocoon materialized before the crowd. The essence of Majin Buu intertwined with Zarbon's energy, continuously brewing within. This sight left the onlookers speechless. Was it truly forbidden to witness the process of evolution? New Legion member, Zarbon. Frieza felt an urge to express his frustration. What was the point of the absence of new abilities or items? Without keeping the crowd waiting for long, a pink hand pierced through the giant cocoon. Following this was a finely crafted body, seemingly born for battle. Zarbon retained his original standardized combat attire, which, due to its unique material, effectively avoided any wardrobe malfunctions. Frieza sensed Zarbon's combat power and formed a vague understanding in his mind. It seemed that his strength had reached approximately half that of Majin Buu. Frieza's gaze settled on Majin Buu, intent on making a thorough comparison. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted that Majin Buu's energy had inexplicably plummeted by about half, leaving him in a state of extreme fragility. What is happening? Is it possible that the creation of Majin Buu cannot be accomplished in bulk? Or does the fabrication of such a being demand certain costs or materials? King Frieza understood that the rare materials naturally occurring in the cosmos constituted the foundation of the Majin. To manufacture a Majin, one must split apart to influence lower life forms. As Majin Buu elucidated, Frieza nodded in comprehension. "Mr. Buu, given the considerable repercussions, why did you not directly convey this when I previously inquired?" Frieza's expression darkened, realizing that his plan to forge an army of Majin Buu had completely unraveled. According to Majin Buu, the method of splitting would yield new Majins, which implied that the newly created beings would possess severely impaired vision. Majin Buu trembled slightly. "King Frieza, I am unaware of this matter. It was merely after Dodoria absorbed the smoke that my power began to gradually wane. This led me to formulate my hypothesis in conjunction with Bibidai's notes." A hint of grievance appeared on Majin Buu's face. Frieza shuddered, commanding silence to allow Majin Buu's persona to speak, urging not to unleash Bibidi to repulse them. Majin Buu chuckled awkwardly, then shifted his expression. "King Frieza, it is like this." Frieza was left bewildered by Buu's words. This persona of Majin Buu was indeed difficult to engage with, seeming destined to be a mere punching bag. "Dodoria, do you wish to attain even greater power?" A gentle smile graced Frieza's face, and his casual remark instantly ignited Dodoria's excitement. "Yes, good. Have Mr. Cyberman provide you with a squad of artificial beings, and then conquer the entire South Galaxy for me." Dodoria appeared stunned, evidently unaware of his newfound strength. "Mr. Cyberman, take Majin Buu to the East Galaxy." When Frieza mentioned Jinyu, he appeared momentarily conflicted. Jinyu, possessing Goku's body, was now unable to keep pace with Frieza's upper echelon in combat prowess. Yet, Jinyu was familiar, and thus worth salvaging. The timeline was set for 6 months. During this period, all of you, including androids 17 and 18, must provide Jinyu with intensive training. Frieza's voice reached Jinyu's ears, nearly causing him to falter. However, Frieza himself harbored great confidence in Jinyu, the strongest body in the universe. "I hope you do not disappoint me." Chapter 28, The Attention of King Kai. Under Frieza's command, the entirety of the Frieza force commenced a new phase of expansion. Frenzied recruitment messages incessantly spread throughout the East Galaxy. This grand recruitment effort even attracted mercenaries from across the galaxy, as they continuously journeyed towards the Northern Galaxy. The reputation of the cosmic overlord Frieza swiftly permeated the expanse of the galaxy. Deep within the cosmos, an alien remarkably resembling Frieza received this news. "Shaviza," he remarked, "Frieza's recent activities in the Northern Galaxy have been quite significant." Though there was no hint of emotion in Gula's words, Shaviza, being Gula's longtime confidant, instantly grasped that Gula was indeed incensed. Faced with the familial affairs of the Ice Demon, Shaviza prudently sealed his lips. Yet, Gula did not cease his discourse. Rather, he continued, "Shaviza, mobilize the Legion to fortify the entire border. Should any of Frieza's forces cross it, you are to launch a counteroffensive immediately." After a brief acknowledgement, Frieza hastily departed from Gula's palace. The increasingly formidable presence of King Gula necessitated greater caution moving forward. Upon leaving Gula's palace, Frieza commenced directing the legions under Gula's command. However, Frieza's influence did not wane. Within the training chamber of Frieza's planet, Jinyu finally rose to his feet. After 5 months of rigorous training, Kakarot's physique seemed to have unlocked its latent potential. Jinyu, now strikingly reminiscent of Black Goku, had reached the formidable prowess of Super Saiyan 2, thanks to the relentless training and exceptional combat techniques he had acquired. Cloaked in an aura of black energy, Jinyu was intermittently illuminated by flashes of miniature lightning. The once overwhelmingly superior androids, 17 and 18, were now beginning to falter against him. Nevertheless, Jinyu did not relent in his training. Rather, he intensified his efforts. Not out of fondness for the regimen, but due to the relentless provocation from Dodoria and Bu. Although their strengths did not match the original Bu's ferocity, they were still capable of firmly suppressing Jinyu. Time swiftly progressed to the moment of deployment, abruptly interrupting Jinyu's training. King Frieza's forces were prepared, poised to launch an offensive across the entire galaxy. Frieza's gaze swept over Jinyu, and then meticulously scanned the assembly. Indeed, it appears that each of you has made considerable advancements in your abilities during this period. Frieza paused momentarily. Thus, I entrust the final directive to Jinyu. Let the Frieza force commence its expansion. Though Frieza's voice was not loud, it resonated with an authority that sent shivers through everyone present. After such a prolonged wait, they had finally received this command. Following their farewells, they began to rally their subordinates. Seated in his exclusive throne, Frieza casually summoned a holographic projection. It depicted the route for invading the galaxy, as the Frieza army divided into 3 factions to commence their assault. Salvo, leading his cadre of androids, advanced towards the eastern galaxy. Due to the extraordinary individual combat capabilities of the androids, Sabo promptly divided the entire android army into 20,000 small squads. Once separated, the androids swiftly surged towards various resource-rich strategic planets. Frieza nodded slightly, approving Sabo's actions, if all proceeded without incident. The first battlefield to report success would likely be in the eastern galaxy. His gaze then shifted towards the southern galaxy, where Dodoria and his compatriots were stationed. Dodoria possessed attributes akin to those of Majin Buu, yet he commanded too few androids. Furthermore, his combat experience paled in comparison to that of the seasoned Jinyu and Sabo. Consequently, he opted for the most rudimentary approach, advancing from the region where the northern and southern galaxies converged, essentially the very heart of the galaxy, into the depths of the southern galaxy. It appears Dodoria will require a considerable amount of time this time around. Ultimately, his attention turned towards the western galaxy, the domain of Jinyu. After their successive departures, Frieza began to monitor the progress of the assault from a distance. The Jinyu force's deployment differed significantly from the previous 2. It seemed he was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses, swiftly dispersing the entire legion. Numerous star systems were segmented, establishing a sequence for the offensive. Concurrently, a substantial array of equipment, including signal jamming and enhanced communication devices, was distributed to the combat units under Frieza's command. Observing Jinyu's arrangements, a thoughtful expression crossed Frieza's face. It appeared Jinyu had his own interpretation of commanding a legion. Had it been a misallocation of Jinyu's talents to assign him to execute missions with the special forces previously? Shaking his head, Frieza resolved to cease pondering such matters. In the afterlife, the deceased Kakarot was diligently honing his skills, having protected Earth on several occasions. He had earned the privilege of residing in heaven with his physical form. The serene environment, coupled with boundless stamina, facilitated tremendous progress for Goku, who had successfully attained the level of Super Saiyan. With a heart-wrenching roar, Goku's aura transformed into a brilliant gold. His eyes shifted color instantaneously, and his golden-haired, blue-eyed visage elicited gasps from the nearby angel. The immense power surge momentarily stirred all beings in heaven. As Kakarot's longtime rival, Ribrian felt a tinge of pressure. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, casually wandering the 7th universe, suddenly lifted his head. What a formidable energy surge. Could this be the power befitting a human? As the words left his mouth, the nearby Jebet god displayed a belated expression of astonishment. As the god attendants of the 7th universe, they were exceptionally sensitive to changes within their realm, especially during such a precarious time. The notion of extending an invitation to the source of this energy began to take shape in their minds. The original Majin Buu had already caused them considerable distress. Yet now they sensed the presence of two Majin Buus. What was more alarming was that these two entities were dispersed across different regions, separated by half a galaxy. They felt utterly drained, incapable of vanquishing both Majins. With this realization, the Supreme Kai was filled with resentment, convinced that Frieza was somehow involved. The aura of Majin Buu had manifested on Frieza's planet, and within less than a year, it had appeared in distinct areas, each accompanied by Frieza's combat units. However, he did not prioritize confronting Frieza. Instead, he sought out Majin Buu first, as he perceived the threat posed by the Majin to be far greater than that of Frieza. Of course, this was something Frieza, who was currently enjoying a glass of red wine, remained oblivious to. Chapter 29. Shall we indulge a few androids for amusement? Amidst the Supreme Kai's turmoil, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power, which instantly became his focus as he sought an ally to increase his odds against Majin Buu. At this juncture, Goku, unaware of the Supreme Kai's attention, was diligently acclimatizing to his new form, fervently unleashing his power. In the midst of his movements, the image of Jinyu surfaced in his mind, the entity that had seized his body and was now wreaking havoc across the galaxy. Yet, Goku found himself confined to training in heaven. The Dragon Balls on Earth could have resurrected him, but they had been previously used by an unknown party, necessitating a year of waiting before he could return to life. After venting his energy, Goku gradually landed and calmed his breath. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding environment. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found two figures nearly upon him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a roar that left the two momentarily bewildered. Jebbet clenched his right fist against his chin, inquiring, "Did you sense the immense energy fluctuations just now? Do you know who produced them?" Upon hearing Jebbet's words, Goku instinctively scratched the back of his head. "It's just me training here. The massive energy source you mentioned must be from my transformed state." Jebbet circled around Goku before hesitantly asking, "Could you be from a race in a universe that possesses the ability to transform?" The seventh universe lacked a cohesive order, fostering an environment where the strong preyed upon the weak. Races capable of transformation often boasted formidable strength. In such a context, moral standards were practically non-existent, with everyone exhibiting villainous tendencies. Yet, Goku's presence in heaven was undeniably a rare exception. At this moment, the Supreme Kai's chin slightly nodded. Indeed, some unique races in the universe can temporarily enhance their combat prowess through transformation, although such races are exceedingly rare. Upon hearing his words, Son Goku nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he belongs to such a transformable race. His statement piqued the interest of the two deities. After a brief discussion, Supreme Kai Shin invited Son Goku to join them in their quest to locate and seal the monstrous Majin Buu. However, Jebbet appeared somewhat reluctant, clearly harboring doubts about the capabilities of the current Kakarot. As they finalized their plans, a hint of unease crossed Son Goku's face. "Supreme Kai, I am not yet resurrected." Upon hearing Goku's words, the Supreme Kai could not help but chuckle. Suddenly, a halo appeared above his head, signifying Goku's complete revival. "Supreme Kai, how can you bestow your life upon a mortal?" In contrast to Jebbet's concerns, Supreme Kai Shin displayed a rather indifferent demeanor. The issue was easily resolvable. The immediate priority was to confront Majin Buu. Once the matter of Goku's lifespan was settled, the Supreme Kai swiftly led the two away from the other world, their forms materializing at the edge of the Eastern Galaxy, precisely where both Sabo and Majin Buu resided. However, due to Majin Buu's constantly shifting location, they chose a desolate planet as their base. "Goku, can you sense Majin Buu?" The Supreme Kai, unfamiliar with Goku's abilities, was about to explain. Yet, upon turning to face Goku, he observed a serious expression on his face, indicating that Goku had indeed sensed Buu's immense energy. "Supreme Kai, is that overwhelming malevolent aura emanating from Majin Buu?" Once Goku released his perception, he was taken aback. In this region, there were over 20,000 malevolent auras, each far surpassing his power prior to mastering Super Saiyan. Had it not been for the Supreme Kai's ability to teleport, he might have considered retreating. Nevertheless, Goku quickly regained his composure. The fiery Saiyan blood coursing through him ignited a thrill. The prospect of battling such formidable opponents promised to elevate his strength to unprecedented heights. The Supreme Kai's expression turned grave as he sensed the immense pressure surrounding them. However, after a period of observation, they finally spotted an opportunity when Majin Buu appeared isolated. In an instant, the three figures vanished from the planet. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar planet's Majin Buu was gleefully indulging in chocolate. On the planet of Frieza, he could not afford such luxuries, but in the presence of foes, there were no constraints. At this juncture, it was evident that Buu was not under the control of Babbidi's persona. Sun Wukong gazed at the figure of Buu before him, a fierce determination igniting within him. "Lord Kaioshin, may I engage?" he inquired earnestly. The Kaioshin nodded solemnly, and in the next moment, his form ascended into the air. With the affirmation he sought, Sun Wukong surged forward, unleashing his energy in a swift assault upon Buu. The unsuspecting Majin Buu was instantly propelled backward by Sun Wukong's strike. Once stabilizing himself, tendrils of white smoke began to emanate from his head, and he charged at Sun Wukong with an identical ferocity. As the two warriors entangled in combat, neither had yet unleashed their full prowess. Observing the exchange, the Kaioshin's eyes widened in astonishment. Could the records have been erroneous? Was the legendary Majin Buu not as formidable as the tale suggested? However, before he could ponder further, Sun Wukong found himself at a disadvantage. Gasping for breath, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, dramatically elevating his combat capabilities. Buu, seemingly unimpressed, let out a dismissive chuckle, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor towards Sun Wukong's newfound strength. In that moment, Sun Wukong adopted a serious expression, gathering energy in his hands as a scorching Kamehameha began to take shape. With a mighty roar, the Kamehameha surged forth, engulfing Buu entirely. The humanoid cookie that Buu held slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground as his form began to disintegrate under the onslaught of energy. As the energy dissipated, all that remained was a pile of black remnants. Instinctively, the Kaioshin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had Majin Buu truly been vanquished? Before Jebbet could voice his complaints, Buu's figure re-emerged, a sly smile gracing his lips, revealing the ruse. The immense drain of energy had left Sun Wukong exhausted, barely able to stand. The Kaioshin quickly appeared at Sun Wukong's side, and the trio vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Sabo, several dozen star systems away, received the latest update regarding Majin Buu. What? A significant energy reaction had just occurred where Buu had been located? Sabo stared at the information before him, incredulous. How could such a potent energy fluctuation manifest in Buu's vicinity? Had he perhaps consumed a few androids for amusement? Chapter 30. A cordial greeting from King Cold. Originally, this matter was to be reported to Frieza. However, Sabo interrupted the process, reasoning that trivial matters should not be escalated. Observing the unclaimed planet before him, he commanded the continuation of their assault. Their campaign was progressing with fervor. Frieza found himself inundated with a barrage of communications, each more urgent than the last. "Frieza, your minions have crossed the line. Are you seeking to challenge me?" Frieza gazed at the projection of Cooler, fervently suppressing his emotions. Yet, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl upwards. Once a figure of immense stature, Cooler now appeared to him as nothing more than a jester. However, Frieza refrained from directly addressing this, instead engaging in a futile exchange. He incessantly proclaimed that he would soon issue orders for the Frieza force to retreat to the North Galaxy. Yet this stalemate had persisted for an entire year. On the other end of the communication, Cooler's expression darkened as he violently shattered his communication device. Frieza, gazing at the screen that had turned black over 300 times, could not suppress a contemplative stroke of his chin. What was the matter? Were all frost demons so tempestuous? Over the course of a year, Cooler's legions had been nearly decimated. In the initial stages of the conflict, Cooler had been brimming with confidence, continuously asserting his impending counterattack. His forces had launched frenzied assaults on Frieza's territory, only to be utterly annihilated. Even his most trusted lieutenant, Saviza, had met an untimely demise. On that fateful day, Dodoria had carelessly unleashed a newly learned spell. Saviza, brimming with confidence, raised his hand, only to be transformed into a humanoid cookie. This incident ignited a fierce rage within Cooler, who longed to march to the North Galaxy and teach Frieza a lesson, demonstrating that no amount of talent could best his fourth transformation. However, with his army in tatters, he could not venture forth alone. As a noble frost demon, he resolved to gather a new cadre of subordinates before confronting Frieza. Just as Cooler's communication concluded, King Cold's call came through. His message mirrored Cooler's sentiments, demanding Frieza cease his aggressive actions. Yet, Frieza maintained his usual facade, claiming imminent action while simultaneously urging his forces to accelerate their campaign. King Cold shot Frieza a withering glare before terminating the communication. Alas, it seemed Cooler was still too young and needed further experience. In the span of a year, the galaxy had become a battleground. Frieza's name evoked tremors among all sentient beings. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, Son Goku was engaged in his own training. The once blazing aura of the Super Saiyan had now completely subsided. His entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previously dismissive Jebbit had come to recognize Son Goku as a unique entity, for indeed his combat prowess had transcended that of the Kais, placing him beyond the realm of mortals. Goku, do you possess confidence? Goku's eyes glimmered with determination as he nodded affirmatively. The Kai of Kings could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing that this was yet another instance of Goku's unwavering spirit. Over the past year, Sun Wukong has consistently approached the challenge of the King Kai sword with the same expression. Yet, the outcome has invariably been one of failure. Sun Wukong appeared beside the King Kai sword, bending down to grasp the hilt. The power within him began to coalesce, causing his arms to tremble. Despite the terrifying force he exerted, the King Kai sword remained utterly still. Veins bulged on his forehead as memories of Jinyu's atrocities flooded his mind. His aura began to spiral into chaos, and the clarity in his eyes gradually faded. This spectacle elicited a flicker of concern from the King Kai nearby. As Wukong's emotions surged, the tumultuous energy surrounding him escalated dramatically. Golden lightning crackled across his form, and his once upright, golden hair lengthened considerably. The immobile King Kai sword began to quiver. In a decisive motion, Wukong fully drew the sword from its sheath. However, upon extracting the King Kai sword, his own strength swiftly waned. The sword flew from his hand, propelled by inertia. Jebbit, has Sun Wukong truly drawn the King Kai sword? Jebbit approached the airborne sword, scrutinizing it intently. Indeed, my lord King Kai, the King Kai sword has been drawn by Sun Wukong. His voice trembled, for this was the mightiest sword in the universe, reputed to bestow immense power. They gathered before Sun Wukong as the King Kai commenced healing him. Gradually, the exhausted Wukong began to recuperate. The two high-ranking deities, witnessing his revival, hastily conducted a thorough examination of his condition. After inspecting him from head to toe, they found no notable changes. Sun Wukong, attempt to master that sword, Jebbit suggested, adopting a mindset of experimentation. Newly revived, Wukong devoted himself to intense training. Meanwhile, on planet Frieza, after a lengthy wait, Frieza finally received auspicious news. The campaign to conquer the galaxy had made significant progress. Lord Frieza, all life planets in the Eastern Galaxy have been successfully subdued. Both Zabo and Majin Buu had undoubtedly lived up to Frieza's expectations. Among the three armies, Zabo was the first to complete his mission. Of course, the pivotal factor had been the assistance of the Android Legion. With an average combat power exceeding 100 million, the androids dominated the vast majority of planets in the galaxy. This past year had primarily been spent on the march. Well done. Speaking of which, our Frieza force has now claimed half of the galaxy. Half of the galaxy conquered. Lord Module feature unlocked. Frieza furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of the Lord Module. His mind was fixated on the system, observing the rudimentary interface of the true Cosmic Emperor system. Current evolution progress, 40 Golden Frieza. Note, divine level combat power. Legion management, current Legion, Frieza Reserve Legion, Jinyu Force, Android Legion. Lord Function Module, current command area, Galaxy, 50. Note, command area receives a substantial combat power enhancement. Frieza shifted his gaze away from the system, his hands clenched tightly. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering why he felt no change. Could it be that the system was deceptive? The promised substantial enhancement of combat power was completely imperceptible to him. Feeling betrayed, he unleashed his fury upon the uncharted planets. Jinyu, Doria, accelerate the advance of the troops. If we encounter formidable opponents, annihilate the planets without hesitation. Doria and Jinyu, communicating through the comms, could clearly sense Frieza's wrath. They hurriedly assured him they would expedite the conquest of the planets. After issuing his commands, Frieza began to contact Zarbon. Do not return to planet Frieza just yet. Instead, provide support to Doria and Jinyu. We must unify the entire galaxy with utmost speed. Zarbon, who was preparing to return to planet Frieza, swiftly altered his course. With Zarbon's involvement, the pace of conquest for Jinyu and Doria doubled instantly. Frieza watched the flashing indicators on the projection, which somewhat alleviated his agitation. Chapter 31. Buu. This man trampled my cheese and intends to strike. After half of the galaxy fell under Frieza's control, Gula and King Cold joined forces completely. They resolved to make this frozen demon aware of who the true cosmic sovereign of the galaxy was. As the two allied, the elite combat forces from their territories swiftly congregated at King Cold's palace. King Cold and Gula began to envision a promising future. However, soon a more pressing issue emerged before them. The advanced combat forces of the galaxy simultaneously appeared in this region. Rather than igniting excitement in Gula and King Cold, it only fueled their anger. Those who managed to survive under the onslaught of Frieza's army were predominantly formidable individuals with some means of self-preservation and fierce dispositions. Yet, their strength was utterly inconsequential. Based on previous encounters, they had gleaned some insights into Frieza's forces. The Frieza Legion boasted a highly powerful android troop, with each member possessing combat power exceeding 100 million. In stark contrast, the individuals they had gathered were nothing but inferior specimens. Gula felt a twinge of pain in his liver, an overall sense of discomfort enveloping him. However, their spirits soared swiftly upon receiving exhilarating news. A coalition of extraterrestrials led by Bojack had decided to collaborate with them. Initially, Gula and King Kurd reacted with indignation, questioning the audacity of such a trivial character attempting to negotiate with the formidable race of the Frost Demons. Typically, ordinary extraterrestrials would directly pledge their allegiance to the two of them. They dispatched their elite subordinates to confront the opposing faction, but were soon vanquished by that very group. Now, just moments after receiving this encouraging news, they realized that surviving the onslaught was an extraordinary feat, and they had even managed to overpower their adversaries. Such combat prowess was indeed remarkable, precisely the strength they sought. After a brief exchange, they resolved to invite the extraterrestrials to Kurd's palace. While Kurd and his associates deliberated on how to address the threat posed by Frieza, the Supreme Kai, Goku, expressed his fatigue. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, he wielded the legendary Sword of the Gods. The pace of his progress had reached an absurdly sluggish state. Jebet observed Goku's slow advancement, perplexed by the situation. Relying on the enduring legends, he clung to a shred of hope. Supreme Kai, I do not feel any significant surge in power, Goku stated bluntly. The Supreme Kai admitted his uncertainty, revealing that his understanding of the Kai sword was limited to scant records. Goku, your strength has undergone a tremendous breakthrough during your time in the Supreme Kai realm. Perhaps this is the formidable power of the Kai sword. Goku's gaze faltered as his thoughts drifted back a year, to the time when he, unable to defeat Majin Buu, had journeyed to the Supreme Kai realm to train. After countless failures, he finally achieved a power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, the revelation of which astonished him. Given the current circumstances, he found himself questioning it. Noticing Goku's contemplative expression, the Supreme Kai believed his reasoning to be sound. Goku's current strength appeared incapable of further significant enhancement. They resolved to seek out Majin Buu once more, intending to utilize Goku's power to either defeat or seal him away. The prospect of facing such a formidable foe again stirred excitement within Goku. His newfound strength had imbued him with confidence. This time, let us confront Majin Buu directly, he declared. Goku and Jebet nodded slightly, with Goku brushing his hand against the Kai sword at his back. The three figures materialized aboard Majin Buu's spacecraft, just 5 meters away from the formidable foe himself. His food occupied a considerable expanse, with a radius of 10 meters filled with delicacies centered around him. The demon Majin Buu, indulging in dessert, paused momentarily, instinctively rubbing his eyes. A few unexpected visitors had trampled upon his feast. Goku, observing the comical figure before him, could not suppress a chuckle. He was no longer the person he once was. The aura surrounding Goku began to swell dramatically as he positioned himself directly opposite Buu, seemingly eager to engage in combat. Buu, eyeing the ruined cheese beneath Goku's boots, could hardly contain his frustration. This intruder had desecrated his cheese and now appeared ready to fight. Buu took a step forward, glaring menacingly at Goku. In response, Goku assumed a classic battle stance. The familiar movement triggered memories in Buu's mind of being thoroughly defeated. He began to gather a searing energy in his hands, prompting Goku to raise an eyebrow. Could it be that mere observation allowed one to replicate another's techniques? The Kamehameha, which Goku had used only once in their previous encounter, now appeared in Buu's grasp. Executed with apparent ease, Goku, sensing the potency of this energy, felt a quiet relief. While formidable, it did not exceed his expectations. He drew forth the Kaioken sword. Jebet, witnessing the impending clash, could not help but offer a word of caution. Goku scratched his head, unsheathing the sword. After a brief period of training, he was now capable of wielding this divine blade. Following Jebet's warning, both he and the image of the Kaioken vanished in an instant. Bu swiftly completed the gathering of the Kamehameha, subtly altering his stance. A blinding beam of energy surged toward Goku, compelling him to instinctively raise the Kaioken sword. Under the immense force of the energy, the sword began to show signs of strain. Moments later, to Goku's astonishment, the mightiest of divine swords simply vanished. Had it not been for the energy emanating from Goku's body, even the hilt would have been lost. For a fleeting moment, Goku felt bewildered. Was this not the strongest sword in the KO realm? How could it crumble so easily, now reduced to but a hilt? Observing from a distance, the KO Shin and Jebet seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, a voice, frail and seemingly tormented, echoed behind Goku. Who has released me from my seal? Upon hearing the voice, Goku turned to see a figure clad in KO Shin attire. After a brief moment of hesitation, he answered truthfully, "Are you the KO Shin?" Released the being known as Majin Bu, the one who has been sealed away. The old Supreme Kai, initially intent on posturing, could not suppress a grimace. He had imagined it would be a descendant of the Supreme Kai who would liberate him, or perhaps an upright extraterrestrial. But what is the current situation? Majin Bu? The very name reeks of villainy. Chapter 32. How can I, the king of the demon realm, endure such humiliation? Setting aside the shadows looming in the old Supreme Kai's heart, Majin Bu was beginning to grow impatient. What was this tailed creature doing? Upon approaching him, it trampled over his food. They had barely begun to engage, and already this fellow was engrossed in conversation with another. For a moment, he felt like a mere jester. Majin Bu advanced towards Son Goku, completely disregarding the old Supreme Kai. His left hand clenched into a fist, lunging towards Goku's face. This sudden shift prompted Goku to become alert. He instinctively crouched slightly, raising his right arm to block the incoming attack. At the moment of contact, a wave of energy erupted. The old Supreme Kai, caught off guard, was instantly sent tumbling away. As Son Goku was grappling with Majin Bu, a portion of his attention was diverted. This moment of distraction was precisely the opening Majin Bu needed. Goku's chest was struck by 2 consecutive punches from Bu. Their trajectory led them directly towards where Jebet and Shin were situated. Seeing Goku and the old Supreme Kai in the air, Jebet and Shin each caught the 2 falling figures. Observing that Majin Bu intended to strike again, they swiftly used instant transmission to return to the Supreme Kai realm. As the 4 appeared in the Supreme Kai realm, they exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Son Goku who broke the silence, speaking first. "Are you the Supreme Kai?" Like before, he sought to ascertain the identity of the being before him. Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, the old Supreme Kai puffed out his chest with pride. He proceeded with his self-introduction, stating that he hailed from 15 generations prior to the current Supreme Kais. Jebet and Shin's mouths dropped open in astonishment at the old Supreme Kai's revelation. An ancestor? The old Supreme Kai nodded, his gaze full of arrogance. As their conversation deepened, they also discussed the Supreme Kai sword, from which the old Supreme Kai gleaned the unfolding circumstances. His expression was evidently one of discontent. Unable to suppress a sigh, the old Kai remarked that the current generation of Kaioshin was indeed inferior to their predecessors. "So, you have drawn forth the sword of the Kaioshin?" The old Kai scrutinized Son Goku, and there was a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He gestured for Son Goku to take a seat opposite him and promptly commenced the ritual of potential awakening. Initially, he had not intended to assist Son Goku in unlocking his potential so soon. However, upon recognizing the dire circumstances at hand, the old Kai opted to expedite the process. The passage of 24 hours was swift, and Son Goku gazed anxiously at his own form. Time in the realm of the Kaioshin could not be measured as it was on Earth, with the rising and setting of the sun. After surveying his body, Son Goku could not help but inquire once more whether the ritual had concluded. Yet, the old Kai did not respond immediately. Through the old Kai's arm, Son Goku discerned that he had fallen asleep. "Lord Old Kai." Son Goku's voice startled the old Kai, causing his heart to race as if it were on the verge of failure. "Has the ritual of potential awakening been completed?" The old Kai rubbed his eyes, confirming that the ritual had long since reached its conclusion. "Then why did you not inform me?" After confirming the completion of the ritual, Son Goku slowly rose from the ground. His arms began to lift, as if he were preparing to unleash his energy. Seeing his movements, the old Kai shouted in alarm. "Goku, do not unleash it here." Although the old Kai's warning was timely, Son Goku's instinctual reaction was swifter. Suddenly, a white aura began to envelop his body. and a powerful energy surged throughout the entire realm of the Kaioshin. Caught off guard, the old Kai and others instinctively raised their arms in defense. Son Goku's hair color and eye state remained unchanged, yet the aura of Super Saiyan had transformed into a radiant white. Were Frieza present, his jaw would undoubtedly drop in astonishment, for Son Goku had now attained a mysterious state previously mastered only by Gohan. As Son Goku embraced this new form, Frieza's forces encountered a minor complication. The elite fighters gathered by Gula and King Cold began to clash with the combat units of Frieza's army. The first wave they faced comprised of Zabur and Majin Buu. The energy signatures of the androids were typically undetectable by conventional instruments. Upon contact, Zabur was met with a barrage of taunts from the enemy's ranks. Witnessing such disdain directed towards him, Zabur took a deep breath, gathering energy orbs in his hands, and hurled them towards the opposing forces. Due to the rapid flight of the energy orbs and the lack of means to sense the energy signatures, the adversaries were caught off guard. The horrific casualties inflicted upon the Kurdish and Gula legions resulted in significant losses. The previously mocking extraterrestrials, who had underestimated their combat prowess, now found themselves engulfed in regret, questioning their earlier bravado. They pondered the sanity of their adversary, who concealed such formidable strength. Had they known the true extent of their opponent's capabilities, they would have surely scurried away in fear. As Sabo made his move, the android legion advanced to partition the battlefield. One by one, these so-called elite warriors were pierced through the heart. Had their hearts not been situated on the right side, or if they were not endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, the extraterrestrials would likely have perished. After decimating this group, Sabo decisively restructured the android legion, dividing it into two factions to accompany himself and Majin Buu to uncharted planets. Meanwhile, on Frieza's side, the demon realm King Depura, who had previously been sent for medical treatment, awakened. Initially disoriented by his surroundings, memories of his prior encounters flooded back, particularly the humiliating defeat at the hands of androids 17 and 18. How could the king of the demon realm endure such humiliation? Depura's first thought was to swiftly escape this dreadful place to avoid further torment from the two twisted androids. He ruthlessly dispatched dozens of researchers and security personnel before emerging onto the surface of Frieza planet. Such a potent surge of energy naturally captured Frieza's attention. 17. Go fetch the awakened Depura, he commanded, envisioning the elite forces of Frieza planet, eventually fixing his gaze on Depura. Upon hearing Frieza's order, 17 vanished in an instant. Depura, having freed himself from his restraints, was preparing to commandeer a spaceship when he spotted the approaching android 17, unable to suppress his disdain. Are these beings demons? I've just come back to life. Haunted by past shadows and still adjusting to his newfound freedom, Depura struggled to unleash his full power. A moment's inattention resulted in him suffering severe injuries at the hands of 17. Frieza, this fellow was just about to flee, 17 reported candidly as he surveyed Depura's disheveled state. What do you think of my Frieza planet? Frieza inquired. It's splendid, far superior to the demon realm, Depura replied, resigned to remaining on Frieza planet as a training partner for the androids. Very well, he conceded, choosing endurance between the options of survival and immediate oblivion. Chapter 33. The battle against Majin Buu again. Frieza gazed at Depura with a hint of astonishment. Why has he submitted? Shouldn't he be challenging me? Depura, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Frieza's scrutinizing gaze, found himself the focal point of Android 17's attention as well. King Frieza, accompanied by Dubra in training, firmly believes that he and Android 18 will soon match the prowess of Jinyu and Dodoria. While the androids possess the ability to absorb energy, their sources are limited. Weak opponents yield insufficient energy to offset the losses incurred during absorption, while formidable foes exceed the android's energy absorption capacity. Thus, Dubra's presence addresses the energy source dilemma for androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing Android 17's words, Frieza could not help but nod slightly. Their conversation naturally reached Dubra's ears. Contemplating his impending existence, the initial excitement of Dubra, having just attained self-awareness, dissipated entirely. Recently, news from Sorbet has reached King Frieza, indicating that the emotions of Majin Buu seem somewhat unstable. Android 17 had intended to articulate this more clearly, yet he found himself troubled by the reliability of Sorbet's report. What is the precise situation? The potential growth limit of Majin Buu is indeed formidable. Should any issues arise with him, it could severely impact the elite combat strength of Frieza's army. Android 17 conveyed all pertinent information regarding Majin Buu to Frieza. Each emotional fluctuation appears to stem from solitary moments, with intervals of approximately 1 year. Gazing at the description of Majin Buu, Frieza found himself in a quandary. Such overwhelming combat strength could only be affected by another of similar caliber. Of course, a rival capable of instantaneously amplifying their power could also provoke Majin Buu's instability. However, how could there exist any combatants of comparable strength within the entire galaxy? In the 7th universe, Majin Buu already stands as a formidable force. Although Frieza considered various exceptional scenarios, such as unwitting ordinary beings from the universe, the information regarding Buu clearly indicated the absence of anyone in his vicinity, negating such possibilities. Thoughts of Majin Buu raced through Frieza's mind. Babidi, Dabra, Son Goku, Vegeta, and other Saiyans, all of whom might have encountered Buu. When Frieza recalled the Supreme Kai, his gaze sharpened. Could it be that the Supreme Kai has made an early appearance? Although the combat prowess of this Supreme Kai is notoriously subpar, his survival abilities are quite formidable. Within the realm of the Supreme Kai, there exists the ancient Supreme Kai from 15 generations past, capable of unlocking latent potential. As his contemplation deepened, Frieza's irritation grew. Could it truly be that the Supreme Kai of this world has appeared? Majin Buu had already consumed one of his precious items. If the Supreme Kai and his associates were to vanquish him now, it would result in a significant loss for Frieza, as Frieza harbored a sense of unease. The 4 inhabitants of the Supreme Kai's realm devised a new plan. Goku, with your current strength, defeating Majin Buu would be a mere formality. Without further delay, let us decisively eliminate this troublesome foe, proposed the Supreme Kai, observing Goku's adeptness with his powers. Goku scratched his head, seemingly reminiscing about Majin Buu's combat prowess. Not keeping the Supreme Kai waiting for long, Goku nodded in agreement to the plan. Initially, the Supreme Kai intended to invite the Elder Kai to join them, but the Elder Kai resolutely declined. During Goku's training, he had observed through the crystal ball in the Supreme Kai's realm. Although Majin Buu's current fighting capabilities were quite remarkable, there seemed to be a peculiar issue with his energy. It could be that the diverse array of beings he had absorbed had affected him, or perhaps the emergence of another Majin Buu had influenced his state. Noticing the Supreme Kai's unwavering confidence in Goku, the Elder Kai chose to remain silent. The figures of the 3 gradually faded from sight, and as they departed, the Elder Kai's expression grew increasingly grave. His fingers traced the surface of the crystal ball until the image of Dodoria materialized. How curious, a second Majin Buu, he pondered. Moreover, this being, known as Dodoria, had absorbed such a multitude of cosmic intelligent life. Indeed, as Dodoria acquired the traits of Majin Buu, he comprehended the means by which Buu grew stronger, through the relentless assimilation of his adversaries. After departing from planet Frieza, his tactics became exceedingly brutal and twisted. Initially, he merely absorbed the strongest beings of each planet, subsequently annihilating any resistance until he conquered the entire world. However, as time progressed and reports of his conquests reached him, Dodoria adopted an even more frenzied offensive approach, directly absorbing the very life forms of the planet, regardless of their moral alignment or willingness to submit. All were transformed into his own power. Of course, as his proficiency in this grim craft improved, Dodoria transcended into a pink mist, enveloping the entire life-bearing planet. The efficiency of his life consumption reached unprecedented heights. In the region where Majin Buu resided, the tentacles atop Buu's head unleashed a barrage of terrifying magic. The fleeing cosmic beings witnessed true fear for the first time. As Kakarot appeared, he bore witness to the atrocities committed by Majin Buu. Unable to suppress his emotions any longer, he shouted coldly at Buu. Upon hearing his name called, Majin Buu turned in bewilderment. Having absorbed a vast amount of life, Buu's power surged once more, now surpassing even the strongest Majin Buu from the original timeline. Upon the discovery of Son Goku, Majin Buu's emotions erupted instantaneously. This individual, who had eluded his grasp on 2 occasions, compelled Buu to forsake the food he had nearly obtained. Observing that Majin Buu had finally ceased his actions, Goku felt a slight sense of relief. You coward, he thought. In Buu's eyes, this repeatedly fleeing adversary was nothing but a coward. A formidable battle intent began to brew within Goku, his entire aura transforming into something sharp and fierce. Noticing this change, Majin Buu immediately began to mimic Goku's expression. However, due to Buu's somewhat diminutive stature, the scene took on a comical aspect. A layer of white energy enveloped Goku's body, his demeanor gravitating closer to that of a deity. In Chapter 34, I arrived to witness Son Goku engaging Buu. Upon Goku entering a mysterious state, Buu's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. The original Son Goku posed no threat in Buu's eyes, but this newly transformed Goku emanated a palpable sense of danger. The former ant had suddenly transformed into a being of the same dimension as himself. This abrupt change vexed Buu considerably. Just as Goku had intended to exchange pleasantries, Buu interrupted him with a powerful surge of energy directed at Goku from a distance. Unfazed, Goku charged forward to meet the oncoming Majin Buu. Their fists collided swiftly, and due to years of ingrained habits, Goku found himself at an immediate disadvantage. Focused on gauging his opponent, Goku was relentlessly pushed back by Buu's full frontal assault, ultimately losing control and being sent flying. As the energy within him coalesced, Goku gradually halted his descent, floating in midair while locking eyes with Majin Buu. His previously exposed strength proved insufficient to conquer Buu, prompting Goku to unleash his full power. The once modest white energy surged dramatically, doubling in magnitude. The overwhelming force caused the watching Kaioshin, Shin, to retreat several hundred meters involuntarily. After catching his breath, he began to recalibrate his state. With his condition adjusted, Goku charged at Buu once more. Beneath Buu's feet lay a concealed mass of pink flesh, a subtle deception he had just executed before Goku appeared before him. A smug smile graced Buu's lips as the hidden flesh surged ominously behind Goku. Initially no larger than the palm of a hand, the mass rapidly expanded hundreds of times, lunging towards Goku as if to engulf him entirely. Meanwhile, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from Buu's hand once more. Surrounded by adversaries, Goku resolved immediately to dismantle the ambush from behind. A searing wave of energy burst forth from Goku's palm, creating a significant breach in the enveloping net of flesh. Observing Goku's maneuver, Buu wasted no time in launching an energy blast of his own. A thick cloud of smoke swiftly enveloped the vicinity, spreading within a 100-meter radius. King Kai and Jebbet exchanged glances, their concern for Goku palpable. Yet, Buu, as his opponent, remained utterly undeterred. Although Goku had been struck by the previous energy attack, his aura did not diminish significantly. This realization elevated Buu's already serious demeanor to a heightened level. Buu's instincts proved accurate as Goku's figure gradually materialized through the smoke. It became evident that Buu's earlier assault had not been entirely in vain. Goku bore faint scratches upon his cheek, and his arm exhibited signs of distress. Blood cascading from his fingertips onto the ground. Faced with the wounded Goku, Buu dared not exhibit the slightest complacency. The injured warrior's fighting spirit began to swell rapidly. The two resumed their standoff, the atmosphere thickening with tension. The explosive power unleashed by Goku and Buu had transcended the confines of their star system. Nearby, Sabo and the android core were momentarily taken aback, clearly bewildered by the situation. What could have prompted such an overwhelming display of power from Buu? As Sabo pondered this, he led the android core towards the source of the commotion. En route, he initiated communication with Frieza. Lord Frieza, it appears that Majin Buu has once again gone berserk. The intensity of the energy released has far surpassed previous levels. The magnitude of power exhibited during the clash between Buu and Goku was beyond Sabo's ability to articulate. To him, the distinction between a battle power of 100 billion and 500 billion seemed inconsequential. Both were capable of effortlessly obliterating his unit. Meanwhile, Frieza, listening intently to Sabo's report, sensed an undercurrent of fear. Mr. Sabo, where are you at this moment? Lord Frieza, I am en route to the area of the energy explosion, preparing to gather specific information and data. Frieza fell silent for a moment, a slight shock registering on his face. Although he was acutely aware that this was not a conflict he could intervene in, Sabo was nonetheless heading toward the battlefield, driven solely by the desire to collect more information and data. Frieza stretched his neck and severed the communication with Sabo. Number 17. It has been quite some time since I last made a move. Today has unfolded with some intriguing developments. Let us go and observe. The current Frieza was subtly different from the one of days gone by. Upon receiving Frieza's new command, Number 17 promptly ordered the Frieza force to prepare the latest aircraft. Observing Number 17's actions, Frieza interrupted him, his body gradually levitating as his tail twitched behind him. Number 17 barely had time to react before Frieza seized him from behind. Fortunately, due to his modifications, Number 17 remained composed, avoiding panic in the face of Frieza's sudden movement. Frieza placed a finger to his forehead, striking the classic pose for instant transmission. The presence of Majin Buu instantaneously registered within Frieza's perception. Found you, Majin Buu. Before the echo of his voice could fade, both figures vanished from their original location. On an unknown planet, Majin Buu was once again engaged in combat with Son Goku, relying on his formidable regenerative abilities. Majin Buu was barely managing to survive against Son Goku's relentless onslaught. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the absurd sight of Son Goku battling Buu. Truly outrageous. The sudden appearance of Frieza went unnoticed by either combatant, who remained focused on each other. Frieza chose a favorable angle alongside number 17 to observe the clash. Number 17's pupils dilated in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Majin Buu's overwhelming strength. Truly unbelievable. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Buu's adversary. An earthling with a tail? No. That was a former subordinate of King Frieza, a member of the Saiyan race. With implanted memories of the Saiyans, number 17 quickly discerned the identities of the two fighters. Buu's form was repeatedly shattered by Son Goku's strikes, his energy rapidly dwindling and his recovery slowing. Witnessing this change, Frieza understood. It appeared the Saiyan had grown weary of the fight and was prepared to finish Buu off. Son Goku began to gather immense power in his hands. And Buu, sensing the impending danger, realized he had no strength left to evade. He could only watch as the energy of the Kamehameha approached him inexorably. Observing the unfolding scene, Frieza vanished from his position. Chapter 35. The king comes to your aid, and you stabbed him in the back? In a state of utter despair, Buu unleashed his ferocity. The power within him coalesced towards his palm. Frieza materialized before Buu, one hand bracing against the Kamehameha. The sudden turn of events triggered Buu's battle instincts, causing him to relinquish his grip on the energy. Having just endured Son Goku's mightiest strike, Frieza felt a peculiar sensation, akin to something scratching at his back. With a slight exertion, he completely crushed the Kamehameha. Turning around, he beheld the incapacitated Majin Buu sprawled on the ground. Mr. Buu, what has transpired? The capacity of Majin Buu's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. He could not comprehend why Frieza would employ such an unusual method of movement. Before Buu could respond, 17's astonished expression caught his attention. Clearly, the detector embedded within him had registered the recent events. After 17's elucidation, Frieza, too, grasped the situation. So, the king came to rescue you, and you betrayed him from behind? Observing the unwavering loyalty percentage displayed above Majin Buu, Frieza couldn't help but lapse into contemplation. Were the powers and tools granted by the system truly without flaw? As Frieza's words echoed in the air, Buu found himself utterly bewildered. That wretched combat instinct had allowed him to anticipate the battlefield's shifts, yet he failed to foresee Frieza's appearance, resulting in this grave blunder. Watching Buu stammer, Frieza found a hint of amusement. In midair, Goku also detected Frieza's presence. A flicker of remembrance passed through his eyes, conjuring memories of their time on Namek. Back then, Frieza had not engaged directly. Merely a subordinate had brought about his demise. Now, witnessing Frieza again, he was astonished that he had effortlessly absorbed his Kamehameha wave with a single hand. Goku's emotions were tumultuous. Exhilaration and dread warred within him. Exhilaration at encountering a formidable opponent, and dread at the thought of being slain before he could vanquish Majin Buu. After addressing the situation with Buu, Frieza's gaze shifted to Goku. You are Kakarot, later renamed Son Goku on Earth? Frieza's face bore an intense curiosity, as if eager to discern Goku's nature. Noticing that the two had not yet engaged in battle, Goku solemnly nodded, thus acknowledging Frieza's inquiry. I recall you were slain by Jinyu twice. I never anticipated your revival. It seems the wish orbs on your Earth are indeed remarkable. Hearing Frieza's nonchalant remarks, Goku's tension escalated. His extensive knowledge of science and Earth left him feeling vulnerable. His wife Chi-Chi and eldest son Gohan remained on Earth. Should Frieza decide to wreak havoc there, it would spell significant trouble. With that thought, Goku began to gather the scant energy that remained within him. Frieza, observing the resolute Saiyan before him, could not suppress a laugh. The warrior was on the verge of collapse, gasping for breath, yet still concerned for Earth. Frieza admired such spirit, though regrettably, it was directed towards an adversary. In an instant, Frieza vanished, only to reappear a mere 2 steps before Goku. Goku's complexion shifted dramatically as he attempted to brace himself for the impending danger. However, in the next moment, the energy emanating from Goku began to waver uncontrollably. The once resolute gaze began to wane. Frieza flicked his tail slightly, seemingly attempting to erase the bloodstains upon it. The lifeless body of Goku lay sprawled upon the ground. Frieza, observing Goku's corpse, furrowed his brow. He sensed that he was being watched, yet the source of this surveillance eluded him. Raising his eyes to the heavens, Frieza unleashed his aura in its entirety. The elder Kaioshin from the Kaioshin realm was intently focused on Frieza's close-up within the crystal ball. At the moment Frieza looked up, the elderly figure nearly toppled backwards onto the grass. Was the disparity between Goku and this cosmic tyrant truly so immense? Just as he was on the verge of vanquishing Majin Buu, Frieza had interrupted him. Through the exchange between Frieza and Majin Buu, the elder Kaioshin discerned the nature of their relationship. The ancient Majin Buu had, astonishingly, submitted to this cosmic emperor who had yet to unify the galaxy. The elder Kaioshin felt his mind spiral into confusion, yearning for tranquility. "Ancestor, are you observing Frieza?" The sudden voice beside him provided an outlet for his frustration. He turned and swiftly dealt a reprimanding blow to Kaioshin Shin. Although Kaioshin Shin wore a somewhat aggrieved expression, he remained silent. After all, their hopes rested upon Goku, who possessed the mysterious state, and he had been slain. The weight of responsibility upon the two was immense, rendering them hesitant to voice their concerns. "Bring Goku back from the underworld." The elder Kaioshin's voice resonated with weariness. Kaioshin Shin nodded, and, alongside Jebbet, their figures vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Frieza watched as the corpse before him gradually faded away, unable to suppress his inner turmoil. What was happening? Had Goku been resurrected already? Frieza felt utterly exhausted. Was the protagonist's halo truly so formidable? According to his understanding, Goku would not return to life until the Dragon Balls had cooled down. During this interval, it was inevitable that humans would utilize the Dragon Balls. In that case, he could easily dispatch a squadron of Frieza's soldiers to annihilate all martial artists on Earth. Yet now that Goku had seemingly returned, he no longer harbored any hopes of his army obliterating the planet. The more he pondered, the more his frustration mounted. Retreating only led to further losses. Frieza and his entourage swiftly departed the planet, casually leaving behind a planet-destroying bomb. A brilliant explosion illuminated the sky behind them. True warriors never look back at the blast. Meanwhile, the approaching Zarbon gazed at the energy readings on his scouter, momentarily lost in thought. Reviewing the meticulously prepared report from his subordinates, he felt a flicker of doubt. "Are you suggesting that someone detonated the planet?" Zarbon remained incredulous. Yet he saw confirmation once more. Was the energy reading definitive proof of the planet's explosion? The unintentional aura exuded by Sabo sent shivers down the spines of several subordinates. Yet, they persevered through their discomfort and reaffirmed their prior assertions, hastening towards the target planet. Observing Sabo's grim demeanor, the lower-ranking extraterrestrials swiftly commenced their relentless advance, disregarding the wear and tear on their vessels. "Mr. Sabo, we have detected Lord Buu's fleet. Attempt to establish communication once more. I must ascertain the latest intelligence." To his surprise, the previously unreachable fleet responded. As the communication line connected, Sabo caught sight of Frieza's silhouette. In an instant, the information swirling in his mind led him to form a rough conjecture. "Mr. Sabo, it seems you have arrived rather late," Frieza remarked with a dispassionate tone, causing Sabo to involuntarily tense up. Chapter 36. A's? My son? The progression of the galactic conquest shall not pause for anyone. If there are obstacles, they shall be utterly crushed. Following the elimination of Sun Wukong, the expansion of Frieza's forces accelerated once more. The fervent onslaught left both Cooler and King Cold on edge. Their concern was not rooted in fear of Frieza, but rather in preserving their own pride. The combined might they had mustered was repeatedly vanquished by the opposition. Initially poised to engage directly, they were intercepted by Bojack. Unlike the perspectives of Cooler and King Cold, Bojack and his allies possessed a deeper understanding of Frieza. To command such a formidable army, Frieza's prowess had undoubtedly transcended their expectations. Under Bojack's influence, Frieza's army successfully unified the entire galaxy. "Lord Frieza, the galaxy has now been unified," came the report. At that very moment, Frieza, alongside the likes of King Cold, Dodoria, and the formidable Majin Buu, arrived at the scene. "Excellent. Now it is time to address the final inconvenience." In the scheme to conquer the galaxy, Cooler and King Cold had previously offered resistance. However, as time passed, they ceased their full-scale opposition to Frieza's forces. Based on his knowledge of the Frost Demon lineage, Frieza was certain that these two were not merely frightened. Rather, they were biding their time for the opportune moment to emerge and seize Frieza's dominion. During the concluding phase of the galactic conquest, Frieza had intended to reprimand Cooler and King Cold. Yet, they had not made an appearance, nor had any word reached him. Until these two nuisances were resolved, Frieza remained unsettled. Majin Buu, Dodoria, you shall traverse the entire galaxy. Should you encounter anything of interest, assimilate and absorb it. Frieza's temperament was notably unstable, and this time he refrained from addressing them as Sir. Nevertheless, both individuals exhibited no reaction to Frieza's change in demeanor, continuing to execute orders with unwavering resolve, just as before. As the silhouettes of the two individuals faded from sight, Frieza began to contemplate how to draw them out. Just as he found himself at a loss, the other party took the initiative to reveal themselves. The name flashing on the communication device indicated that it was a call from Cooler. Long time no see, Frieza. In that moment, Cooler exhibited none of his former composure. His eyes bore an unsettling madness, clearly reflecting his fury towards Frieza's actions. Oh, it is Cooler. I wonder if you were present when Jinyu detonated your lair. That smoke, under my interference, enveloped the entire star system. Reflecting on it now, I still feel a sense of shock. Listening to Frieza's blatant mockery, Cooler could no longer restrain himself. Frieza, you will pay for your actions. His face contorted with rage. Yet he was left with nothing but impotent fury. Cooler, you may step aside. A somber voice interrupted Frieza and his brother's cordial exchange. King Cold, cloaked in his regal attire, appeared before Frieza. Frieza, Cooler and I are located in the Vanpa system of the Milky Way. I hope you can arrive promptly, so we may witness the extent of your power's advancement. After delivering his message, King Cold unhesitatingly ended the communication. Frieza closed his eyes, sinking into contemplation for a moment, his aura suddenly reaching its zenith. Just as he was about to deliver a few harsh words, he was abruptly interrupted. Lord Frieza, a subordinate reports that an extraterrestrial has brought, a child, claiming that the child is your son. The news shattered Frieza's brewing emotions. Was this King Cold's strategy? Prior to orchestrating his demise, he employed such a petty scheme. However, Frieza misunderstood Cold. Ace was someone he had desired to see. After some reflection, Frieza instructed that the so-called child be brought forth. A diminutive version of Frieza was soon escorted into the palace. Initially skeptical of the authenticity of the claims, Frieza found himself momentarily stunned. You hail from the Frost Demon clan? Although Frieza was reluctant to accept that this little creature could be his son, the striking resemblance and the familiar Frost Demon lineage compelled him to utter those words with certainty. Yes, father. My freezing period has just concluded, and I have even surpassed the records of the Frost Demon clan. The petite Frieza lightly waved his arm, unleashing a powerful energy blast toward the nearby Android 17. Swiftly, 17 raised his palm to meet the energy blast. Lord Frieza, his battle power has already reached 20 million, remarked Android 17, unable to suppress his skepticism. How could such a diminutive frozen demon possess such formidable power? Frieza nodded, acknowledging the remarkable battle prowess displayed immediately after the end of the freezing period. As you continue to grow, your combat strength will undoubtedly surpass mine at this stage. At that moment, Frieza realized that the little fellow before him was likely Ace. Ace does not appear in the canonical history of Dragon Ball. He belongs to a future within a parallel universe. The emergence of Frieza's son, Ace, signifies that the current timeline is not the primary one. Ace, we shall discuss other matters later. For now, you should remain on Frieza planet. With that, Frieza gestured for Jinyu to take this so-called son away. Ace, once I have dealt with Cooler and King Cold, I will have a proper conversation with you. As he watched Jinyu and Ace depart, Frieza's voice echoed softly throughout the Grand Hall. On a desolate planet within the Wampa star system, the prepared Frozen Demon and Bojack were engaged in casual conversation. Bojack, are you certain Frieza will come? Spoke Cooler, clearly skeptical of Bojack's plan. Bojack cast a sidelong glance at the Frozen Demon, internally cursing him. Though Cooler possessed the form of a Frozen Demon, his intellect diminished to zero when Frieza was mentioned. Over time, the two had clashed more than once. With evident outcomes, Cooler had failed to uphold the dignity of the Frozen Demons. Even when he showcased his mastery of the fourth transformation, he was ruthlessly defeated by Bojack. Bojack's strength approached that of a Super Saiyan 2, making the defeat of Cooler a trivial matter. However, Cooler still held some utility, and thus Bojack refrained from delivering a fatal blow. As one of the four notorious marauders who once roamed the galaxy, he was keenly aware of his own strength. Retaining Cooler and King Cold was merely a means to secure an opportunity at a crucial moment in the future. With an advantage on his side, he would let them take action directly, conserving his own energy. Once Frieza was vanquished, he would send these two fools to their doom. If Frieza's combat prowess proved too formidable for his forces, he would allow these two simpletons to create an opportunity for his escape. On Frieza planet, Frieza leisurely sipped red wine, contemplating the matter of A's. He had already devised a plan regarding Cooler and King Cold. Chapter 37. You shall forever live in my shadow. Another month has passed, and the galaxy now bears little resemblance to its former self. Each life-bearing planet is marked by Frieza's unique insignia. This information reached Frieza's ears, to which the king merely smiled. Indeed, regardless of the race, they are forgetful. It has been but a short while, and they have already forgotten their past glory. Frieza's gaze was steeped in melancholy, an expression lost on the unrefined minds of the Ginyu Force and Doria. They could not fathom the turmoil within their sovereign, who had ascended to the status of a galactic emperor, yet exhibited little elation. Without allowing them much time for contemplation, Frieza swiftly issued his command. Zabo, I must depart for a while. Ensure you keep a vigilant watch over A's. Without my directive, they must not venture beyond the confines of planet Frieza. With that, Frieza's form vanished. During the preceding period, he had discerned the direction of Gula and his compatriot's planet. Now, Gula and his companions had ceased to conceal their presence, allowing Frieza to locate them with ease. In the volcanic region of the desolate planet, Gula was presently reprimanding his newly recruited subordinates. Their abilities were woefully inadequate, prompting him to subject them to rigorous training to assess their potential. However, before any results could manifest, Frieza had arrived nearby. Very well. Those who fail the test should be disposed of. Gula's voice, as ever, was grating. Frieza instinctively interjected with a taunt. Such leaders attract such followers, Gula. How have you managed to descend further into misery? Silence, Frieza. My affairs are of no concern to you, Gula retorted, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Yet, he quickly curtailed his own words. Frieza, how did you come to be here? Upon hearing the exchange between Gula and Frieza, Bojack and his cohorts, along with King Cold, approached Frieza, subtly encircling him. Observing their positioning, Frieza smirked disdainfully. Gula, you appear fearful. King Cold, you've grown old. Frieza's voice was low, yet it reverberated with an unsettling intensity, causing both men to flinch. Goodness, has Frieza become so audacious? Bojack's subordinates seethed at the sight of the three frozen demons engaged in conversation, yet they refrained from acting without Bojack's command. As the tension between them escalated, Bojack even took a step back. The power within Gula coalesced, causing his form to morph dramatically, ultimately towering over Frieza by an entire head. Frieza, observing Gula's transformation, felt a surge of indignation. How infuriating! Why does Gula's fourth transformation grant him such height? He recalled the lengths he had gone to achieve a mere 5-centimeter increase, traversing half of the northern galaxy. Gradually, Frieza ascended into the air, feigning tranquility as he locked eyes with Gula. The atmosphere between them thickened with hostility until Gula could no longer restrain himself. His eyes burned with fury as his right hand swiftly sliced through the air, attempting to ensnare Frieza with this clumsy maneuver. Frieza observed the colossal hand of Cooler advancing towards him and subtly raised a finger. This method of resistance incited a profound irritation within Cooler. How dare he underestimate me? Unfazed, Cooler intensified his energy, which doubled in ferocity, signifying that he had transcended his own limits, albeit spurred on by Frieza's mockery. Frieza shook his head, allowing Cooler's palm to make contact with his solitary finger. A piercing scream erupted, causing the weaker intelligent beings nearby to shudder in fear. In an instant, Cooler's approaching hand was severed by the mere touch of Frieza's finger, which bore an aura so terrifying it resembled a razor-sharp blade. Before Cooler could comprehend the situation, the deed was accomplished. Truly a waste, unable to withstand even a single exchange. Witnessing Cooler's embarrassment, King Cold expressed his disdain. He tore off his cloak and advanced toward Frieza. If Cooler proves so ineffectual, it seems I must intervene personally. King Cold's body began to tremble as an overwhelming pressure radiated outward. He expanded to twice his original size. Though his appearance remained largely unchanged, his energy surged exponentially. With a swift motion of his wrist, he lunged toward Frieza. Another familiar scream echoed, leaving Bojack and his companion speechless. Is this truly your strength, King Cold? Bojack chuckled at the unfolding farce. You and your inept son, Cooler, are remarkably alike. Ignoring Bojack's derision, King Cold focused on the gaping wound in his chest, his consciousness gradually fading. Frieza, too, noted this detail, his gaze shifting to the still wounded Cooler. "My dear brother, are you certain you do not wish to take King Cold for treatment first?" Cooler was taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a statement from Frieza. Their exchange astonished even themselves. Bojack wore an expression of disbelief. It seemed this was not a life-or-death battle after all. Realizing this, he exchanged glances with a few of his subordinates. Their millennia-long bond made it clear they understood Bojack's intent. However, at that moment, Frieza abruptly waved his hand, an oppressive force enveloping them instantly. Little did they expect that the so-called ambush was merely a tactic employed by the Frost Demons to eliminate potential threats. Upon concluding his statement, Frieza conjured a minuscule energy sphere, its combat power less than 1,000th of his own, and hurled it toward them amidst their furious expressions. Unsurprisingly, they narrowly escaped the ensuing explosion. As the figures before him vanished entirely, Frieza's presence emerged beside the recuperating Cooler. "My dear brother, from this day forth, your disgrace will reverberate throughout the entire galaxy. In light of our camaraderie, the Frieza force shall spare no effort in disseminating your misdeeds. The tales of your arrogance and betrayal will be the topic of conversation across the cosmos." After delivering this tirade, Frieza seemed slightly fatigued. After a brief pause, he continued, "Originally, I intended to ensnare you all at once, but now I have reconsidered. I shall allow you to live, perpetually shrouded in my shadow." As he spoke, Frieza's expression grew increasingly sinister, instilling a sense of dread within Cooler. Upon concluding his remarks, Frieza leisurely sauntered away. Though he spared King Cold and Cooler, it was evident that their time was limited. The individuals he had inadvertently released possessed power nearing that of a Super Saiyan 2. While he deemed them weak, they were more than capable of eliminating these two fools. He was confident that, once he departed, they would not hesitate to strike down the imbeciles who had dared to mock him. Frieza's laughter echoed far and wide across the planet. Chapter 38. The gateway to the demon realm, the affairs of Cooler and King Cold had reached a temporary resolution. Frieza had no intention of further addressing such trifling matters, trusting that Bojack and his crew would handle those nuisances. On Frieza planet, Azer, newly arrived, evidently had yet to fully acclimate to the surroundings. Just moments ago, Azer had inadvertently detonated a research building, causing considerable distress for the octopus-headed head of the research department. Information about Azer continued to flow into Frieza's hands. Arrogant and disdainful, Frieza painstakingly sifted through the details, finally identifying a few descriptors for Azer. His formidable strength had fostered an immense confidence within him. Most cosmic beings could hardly withstand a single strike from his hand. The Frost Demons lacked the traditional virtues to restrain Azer, resulting in his ever-increasing hubris. His attitude towards life began to align with that of Frieza and his ilk. He would slaughter all life on a planet if it failed to meet his satisfaction. Frieza rubbed his forehead, clearly at a loss for how to address this predicament. The others in the Great Hall held their breath, acutely aware of the tension. Frieza noticed the shift in the atmosphere. His gaze brightened suddenly. How could I forget the multitude gathered here? Although he had dispatched 2 of his minions with unique powers, the Jinyu force still possessed commendable strength and could serve as adequate sparring partners. As long as this young man is provided with some tasks, I believe his propensity for mischief will be significantly curtailed. With the mention of a training partner, an image of a certain individual flickered through Frieza's mind. In the training room, the Demon Realm King, Dubra, felt a chill run down his spine as he endured a beating. "Sabo, fetch the Demon Realm King to the training room," Frieza commanded. He then directed his gaze towards the surveillance of Azer. "Jinyu, bring Azer here." Sabo and Jinyu swiftly departed from Frieza's Grand Hall. The galaxy has now been unified, and Frieza's influence has reached its zenith. However, Frieza remains unsatisfied, discontent with both his strength and his aura of intimidation. Their location within the 7th universe is merely one of many. Heaven and hell exist to adjudicate human transgressions, while the Kaioshin realm can craft planets and create life. The realm of destruction is even more extravagant. The destroyer god of the 7th universe, Beerus, is a mere figurehead. Frieza recalls moments of close encounters with Beerus, and even in his current form, he harbors no hope of victory against the deity. As he pondered, Jinyu and Sabo returned with Dubra and Azer in tow. Their expressions, however, were starkly contrasting. Azer wore an excited countenance. This marked his second encounter with Frieza since arriving on the Frieza planet, where tales of Frieza's conquests echoed throughout. He had heard of his campaigns to dominate the northern galaxy and rule the universe, and his ears were nearly calloused from the repetition. Subtly influenced, Azer felt a burgeoning admiration. Dubra, glancing at the diminutive Frieza beside him and then at the imposing throne, sensed an overwhelming pressure and grew apprehensive about potential repercussions. Frieza regarded the Demon Realm King Dubra with a satisfied nod. For the time being, you shall serve as Azer's training partner. His current combat prowess is still rather feeble, and I believe it is time for you to face a different opponent. Dubra recalled the atrocities of 1718 and looked at the pint-sized Frieza, Azer. He promptly nodded in agreement, indicating his readiness to embrace this new role. Noticing Dubra's acceptance of this new position, Frieza's demeanor shifted. Mr. Dubra, having spent considerable time on Frieza planet, I imagine your demon realm has lain fallow for quite some time. Upon hearing Frieza mention the demon realm, Dubra immediately became perplexed. The demon realm has always been desolate. I haven't paid much attention since my departure. As he spoke, Dubra deliberately feigned some tension. This was a new skill he had acquired since leaving the demon realm. The inhabitants of this universe possess an insatiable curiosity. And even if the individual in question is the cosmic emperor Frieza, it seems they cannot escape this law. Indeed, Frieza observed Dubra's behavior and began to doubt whether this fellow was concealing any information. Upon observing the flicker of intrigue upon Frieza's visage, Dubra silently commended his own cunning. In his grand design, guiding Frieza into the realm of demons would swiftly summon his sister Tawa from within. After departing from the demon realm, Tawa would have undoubtedly seized control of the entire dominion. Frieza, an extraterrestrial, would surely receive a warm reception from his sister. With a subtle enhancement of his own aura, the demon king Dubra contemplated, is that so? Do you still recall the method of entering and exiting the demon realm? Frieza inquired with a smile. Dubra feigned hesitation, yet after a brief pause, he nodded assertively. Immediately, intricate magical patterns began to form upon Dubra's palm. Lord Frieza, I can open a portal to the demon realm. Where would you like this gateway to be situated? Frieza, stroking his chin, decided that the portal should be established within this grand hall. The initial wave of extraterrestrials entering the demon realm would not be numerous, thus Frieza did not dwell on the matter, knowing Dubra could open additional portals when the time came for a full-scale assault. Following Frieza's directive, the magical patterns in Dubra's hand swiftly took shape, transforming from a seemingly mundane into a towering portal of 3 meters height. Frieza silently assessed his own stature and mused, it seems this demon king lacks respect. What is my height compared to the portal's dimensions? He resolved that, given the opportunity, he would teach this old fool a lesson in the customs of the 7th universe. The newly opened portal had already connected to Dubra's palace on the demon's side, prompting a guard, who had been dozing, to instinctively adjust his posture. The demon king had been absent for quite some time, and should he return to find them slacking, it would not bode well. After several hours of waiting, some guards could not resist relaxing once more, even questioning whether the palace's dilapidation was the root of their problem. Meanwhile, on Frieza planet, Frieza himself found himself in a quandary. The sudden emergence of a passage to the demon realm left him uncertain as to who should venture forth for reconnaissance. The demon king, bowing his head, did so only due to his lack of strength, remaining on Frieza planet as a sparring partner under Frieza's oppressive influence. No one could foresee whether this portal would harbor any ulterior motives. Seemingly sensing Frieza's dilemma, Sabo stepped forward. Chapter 39. Though unattractive, he possessed a sharp intellect. Lord Frieza, the energy of the androids cannot be detected by ordinary life forms, Sabo remarked, casting a glance at the conflicted Frieza, and promptly voiced his suggestion. Oh, Frieza harbored a modicum of confusion regarding Sabo's actions. My combat prowess, he stated, is among the lower echelons within the ranks of the army's high command. Should I successfully traverse back and forth, the demon realm would pose little concern. If my strength proves inadequate, we can dispatch a more formidable unit for exploration. Sabo's words prompted a subtle nod of approval from Frieza. Indeed, this seemed a viable strategy. As for a more refined battle plan, he found himself momentarily at a loss. It would be prudent to employ this approach for the time being and ascertain the true nature of the demon realm. With the issuance of Frieza's command, the entire research department sprang into action. A plethora of cutting-edge detection devices began to be integrated into Sabo's being. Fortunately, as he was now a cyborg, this entire process would not be detrimental to him. 2 days later, after undergoing modifications by the Research Institute, Sabo reappeared before Frieza. The detectors within him had been enhanced, vastly amplifying their range and energy sensitivity. He was now capable of discerning the precise combat capabilities of Android 17 and Jinyu. Gazing into the abyss before him, Sabo steeled himself and plunged into the void. Throughout the entire ordeal, Frieza meticulously observed every detail. As Sabo approached the teleportation portal, his body was instantaneously disassembled, existing in a peculiar state that hovered perilously between life and death. Frieza's gaze shifted towards the quail-like Depura before he resumed his scrutiny of the portal. Had it not been for his system providing a faint sense that Sabo yet lived, he feared the Demon King Depura would have been obliterated. Noticing Frieza's attention no longer lingering on him, Depura exhaled softly, placing his heart back within his abdomen. Upon emerging through the teleportation array, Sabo found himself in the demon realm for the first time, confronting an unfamiliar expanse. Unlike the dazzling stars of the galaxy, the sky here was devoid of celestial movement. The passage of time began to blur. Sabo had arrived at the palace of the Demon King Depura, where the guards appeared lethargically disinterested, seemingly engaged in idleness. Was this truly the realm of the Demon King? Observing that no one had noticed his presence, Sabo cleared his throat and proceeded to alert the guards, determined to make them aware that the enemy stood right beneath their noses. The Demon King has returned. The Demon King has returned. The Demon King has returned. Upon hearing Sabo's commotion, the surrounding guards instantly roused from their stupor. However, the words that escaped their lips sent a shiver down Sabo's spine. Was this indeed the legendary demon realm? They could not even recognize their own leader. With the shouts of several attendants, a multitude of demon beings suddenly materialized within the palace. Sabo patted his chest, questioning whether the translation system had malfunctioned. His peculiar behavior, however, did not attract the attention of the onlookers, not due to the subtlety of his actions, but rather for other reasons. After repeated confirmations, Sabo finally realized that neither his understanding nor the translation system was at fault. He then redirected his focus towards the kneeling denizens of the demon realm. This was not entirely the fault of these native beings. The blame lay with Dapra. This old scoundrel had been under the control of Barbidi, departing the demon realm for an unknown number of years. Meanwhile, the demon realm continued to function in its original order, systematically and efficiently. The guardians of this palace had undergone countless changes. What they currently knew was merely a collection of information that had circulated outside, coupled with Sabo's entrance and location. They perceived him, the artificial being, as their long-lost Demon King. After signaling for the crowd to rise, Sabo approached a creature that bore a closer resemblance to a human and inquired about recent changes in the demon realm. Since the inhabitants regarded him as the once-absent Demon King, Sabo intended to experience what it was like to be a ruler of the demon realm. As the being elaborated, Sabo gradually gleaned insights into this world. The nature of the demon realm provided its inhabitants with extraordinarily long lifespans. Furthermore, with a less pronounced sense of time, the activities of most creatures lacked regularity. Eventually, this demon being hesitated, seemingly conflicted. Esteemed Demon Lord, during your absence, the untrimmed demon realm has given rise to some terrifying entities. As he spoke, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Sabo's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly regained his composure. He waved to disperse the gathered crowd, leaving only this demon being. Pray tell, what is the approximate level of strength of these entities? Sabo's tone was rather flat, hinting at his underestimation of the demon realm's elite forces. A being occupying a vast expanse of sky, awakening to devour countless lives? Sabo's countenance darkened. Did the demon realm lack any form of combat power measurement? Such vague descriptions made it impossible to gauge the strength of the opponent. Observing the growing panic in the being before him, Sabo posed one final question. What does it mean to prune the demon realm? Upon asking this question, the once docile creature's eyes widened in alarm. Clearly, he realized that the Demon King before him was likely an impostor. In the instant he prepared to resist, instinct compelled him to kneel. Esteemed powerful one, I know nothing, absolutely nothing. Witnessing the drastic change in demeanor of the demon being, Sabo decided to drop the pretense. The time has come for revelations. Your Demon Realm King is now subjugated by our mighty Frieza. Should you wish to avoid demise, you shall divulge all that I seek to know. As Sabo spoke, he unveiled the full extent of his formidable power. He had reached a combat strength of a staggering 100 billion, a terrifying force that caused the very palace to tremble. Sensing the magnitude of this power, the demon began to stammer as it continued to speak. The notion of harvesting powerful demons to enhance one's own strength? Gradually, images of Daria and Majin Buu materialized in Sabo's mind. Their abilities were indeed quite similar, though the scope of the Demon King's power seemed relatively limited. Upon acquiring the information he desired, Sabo retracted his oppressive aura. Indeed, While this demon may be hideous in appearance, it possesses a certain cleverness. The humanoid demon, upon hearing Sabo's words, exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, its vitality swiftly diminished, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Had you feigned ignorance, I might have spared you, but alas. After dealing with this intriguing demon, Sabo's figure emerged outside the palace. Chapter 40. Never have I encountered such insults. Since the denizens of the demon realm regard themselves as the Demon King, it is wise to make full use of this identity. Sabo began to summon the demons of the realm, issuing his first command. During my absence, those unruly demons must be dealt with. As Sabo's voice echoed, the assembly of demons erupted in fervor. Ever since that group of demons recklessly grew stronger, their range of activity and hunting territory had been drastically reduced, nearly 100-fold. Should Dubra fail to make an appearance, the entire demon realm would likely fall completely under their dominion. Yet, Sabo's next words left them in a state of confusion. Witnessing your enthusiasm, the task of surveying the demon territories shall be entrusted to you. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, the earlier commotion dissipating instantaneously. While they yearned for the Demon King to intervene and cleanse the realm of those demons, they were decidedly averse to participating in such endeavors themselves. Sabo gazed at the now silent demons, unable to suppress a scornful thought directed at Dubra. What kind of Demon King is this? A complete buffoon. The discipline of Frieza's army is far more reliable than these creatures of the world. Observing the demons with minds of their own, Sabo unleashed a terrifying surge of energy. This dread energy obliterated any demon it encountered, causing the fortunate few to tremble in fear. A scattered chorus of reluctant compliance arose. Evidently, some demons could no longer withstand the pressure. Compared to being slain before the palace of the Demon King, they preferred to meet their end while exploring the territories of other demons. After all, dying in the pursuit of exploration would afford them a few extra moments of existence. With the first batch of submissive monsters, the remaining ones were also inclined to embark on exploration. Sabo, drawing from the experience of commanding artificial beings, adeptly organized the multitude of monsters into several teams. Watching the creatures gradually vanish from view, Sabo let out a profound sigh. Is this truly the management style of the demon race? It is exceedingly disappointing. The explorations undertaken by these monsters are hardly trustworthy. Allowing them to venture forth is merely a means to glean a modicum of information. More comprehensive data must be acquired through his own efforts. The greatest value these monsters provide is serving as a basis for Sabo's judgments. By assessing the casualties among them, he can deduce the lethality and energy intensity of various locations. Although this method does not guarantee absolute accuracy, it offers a vague impression nonetheless. Sabo activated the detector within his being and ascended to the lofty heights of the demon realm. As he absorbed the influx of information coursing through him, Sabo propelled himself swiftly into the distance. Soaring high above, he soon spotted the monsters that had recently departed. A contingent of 100, having left the royal palace, was indeed beginning to entertain insidious thoughts. Only about 10% of the monsters remained committed to exploration. The remaining 90% exhibited tendencies to stray from their ranks. Sabo began to execute the prince's strategy, unleashing indiscriminate energy attacks that swiftly engulfed the lagging monsters. His form darted above the various teams, continuously dispersing energy. This display of power instilled profound fear in the surviving monsters, who trembled at the prospect of being obliterated by a mere miscalculation. Observing the remaining creatures aligning with his strategy and fulfilling their tasks, Sabo nodded with satisfaction and continued his mission. The collection and organization of data were soon completed, and Sabo's understanding of this world expanded rapidly. Approximately 10,000 kilometers away, an entity of extraordinary combat prowess awaited. Sabo scrutinized the readings from his detector, perplexed. His combat power detector could discern the abilities of formidable beings like Jinyu. Now, it indicated an anomaly in combat strength. Could this entity's might surpass that of Jinyu? Sabo forcefully shook his head, reducing his speed as he approached the target. Once the distance between them narrowed to 100 kilometers, he returned to the ground. Gazing at the colossal beast within his line of sight, he hesitated. Given its immense size, would it not have already detected his presence? Typically, such a formidable physique would grant it a heightened sense of power. Nevertheless, Sabo could no longer afford to dwell on such uncertainties. Should he encounter a monster, he would retreat. What purpose did his departure from the galaxy and arrival in the demon realm serve? Sabo began to adjust his speed, striving to conceal his energy. He continuously accelerated, closing the distance to his opponent. At the moment he was 100 meters away, he sensed a distinct anomaly. The colossal beast appeared to be feeding, devouring a monstrous creature of considerable size. Sabo's built-in detector began to work frantically, and the initial analysis of the unknown entity caused the progress to slow significantly. Disheartened by the pace, he shook his head and decided not to wait any longer. He would take matters into his own hands. After reserving sufficient energy for the stable operation of various detection devices, he pushed his power to its theoretical limits. His previously handsome visage morphed into a terrifying countenance. Indeed, in order to enhance his odds of victory, Sabo activated a transformation he had long resisted. His formidable combat prowess drew the attention of the creature mid-feast, which seemingly sensed an immense threat and discarded its meal upon the ground. It turned to face Sabo, searching for the source of this newfound menace. Sabo assumed a combat stance, poised for the beast's attack. 10 seconds elapsed, and Sabo's expression darkened noticeably. He had witnessed many forms of insult, but none so egregious as this. Observing the giant creature's futile search for him, Sabo levitated into the air, enveloped in a protective energy shield, while calculating the optimal angle for his assault. In an instant, he unleashed a beam of energy several dozen meters long, aimed directly at the creature's eye, catching it off guard. The searing energy ignited a violent reaction upon contact, utterly obliterating that eye. As the two collided, Sabo's detector frantically alerted him. Within this enigmatic realm, his energy appeared to possess an exceptionally corrosive quality. The energy that extinguished the eye did not dissipate. Rather, it began to corrode the beast's head. The luminous energy beam burst forth from the giant's cranium. Sabo sighed in relief as he watched the colossal creature collapse to the ground. The once undetectable battle power of the beast revealed itself at the moment of its fall. Sabo glanced at the combat data displayed on the detector, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. The detector had preliminarily completed the data collection for the demon realm, and now he needed to relay this information to Lord Frieza. Following the operational methods left by the research department, Sabo initiated the transmission of the data contained within the detector to Frieza planet. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, an hour passed, and Sabo gazed at the detector's progress, which remained stuck at 0, succumbing to silence. If the detector could not transmit the information, he would have to return once more. Sabo swiftly departed from the area, heading towards the portal. Shortly after his departure, the corpses of the slain monsters transformed into a cascade of starlight and vanished. Deep within the demon realm, Tova, who was reconstructing Mira, was momentarily stunned. Was there indeed life in the demon realm that had slain my experimental subject? Chapter 41. Such malevolent aura. How delightful. Sabo moved with great speed, and the palace of the Demon King soon came into his view. Eager to relay data, Sabo was unaware that Tova had begun to take notice of the demon realm. After briefly outlining his journey, Sabo once again plunged into the portal. In the blink of an eye, he traversed an unfathomable distance. Upon returning to Frieza planet, Sabo instantly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Apart from King Frieza, everyone was fixated on the portal. As he materialized, he was immediately the focus of their attention. A surge of formidable pressure overwhelmed him, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. The individuals present possessed strength that far surpassed his own, and the weight of their aura nearly caused him to falter. Nonetheless, Sabo remained resolute in his mission and purpose, steeling himself as he approached King Frieza. "Your Majesty, I have gathered information regarding the demon realm." As he spoke, Sabo uploaded a wealth of data concerning the demon realm. Frieza observed Sabo's actions and nodded slightly. "Mr. Sabo, are there any extraordinary beings within the demon realm?" At Frieza's inquiry, the image of the monster he had slain surfaced in Sabo's mind. "Your Majesty, the creatures of the demon realm do not appear to be particularly formidable. As for extraordinary beings, none have been discovered thus far." Frieza pondered for a moment before shifting his gaze to the eager individuals around him. Since Sabo could traverse the demon realm safely, they should indeed consider a strategy for conquest. The beings of the demon realm possessed long lifespans, evident from Dubra. If the Frieza force could extract knowledge from them, their power would undoubtedly grow. Extended life, coupled with ever-increasing strength, so long as one did not court disaster. Their territory would expand without end. It seemed that Frieza's original memories influenced his current self, instilling in him an inexplicable obsession with territorial dominion. In the time to come, each individual would devise a plan for conquering the demon realm, utilizing the information provided by Mr. Sabo as the foundation. Conquering the demon realm is unlike subjugating the galaxy. Life within the galaxy is predominantly of average strength, and even those with some prowess are subject to various constraints. However, the situation in the demon realm is entirely different. The order within the demon realm is virtually non-existent. The title of the demon realm king, Dapra, is likely a self-propagated legend. After addressing numerous matters, Frieza resolved to visit the demon realm himself, eager to witness this extraordinary world and ascertain the formidable capabilities of its denizens. Before my return, I trust that you will have settled all affairs. As Frieza's silhouette vanished from his throne, the upper echelons of the Frieza force sprang into action. Sabo's gaze shifted, and a sense of unease crept in. Comparing the previous positions, he realized that Android 18 had also disappeared alongside Frieza. In the demon realm, having just arrived, Frieza unleashed several devastating planet-destroying blasts. What a dreadful environment this is. Can it truly house life? The starless sky, in stark contrast to the familiar Frieza planet, left him utterly dissatisfied. Android 18, after conquering the demon realm, would surely establish a colossal docking port for ships in this world-esque sky. The overwhelming destructive power of the planet-destroying blasts shattered the once magnificent palace of the Demon King in an instant. This transformation caught the attention of Tawa. Deep within the demon realm, not long ago, her experimental subject had been slain, leaving her somewhat troubled as she sought the perpetrator. To her surprise, her target appeared sooner than expected, igniting a spark of excitement within her. "Mira, cease your pretense of death and accompany me," Tawa commanded, prompting Mira to spring to his feet. Tawa's artificial human project had reached its preliminary testing phase, and Mira now existed purely as Tawa's experiment. Given his unique nature, Tawa allowed him no respite whatsoever. Upon hearing Tawa's words, Mira instinctively moved to lie on the testing platform, but quickly realized the implication. "Going out? Tawa, you are finally willing to venture forth." His voice held a note of astonishment, yet he nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, Mira swiftly appeared by Tawa's side. A magical circle formed under Tawa's incantation, and their figures materialized near Frieza. This location was once the palace of Dapra, the Demon King, where Tawa had established a teleportation device. This convenience facilitated their swift arrival. The moment Tawa arrived, Frieza raised an eyebrow. "Ah, how fortuitous to have guessed so soon. Android 18, do be gentle when you strike." Having witnessed the training footage of Android 18, Frieza could not resist a playful jibe. Just as their dialogue concluded, Tawa and Mira approached the ruins. "Oh, you're not of the demon realm? Moreover, you exude a rich vitality," Tawa remarked, seemingly astonished by the characteristics of the two intruders as she scrutinized the pair. Frieza's gaze briefly flickered to the android known as Number 18, who lowered her head in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to her, the unsuspecting Tawa was swiftly subdued beneath Number 18. Mira, standing nearby, clearly failed to react in time, and Tawa found herself effortlessly overpowered. In Number 18's grasp, a potent surge of energy began to manifest, piercing directly through Tawa's heart. As Tawa's expression gradually stiffened, Number 18 rose and returned to Frieza's side. "Number 18, how could you strike so swiftly?" "We had yet to extract any information," Frieza remarked, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Number 18's face bore a touch of embarrassment. They had previously trained against Dabra. Even after Dabra's heart had been penetrated, a faint spark of life remained. With a gaping wound, he could still revive and leap back to life the following day. Being a novice in dealing with demon realm beings, she had evidently projected Dabra's attributes onto this encounter. As the two engaged in their conversation, seemingly oblivious to Mira, Tawa's voice rang out once more, imbued with astonishment. "Is this your energy characteristic? With this data, Mira will become even more formidable." Hearing Tawa's voice reemerge, Number 18's body tensed instinctively. She vividly recalled that the other party had already lost their life force. Yet now, Tawa was inexplicably present again. This revelation sent a shiver down Number 18's spine. "Mira? Such a familiar name," she mused. The only being associated with Mira was Tawa, the sister of the Demon Realm King. Realizing their identities, Frieza's aura surged forth, exuding an overwhelming battle power that rendered Mira immobile. Tawa gazed at Frieza, as if beholding an exquisite treasure. At this juncture, Tawa had yet to gather the Dragon Balls, making Frieza's appearance a significant expansion of her horizons. What an ominous presence. "I find it delightful." Tawa instinctively licked her lips, a gesture that displeased Frieza. Chapter 42. It seems there's no harm in learning at a glance. Tao's fundamental information swiftly traversed Frisia's mind. Recognizing the potential value this woman could bring, Frieza tempered his disdain. I have a subordinate who claims to hail from the demon realm. Ah, his name escapes me, but I believe it is Dabra. Despite suppressing some of his aversion, Frieza still relished the opportunity to provoke Tao. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Tao exhibited a hint of scorn. The demon realm, King Dabra? That fool is still alive? The moment those words escaped her lips, Frieza silently commended her. Truly, as the sister of the demon realm king, she exhibited a remarkable lack of humanity. With their exchange, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and near the ruins of the shattered palace, they engaged in casual conversation, weaving a tapestry of dialogue amidst the remnants of conflict. No one dared to voice their intentions first, each awaiting the other to break the silence. After a span of over 10 minutes, Tova subtly waved her staff. The once desolate palace began to reconstruct itself, as if played in reverse, restoring the scattered remnants to their former glory. This display compelled Frieza to swallow hard. An action subtle, yet noticed by both Tova and Mira. The reappearance of the palace transformed the surroundings for the four, alleviating the dire ambience that had previously enveloped them. As their figures materialized within the palace, it was evident they were poised to continue their discourse. Frieza's gaze fell upon the corpses within the great hall, revealing a hint of his discontent. Since Tova possessed the ability to restore the palace, it stood to reason she could also make the bodies vanish. Yet, she chose not to, leaving these unsightly remains in their place. Lord Frieza, would you be interested in acquiring even greater power? Noticing Frieza's deviation from her anticipated query, Tova ceased her pretense. She revealed a card from her hand, intending to broaden Frieza's horizons. Frieza scrutinized Tova before shifting his attention to Mira. Greater power? Like the strength of this waste beside you? His words nearly provoked Mira into a furious outburst. Though not the strongest, he could easily dispatch typical denizens of the demon realm. Yet, being labeled a waste by Frieza stung. Tova recognized Frieza's instinctive disdain and understood he had misconstrued her words. Lord Frieza, what if it were the malevolent energy of the demon realm? A source capable of birthing demonic entities. Would you not wish to explore such an avenue? Tova's proposition was undeniably alluring. Coupled with her current demeanor, it was effortless for an earthling to succumb to temptation. Frieza cast a glance at his own body, adorned with azure and white stripes, and then at his tail, decisively discarding the fleeting dark thoughts that had crossed his mind. Malevolent energy that could elevate this king to the level of a god of destruction? Tova's expression darkened upon hearing this. God of destruction level power? Why not take a nap? The demon realm knows no day or night. Even now, one could indulge in daydreams. Suppressing her fury, Tova resumed her explanation to Frieza, while internally she seethed with the thought that once Frieza succumbed to the malevolent energy, she would transform his body into a sentient puppet of refuse. The presence of malevolent energy could fundamentally alter the essence of a life. With my prowess as a mage, I could achieve a complete fusion of malevolence and living beings. After a brief pause, Tova continued her elucidation. Once fused with malevolent energy, a life form could evolve into a far superior existence. As the conversation unfolded, Tao's magic began to take effect. Frieza's mind was inundated with a series of disjointed fragments. In one particularly inconspicuous memory, he even glimpsed himself standing upon Beerus's head, wielding a radiant lightsaber that etched a hairless cat onto Beerus's form. When Tao employed her magic, she could perceive glimpses of her opponent's memories. As Frieza's thoughts fluctuated, Tao caught sight of the tattooed Beerus, her expression betraying shock, accompanied by vehement curses directed at Frieza. He had merely unleashed a fragment of magic, without delving into deeper manipulation. These visions were unequivocally reflections of Frieza's own thoughts. After a prolonged moment, clarity returned to Frieza's gaze. While he was lost in his fantasies, Tao failed to seize the opportunity to guide malevolence to infiltrate his mind. A flicker of disappointment crossed Frieza's eyes had Tao acted at that moment. He could have easily subdued her or annihilated her presence within his psyche, much like the time Babidi had exerted control over him, aided by the power of his own system. Had Tao sought to influence him with her mental or dark energies, it would have undoubtedly enhanced his own abilities. Lord Frieza, do you accept the powers of the demon realm? After expending considerable time, Tao resolved not to wait any longer. Should Frieza decline, she would promptly employ spatial magic to cast this indistinct individual into the very heart of malevolence. Noticing Frieza's waning patience, he confidently rejected her offer. Whatever your plans may be, they bear no significance to me. The reason for his lengthy discourse was that it seemed the seventh universe was preparing to send reinforcements once more. He had registered the subtle disturbances as he traversed the portal. Just moments ago, a similar fluctuation emanated from the portal, igniting new ideas within him. If those arriving from the seventh universe proved beneficial, he would retain them. Conversely, if they were of no use, he would unleash a full-scale invasion of the demon realm. He trusted that his capable subordinates would have everything meticulously prepared. Among the incoming individuals, if either the Majin Buline Dodoria or Majin Bu himself were among them, it would be the most fortuitous outcome, allowing for an attempt to capture the sister of the demon realm's king. Although Majin Bu had initially struggled with his intellect, after absorbing a vast array of life forces, he had evolved into a formidable warrior adept in both magical and martial prowess. At the precise moment Frieza had departed, his elite Frieza Force units were convening to devise a strategy for the conquest of the demon realm, promptly summoning Majin Bu back into their ranks. The individual was enjoying the cosmic delicacies of cheese on a nearby planet when he received his orders. Without a moment to pay, Bu's figure gradually faded away. Upon arriving at planet Frieza, Bu was swiftly ushered into the teleportation array by Jinyu. As his vision cleared, the first sight that met Majin Bu's eyes was that of his sovereign, King Frieza. Majin Bu's voice resonated from behind Frieza, holding a tray laden with cheese. Sensing Frieza's confusion, Bu elaborated on his recent journey. What? You have mastered instant transmission? Frieza inquired, intrigued. Instant transmission. Is that the peculiar method of movement? Bu gestured, his form vanishing and reappearing in an instant. Frieza paused for a fleeting moment, then quickly regained his composure. Given Bu's extraordinary aptitude, it seemed reasonable that he could grasp instant transmission with but a single observation. Mr. Bu, can you pinpoint the exact location of that woman across from us? Frieza's inquiry bore an air of certainty, despite being framed as a question. Mr. Bu, if you're unable to do so, your existence may be rendered unnecessary. No sooner had Frieza's voice faded than Bu's antennae began emitting bolts of lightning. Chapter 43. The Invasion of the Demonic Aura. The lightning from Bu's antennae swiftly encircled the vicinity. Frieza observed the electric chains, mere centimeters from his body, with an expression of intrigue. Bu? At that moment, Tawa and Mira were enveloped in a protective layer resembling an energy shield. As Frieza discerned the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, he unleashed his own potent aura, creating a barrier that repelled Bu's lightning 2 meters away. Realizing his magic was ineffective, Majin Bu retaliated by piercing a gaping hole in his own abdomen. The pink, rubbery substance of his blood began to ooze from his hand, enveloping the area in a dense, pink mist. Tawa, who had previously regarded the situation with disdain, was now tinged with anxiety. Previously, when Android 18 had dispatched him, he had evaded her through feigned death. However, with Majin Bu now wielding magic, pursuing a similar tactic involved considerable risk. The pink haze continued its relentless encroachment towards the two ensconced within the energy shield. Mira, you truly are a liability, Tawa remarked, leaving Mira momentarily bewildered. Before she could ponder further, Tawa initiated a new maneuver. With the barrier surrounding them on the verge of total erosion, she chose to detonate it, simultaneously activating various experimental subjects hidden within the demon realm. Seizing the moment before Bu could react, Tawa and Mira vanished from sight, leaving behind only Tawa's lingering, venomous words. After Tawa activated the various experimental entities of the demon realm, Frieza sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of this realm. Observing Tawa's silhouette, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy from his hand, instantly engulfing Majin Bu. The air was filled with the echoes of the creature's agonizing cries, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. The palace beneath his feet, recently restored, suffered yet another devastating blow. As the violent eruption and smoke gradually dissipated, the area where Majin Bu once stood was left devoid of his presence. Frieza gazed at the remnants scattered amid the ruins and crushed them underfoot with disdain. The remnants of Bu, which had partially reverted to a gaseous state in preparation for revival, were once again obliterated beneath Frieza's boot. Surveying the less than 20% of the remnants left, Frieza turned toward the teleportation portal. Behind him, Majin Bu was struggling to regain his basic form. The teleportation array still stood resolutely in place, albeit cloaked in dust, indicating its sturdy construction. Following this tumultuous episode, Frieza had entirely lost his patience with this world. Stepping through the portal, he returned to the familiar confines of his palace. What has become of the army? Brimmy, that fool Dubra. Frieza's tone was laced with irritation, clearly indicating that something had transpired. Due to years of warfare, a considerable number of troops had quickly assembled on Frieza's planet. Among the first wave of soldiers were remnants of the previous generation of android warriors, who had originally been deemed expendable. Yet, Frieza promptly issued a new directive, instilling confidence in them for the impending conflict. In the war against the demon realm, the extensive use of planet-destroying weapons was authorized. Most of these soldiers possessed combat power of less than 10,000. With the assistance of these formidable armaments, it was expected that they would swiftly achieve their own accolades in battle. With the issuance of this command, excitement surged among the ranks. Previously, in the Galactic Wars, they had been largely prohibited from utilizing such weaponry. Otherwise, a single victory could result in the complete annihilation of an enemy planet, rendering resource acquisition futile and resulting in significant losses. Lacking precedence, Frieza's army was compelled to deplete their entire stockpile. In an instant, the space surrounding Frieza's planet was teeming with ships brimming with terrifying firepower. Frieza silently calculated the weaponry aboard these vessels, estimating their combat effectiveness at around 200,000, far inferior to that of the android army. With a heavy sigh, he recognized that individual combat prowess remained paramount in this world. Upon entering the demon realm, a thorough cleansing was to be executed, eliminating all those bothersome low-grade demonic entities. Just as Frieza was preparing to articulate further instructions, Dubra appeared. Since changing his training partner, Dubra had been enjoying a rather prosperous life. His status on Frieza's planet now akin to that of the upper echelons of the Frieza force. This caused Depura, who initially intended to depart from planet Frieza, to waver. Given the current circumstances, it is believed that Depura, the king of the demon realm, would become irrevocably bound to this place. The experiences of planet Frieza and the demon realm are fundamentally distinct. Those who desire to venture into that so-called demon realm may do so at their own discretion. Upon Depura's arrival, Frieza welcomed him outside the palace. "Do you see those warships in the sky?" Frieza inquired. "Indeed," Depura replied. "We shall open 20 portals of such magnitude to connect with various regions of the demon realm. As the king of the demon realm, you should have no objections, correct?" Feeling the concentrated power in Frieza's hand and contemplating the obscure corners of the demon realm, Depura took a deep breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "No issues, Lord Frieza." Depura's actions commenced swiftly, and in an instant, the entire planet Frieza was enveloped by the aura emanating from the demon realm. Numerous beings with lower combat prowess or wavering resolve began to mutate. Although their bodies underwent transformation, their thoughts remained unchanged, albeit with a slight increase in aggression. "My power has surged nearly 20-fold, exclaimed a weaker combat unit in exhilaration. As his voice echoed, others expressed their eagerness. They voluntarily relinquished their resistance, allowing the essence of the demon realm to alter their forms. Sabo observed the bizarre warriors before him, feeling a pang of self-doubt. He did not actively resist the encroaching aura of the demon realm, yet his body remained unchanged. Through Sabo's observations, it became clear that units with combat power exceeding 100 million were largely unaffected. Those with combat strength between 1 million and 100 million could gain enhancements by surrendering their resistance. Lord Frieza, due to the opening of the large portals to the demon realm, life on planet Frieza has undergone some beneficial evolution. Indeed, Sabo referred to it as beneficial evolution. Frieza set down his glass of red wine and skimmed through the uploaded information. Noticing this peculiar state, he sensed a hint of demonic transformation. However, Frieza soon dismissed these changes. They were merely combat units. What did it matter if they deviated from human structure? They were but consumables. Life in this universe clamors to join Frieza's legion. The existence of these beings would only serve to expedite the depletion of resistance from the demon realm. Once they perished, they would free up space for others. Continuously, large portals manifested near planet Frieza, prompting further metamorphosis among the legion members on the planet. The combat units of Frieza's army, having undergone transformation, were now utterly frenzied. After he casually mentioned a few names, he observed Jinyu, Zarbin, and Android 17 taking a few steps forward. "Gentlemen, you are to cleanse the filth of the demon realm on behalf of the Frieza force." Upon uttering these words, Frieza's eyelids seemed to flutter, as though recalling some unpleasant memories. Following his command, the others responded and disseminated the relevant orders through their respective communications. With the issuance of these commands, Frisia's fleet began to steadily advance towards the teleportation array leading to the demon realm. "Brother, I've heard that we are launching an assault on another world this time," inquired a low-ranking soldier of the Frisia force to his companion. "Indeed, it is said that there are no restrictions on the weapons we can employ." As the fleet commenced its operation, the soldiers stepped into the portal. The sky of the demon realm, initially overcast, transformed dramatically with the arrival of Frisia's warships, amplifying the ominous atmosphere. Numerous low-intelligence demons roared, attempting to attack the suddenly manifested entities. The experimental subjects revived by Tawa began to converge towards the various warship fleets. Although Tawa viewed them merely as subjects for experimentation, the beings themselves remained oblivious to their fate. Some of the modified demons had acquired the ability to fly, casting shadows across the demon realm. Frisia's fleet's detectors could not accurately assess the combat capabilities of these demons. However, thanks to Zarbin's prior intel, Jinyu and the others regarded these demons with some degree of disdain. A nearby flying demon soon approached a cluster of warships. A torrent of energy surged forth from the battleships, and the blinding light momentarily instilled panic in the demon. Yet, upon contact, the creature regained its confidence. The terrifying energy surge failed to breach its outer scales, and in contrast, the scattered energy beams swiftly obliterated the lowly demons gathered on the surface. Jinyu stared at the data analyzed by the battleship in silence for a few moments. What a waste of time to bring the fleet into this wretched place. While he had not anticipated significant results from the warships, the current outcome was somewhat disheartening. He ordered the previously clustered warships to disperse across the demon realm. Jinyu and his companions each selected a direction and commenced their hunt for these experimental demons. Deep within the palace of Frisia's planet, the pervasive aura of the demon realm began to irritate Frisia, who was sipping red wine. He called for Android 18, and the two descended once more into the demon realm. Upon their return, Frisia beheld the actions of Jinyu and the others with satisfaction. The sight before him was gratifying. An unending stream of high-ranking demons plummeted from the sky, their bodies far larger than the information Zarbin had provided. These monstrous beings, akin to dumplings, mercilessly crushed those who could not evade their fate. Concurrently, the surviving monsters began to consume the remains of their fallen kin. The atmosphere of the demon realm ignited a sense of exhilaration within Frisia. This was truly a world governed by the law of the jungle. The air was thick with the scent of demonic blood. Due to the differences in species, Frisia felt no trace of the metallic tang of blood. Rather, he found himself somewhat entranced by these aromas. After nearly 7 days of relentless slaughter, the larger monsters, or experimental subjects, of this world had been nearly eradicated through the efforts of Jinyu and his comrades. The newly emerged monsters also fell before the advanced weaponry of the battleship. In that moment, it appeared as though only the members of Frisia's legion remained in the demon realm. In a certain spatial layer of the demon realm, Tawa's expression twisted subtly, clearly unable to accept the grim reality. The numerous experimental subjects she had created had yet to reach their peak potential. Relevant experimental data had not been fully gathered. Yet now, the cosmic sovereign of the 7th universe had obliterated them all. Of course, Frisia remained unaware of Tawa's precarious state and was indifferent to it. He was, however, grappling with a rather serious dilemma. Just moments ago, a fragment of Frisia's consciousness had manifested in a region reminiscent of the demon realm. This area was suffused with pure demonic energy, yet devoid of any life. Only a vague consciousness was present, communicating with Frisia. "Do you require my assistance?" Frisia mused, finding himself unable to retract his consciousness for the time being. Casting aside any reservations, he boldly exhibited the arrogance befitting a cosmic sovereign. The consciousness paused, clearly taken aback by the existence of such an extraordinary entity. "Are you not concerned that I might leave this fragment of your consciousness here forever?" Frisia, upon hearing the response, silently exhaled in relief. The nuances in the words suggested a presence of considerable intellect. As long as there was intelligence, there would surely be a flaw. While he could relinquish this fragment of consciousness and allow it to regenerate, he preferred to take a harsher stance, provided he could ascertain who had compelled him to make such a choice. When he evolved to a higher level, he could return to offer the entity some warmth. After all, it was merely a fragment of consciousness. He could easily shatter it. The consciousness, seemingly unprepared for Frisia's retort, fell silent for a moment before continuing. "The demon realm is a world of immense potential. However, it has encountered certain issues during its growth." "Get to the point, or I shall take my leave," Frisia interjected. The The demon realm harbors powers akin to that of the entire cosmic pantheon. Do you not wish to experience it? Frieza surveyed his surroundings, confirming that nothing had changed before he lifted his head, a look of disdain etched upon his face. If the demon realm possessed such power, how could it remain hidden in an obscure corner, unremarkable? The shadow spoke again, succinctly elucidating the pertinent information. Frieza lingered in silence for an extended period. Must one possess overwhelming strength and unparalleled talent to absorb a divine essence? He scoffed inwardly, recalling that even a feeble life form like the Supreme Kai could ascend to divinity. Now, he was being told of various prerequisites, realizing Frieza's skepticism. The consciousness displayed a new action. An immensely corrosive force began to manifest within Frieza's awareness, and his physical form resonated with this ominous energy. This was the divine essence approaching that of a demon god, capable of elevating ordinary beings to a higher dimension. Just as Frieza prepared to voice his thoughts, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Chapter 45, truly a capable assistant of mine. The onslaught of information was ultimately contained by Frieza, not due to an unwavering resolve, but because he possessed a system. At that moment, Frieza's consciousness returned to his corporeal form. He felt the meticulously categorized information nestled deep within his memory. Letting out a profound sigh, he considered how a typical life form would have been overwhelmed by such an immense influx of data, potentially leading to mental rupture or the emergence of multiple personalities. As he meticulously sifted through the knowledge in his mind, he gradually comprehended the nature of the previous domain. He discerned the identity of that voice as well. The domain was the origin of the demon realm, and the voice embodied its will. This will, within the demon realm, was somewhat analogous to the Omni King of the universe. However, unlike the Omni King's absolute dominion, this will could only exert limited influence. The manifestations of the demon realm across various timelines and spaces were the unintended consequences of its unconscious actions. As Frieza contemplated further, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Demon realm world will intervention. Integration of demon deity inheritance information complete. Current evolution progress increased. With an additional 20% of evolution progress gained, Frieza's power swelled rapidly. The sudden surge of terrifying energy caused the Frieza force, which had been searching throughout the demon realm, to falter in their resolve. Drawing from past experiences, Frieza swiftly reigned in his imposing aura. The newly acquired evolution progress brought him to 60%. Surpassing the 50% threshold, Frieza distinctly felt that he could enter his golden Frieza state at any moment. His once blue and white form gradually transformed into a majestic pure gold. From a distance, he resembled a valiant warrior. Unfortunately, only Android 18 stood by his side, leaving Frieza's desire for admiration somewhat unfulfilled. As she sensed the changes emanating from Frieza, she found herself momentarily entranced. She was aware of Frieza's formidable strength, yet the extent of it remained a mystery to her. Just moments ago, an overwhelming aura had enveloped her vicinity, and being in such close proximity to Frieza intensified her awareness. The sensation of an ant confronting a dragon rendered her hesitant to look up. Frieza's current dimensional prowess had escalated significantly compared to before. To an outsider, these transformations were undoubtedly terrifying. However, Frieza himself felt little of that trepidation. The manner in which his power had surged appeared to be more subdued. Perhaps it was due to his own numbness or an increased capacity to endure. In his golden form, Frieza perceived that his stamina depletion was not as substantial as he had anticipated. According to his calculations, he could maintain this state for 4 to 5 years. Should he attain further enhancements in the future, this condition could very well become his new norm. Frieza had resolved the previous issue of his height, now subtly surpassing Android 18. Although there was a slight elevation, the difference was not overtly pronounced. In the present demon realm, there were no longer any sizable demonic entities. His conquest plans were essentially complete. Yet, Frieza was evidently dissatisfied with the outcome of his training. Originally, he had anticipated that the demons within this realm would deplete at least 30% of his forces. In reality, they had only consumed about 10%, with a significant portion not even falling to the demon's hands. Frieza's perception had expanded to encompass most areas of the demon realm, allowing him to navigate the movements of his forces with precision. However, in this very context, he encountered an awkward predicament. His Frieza combat units, after enduring prolonged attrition, had ceased merely attacking demons. Some of his soldiers had even turned their weapons upon their comrades. The internal management of the army, by figures like Jinyu, had not penetrated deeply. Their control over the troops remained at a level of mere obedience. In the unrestrained environment of the demon realm, coupled with the limited numbers of demons post-Cannonade, conflicts erupted among these transformed fools. To them, every demon represented a mark of honor. Their battle capabilities, tainted by demonic energy, differed vastly from their former selves. The original squad leaders, lacking in strength, found many of their subordinates turning against them. The once bloodless demon realm began to permeate with a noxious scent. However, these transformations transpired within mere moments. Were it not for Frieza's unwavering belief that he had not issued any commands, he might have even questioned himself, pondering whether he had inadvertently given some foolish directive. Soon, Jinyu and his cohorts also became aware of the turmoil within Frieza's army. Their approach to resolving issues was exceedingly wild. Every member involved, whether actively or passively, was summarily obliterated by one of Jinyu's energy blasts, which were preceded by an order for those aliens to gather together. Jinyu's actions swiftly instilled a sense of dread throughout the entire legion. Frieza rapidly received a comprehensive report on the incident, nodding in approval as he read. This was precisely the conduct one would expect from a formidable villain. He was indeed fortunate to have such a capable assistant. Just as Frieza prepared to acclimatize himself to his newfound powers, he once again sensed the presence of the earlier world consciousness. Perhaps due to the inappropriate circumstances, the voice of that consciousness was exceedingly vague, seemingly conveying to Frieza that the previous anomalies within his army were his doing. Indeed, it was surprising that he could interfere with the material realm, a subtle compliment escaping his lips. To him, Frieza's legion was a dispensable entity, one through which he could perceive the capabilities of the world consciousness via some insignificant life forms. In his eyes, this was quite worthwhile. The intellect of the world consciousness appeared rather mediocre. Following Frieza's utterance, the entire demon realm underwent a profound transformation in his perception. The once thin veil separating him from this realm dissipated, and Frieza now felt as though he were in his own lair. An inexplicable realization emerged in his mind. He had regained a portion of the authority over the demon realm. His body could manifest in any corner of the demon realm at will, without any restrictions. Indeed, the emergence of this authority proved to be even more advantageous than instantaneous movement. Wait, why does this resemble the Kaioshin's instantaneous movement so closely? As if sensing Frieza's astonishment, the world consciousness began to slowly dissipate. Although it did not convey any further useful information, Frieza distinctly felt a surge of pride. He repeatedly appeared in various regions of the demon realm, seemingly experimenting with his newly acquired skill. His consciousness began to roam freely throughout the entire demon realm, seeking to ascertain whether any demon gods resided within. Unfortunately, Frieza was met with disappointment. During this time frame, the demon realm harbored no entities of godly caliber. Of course, it was also possible that Frieza's perception was insufficiently keen, causing him to overlook their presence. Nevertheless, after this series of actions, a smile crept upon Frieza's lips. Ha ha ha, Tawa, so you were hiding here all along. In a spatial interstice, Tawa, unaware of being exposed to Frieza's gaze, continued to grumble and curse. Chapter 46. Establishing the Stargate. Upon sensing Tawa's location, Frieza did not immediately proceed. Instead, he took a moment to observe, ensuring that there were no long-distance teleportation devices in Tawa's vicinity. As Frieza scrutinized Tawa, he did not remain stationary. His form flitted through various spaces and interdimensional layers of the demon realm. At that moment, within less than a meter of Jinyu, Frieza was keenly observing Jinyu's reactions. Visually, the distance between them seemed minimal, yet the existence of the alternate space rendered their separation unfathomably vast. Frieza deliberately unveiled his aura, yet Jinyu, a mere meter away, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This technique was undeniably impressive. Had Jinyu been my adversary at this moment, he would likely have been rendered breathless. After a moment of contemplation, Frieza's form gradually materialized from the void. With his appearance, Jinyu's communication device began transmitting their current location. Jinyu, leading the purge of the demon realm, blinked in disbelief. Frieza, the Tyrant King, was nearby, and less than 5 meters away. Jinyu's emotions were a tumultuous blend, as the alert from the communication device was glaringly conspicuous. Yet, he could discern no trace of Frieza in his immediate surroundings. The faint signal on his device only underscored the great distance between them. However, the readings indicated an alarmingly close proximity. He could hardly believe that his upgraded communication equipment had miscalculated the distance. Abruptly ceasing his actions, Jinyu began to scrutinize his environment with heightened vigilance. He soon detected an anomaly. In a certain area less than a meter away, ripples began to manifest. Frieza's indistinct projection emerged increasingly closer to reality. Having never witnessed such a scene, Jinyu took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. Yet before he could fully steady himself or mount an effective response, Frieza's form solidified entirely, and his lengthy tail stealthily coiled around Jinyu's neck. Confronted with Frieza's sudden maneuver, Jinyu instinctively prepared to resist. However, in the next instant, the terror of Frieza flooded his mind. The tension in his muscles dissipated rapidly, and he surrendered entirely to Frieza's tail, appearing utterly helpless. Frieza loosened his grip, nodding in satisfaction. He was pleased with Jinyu's reaction and equally content with the effectiveness of his skill. Once the demon realm was purged, he would reshape all regions according to the specifications of planet Frieza. Before awaiting a response, Frieza's form vanished once more. Upon witnessing the complete disappearance of his sovereign, Jinyu activated the unsealed recording system. After meticulously cleansing the demon realm, he proceeded to transform all regions in accordance with the specifications of planet Frieza. As he reviewed the footage, he heard Frieza's voice reiterating the same commands, which left Jinyu assured that he had not misheard. One might ponder why Jinyu recorded this. Who could fathom the peculiarities of a combat unit accustomed to perpetual warfare? Unbeknownst to Frieza, Jinyu had captured this information. Currently, Frieza's focus shifted to Tawa, a woman shrouded in numerous secrets, who even had the potential to reveal herself in the later arcs of Dragon Ball. Considering the likelihood of collaboration between them was virtually non-existent, Frieza decisively chose to eliminate this latent threat. His form materialized within a spatial interstice, his golden skin shimmering with radiant light, powerful enough to obliterate even a diminutive space as he gathered energy. At that moment, Tawa, hindered by the spatial barrier, remained oblivious to this burgeoning power. The energy Frieza amassed began to influence the surrounding time and space, causing the very fabric of his current environment to tremble. Assessing the intensity of the formed energy, Frieza deemed it satisfactory. Confirming that Tawa had yet to detect his presence, he emerged from the spatial interstice into her domain. Through his unique abilities, a fissure quietly manifested. As this crack appeared, Tawa suddenly turned to gaze in Frieza's direction. However, she perceived not Frieza's silhouette, but instead instinctively closed her eyes. Her action was not born of fear, but rather a response to Frieza casting a blinding energy projectile into her vicinity. Instantly, the stability of the entire spatial interstice faced tremendous upheaval. Frieza observed the collapsing fragments of space and the rampant energy as they relentlessly penetrated Tawa's form. In an instant, her body was stripped of its human semblance. The remnants of her physique, battered by the energy's onslaught, gradually disintegrated into sand, along with the last vestiges of her experimental subjects, vanishing entirely from Frieza's perception. With the final threat of the demon realm extinguished, Frieza could now focus on diligently training A's. Though his corporeal form dissipated from that realm, his voice echoed persistently. Due to the partial annihilation of space, a segment of the related timeline experienced interference. Within an unknown temporal tunnel, Frieza's voice inexplicably resonated. This maneuver caused the timeline to generate parallel realities. The next manifestation of Frieza appeared beyond the portal connecting the demon realm and the seventh universe. Upon seeing the familiar gateway once more, Frieza instinctively felt a wave of sardonic amusement. Deep within the recesses of his mind, a memory surfaced, revealing that the teleportation array in this location was rudimentary and inefficient. As he sensed the emotions emanating from his subconscious, he shook his head and effortlessly disrupted the balance of the teleportation portal before him. The once stable portal began to collapse rapidly. Noticing the anomaly, Android 18 prepared to deliver a scathing remark, only to find Frieza in a contemplative pose, amidst the ruins of the original portal. In that moment, her words were forcibly swallowed. Observing that Frieza showed no signs of recovery, Android 18 assumed the role of a vigilant guardian. After a prolonged silence, Frieza gradually regained his focus. His fingers moved clumsily, as if casting a spell. With each gesture, intricate magical patterns began to spread throughout the area surrounding Frieza. This display left Android 18 momentarily agape. In her recollections, Frieza had always been a formidable warrior and cosmic emperor. But now, what was she witnessing? Frieza was indeed performing magic, executing what seemed impossible. Moreover, amidst his movements, a resplendent stargate began to take form. As the final magical pattern was completed, Frieza nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the Stargate before him. Chapter 47. Preparing for God-slaying. The moment the Stargate was established, a tremor coursed through Dabra, who was on Frieza's planet. His training partner, Ace, quickly seized upon this vulnerability. Despite possessing a combat power of less than 100 million, Ace managed to push Dabra back a step. Witnessing Dabra's retreat, Ace's gaze suddenly flickered. His energy began to expand wildly, and in an instant his form, reminiscent of Frieza's, underwent a terrifying transformation. His body rapidly elongated, evolving towards the fourth transformation of the Ice Demon. As Dabra, serving as Ace's sparring partner, had never witnessed such a change, he hurriedly sought out an energy detection device. Setting the target to Ace, the numbers on the detector soared to 90 million. Dabra struggled to swallow, seemingly incredulous. His mind drifted back to his youth, contrasting his former self with the young Ice Demon before him. It was a sunlit afternoon, and he was carefree under the setting sun. No, he had digressed. In his youth, his combat power had merely been around 1 million. In that state, he not only had to worry about the attacks of unknown magical beasts, but also constantly remained vigilant against his sister, lest she be harmed in her sleep. In that moment, Dabra was overwhelmed with emotion. The numbers on the detector had surpassed the threshold of 100 million. Faced with this situation, Dabra took a deep breath. The malevolent aura emanating from Ace swept across the entire galaxy. Reactions varied. Some were horrified, some were dismissive, and others were filled with dread. However, all of this bears no relation to Acer, who is currently engulfed in his own formidable power, unable to extricate himself, having mastered a higher echelon of transformation. Acer now regards Depura with a sense of indifference, devoid of the envy he once felt. He perceives that he could easily vanquish his opponent with a mere flick of his wrist. Observing the shift in Acer's demeanor, Depura flashed a grin. "Come forth, Prince Acer. Let me savor the strength you have just acquired." He licked his lips, exuding an air of invulnerability. As Acer sensed the contempt emanating from Depura, a dark aura surged from within him. Depura, keenly aware of everything, couldn't help but marvel. This Ice Demon is indeed no trifling matter at such a young age. His malevolence surpasses even my own. However, due to Depura's voice being subdued and Acer being in an excited state, he did not catch this remark. Depura's body quivered slightly as a formidable energy radiated from him. Matching his power to Acer's, Depura initiated the attack. Acer, momentarily unable to control the immense power he had just acquired, soon revealed his inherent difficulties when Depura engaged him. Drawing upon years of combat experience, Depura relentlessly suppressed Acer. The continuous pressure caused Acer's aura to become increasingly unstable, reminiscent of Frieza's struggle to master his golden form. After a protracted skirmish lasting over 10 minutes, Acer gradually acclimated to his newfound strength, successfully reverting to his third transformation and extricating himself from the inflated state. However, their clash had disrupted the demonic energy that pervaded planet Frieza. Meanwhile, the two Kaioshin of the Kaioshin realm, bored, observed the entirety of Universe 7. They were drawn to the ripple of power emanating from the battle between the two combatants, their attention piqued by Acer's malevolence. Tracking the source, they soon laid eyes on a young Ice Demon, strikingly reminiscent of Frieza. "Son Goku, do you have confidence in defeating this Ice Demon?" The Kaioshin Shin, unfamiliar with the existence of the God of Destruction, instinctively inquired of Son Goku, who was currently engaged in refining his divine aura. Scratching his head and pondering for a considerable time, Son Goku finally spoke. "I believe I could defeat this malevolent young Ice Demon." He nodded affirmatively in response to the Kaioshin. Yet, he refrained from mentioning one crucial detail. He could not guarantee his own survival. The Kaioshin and Jebit approached Son Goku, and the three gradually vanished from the Kaioshin realm. At that moment, Son Goku's mind began to reflect on the atrocities committed by Frieza's army during the period of his own defeat, where he had witnessed the brutality and cruelty of their actions firsthand. To Frieza, the unification of the galaxy signifies the establishment of a new order. However, from Goku's perspective, the situation is far from that. He perceives the countless beings of the universe being ruthlessly annihilated by Frieza's military forces. Their homes lie in ruins, devoid of any visible benefits brought forth by Frieza's legion, and the promised mechanisms of the new order remain shrouded in obscurity. In the past, conflicts between two races often resulted in the extinction of one, but now, both races face obliteration at the hands of Frieza's army. Under the intense oppression exerted by Frieza's regime, the universe exhibits a trend of polarization. A faction fervently worships Frieza's doctrine, while another unites in fierce opposition against it. The devotees of Frieza are predominantly powerful extraterrestrials, while the remainder consists of weaker races. Beneath this bizarre atmosphere, the universe has commenced a frenzied development. By a twist of fate, the overall strength of Universe 7 has seen a significant enhancement. Regrettably, Goku remains oblivious to these developments, as he is solely focused on upholding his notion of justice. As Goku and his companions emerge, their location gradually materializes deep within Frieza's planet. They are a mere 100 meters from A's, seemingly intent on concluding their mission swiftly. Dubra immediately senses the foreign presence, inducing a wave of anxiety within him. Instinctively, he positions himself before A's, as if to buy some time. He understands the importance of A's and Frieza's temperament. Should A's fall on Frieza's planet, they would all face dire consequences, not out of profound affection for A's, but due to the humiliation of being thwarted. Sensing Goku's formidable power, Dubra begins to desperately stimulate his body, attempting to enhance his odds through sheer force. Yet, such futile efforts are in vain before Goku. A luminous sword materializes in Goku's hand, piercing through Dubra's form with brutal precision. A subsequent energy blast seals the fate of the Demon Realm's king, sending him into oblivion. In the Demon Realm, Frieza, who had established a Stargate, steps forward without hesitation. His vision shifts instantaneously to Frieza's planet. Yet he finds himself rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Have I transported myself to the realm of the Kais? In response to Frieza's perplexing actions, Goku approaches with a provocative greeting. Long time no see, Frieza. Upon seeing that loathsome visage, Frieza immediately retaliates. Goku, still in the early stages of cultivating divine energy, is unprepared for the onslaught. He collapses to the ground, writhing in agony. During this tumultuous moment, he perceives an aura from Frieza reminiscent of that of the Kais. A realization that casts a heavy pall over his spirit. Could it be that this fellow intends to strike down himself once more? Sun Wukong, after I eliminate you this time, I shall utterly annihilate the earth along with those two bothersome deities nearby. None shall escape this fate. Frieza began to communicate with the will of the demon realm, drawing upon the depths of his memories. Within the corrupted atmosphere of Frieza's planet, a will gradually awakened. As the two deities prepared to instantaneously flee, they felt the space around them completely sealed off. One wonders if Beerus will be enraged upon the demise of this Supreme Kai. Chapter 48. The Supreme Kai truly sprouted from a tree. The confinement of time and space, coupled with the vast disparity in strength between their two factions, rendered the gazes of the Supreme Kai and the God Jebbet fixed upon Sun Wukong simultaneously. In their eyes, there lingered a trace of despondency. They had invested far too much in Sun Wukong. The old Supreme Kai had unlocked his own potential and developed methods for divine cultivation. Yet, despite these efforts, Sun Wukong remained no match for Frieza. Faced with the returning Frieza, they were unsure of what it meant to even retaliate. Frieza regarded the two who had surrendered their resistance, as well as the convulsing Sun Wukong. He casually summoned a member of the Frieza force, and, before the three of them began to speak slowly, he immediately commanded the forces stationed near Earth and Namek to detonate those two planets. After delivering his command, Frieza observed the reactions of the trio. Indeed, the Supreme Kai reacted most intensely, nearly brought to tears. God Jebbet wore a dark expression, seemingly displeased by the constraints imposed by mortals. At this moment, Sun Wukong lacked the energy to focus on the external situation. Under the intense scrutiny, he felt an inexplicable force continuously eroding his body. This intervention drastically diminished his innate recovery capabilities. Frieza, witnessing the unfolding scene, found no interest in toying with them. In previous encounters when he had killed Sun Wukong, he had not been adequately prepared, resulting in that rascal's repeated resurrection. Now, he had severed all of Sun Wukong's avenues of escape. Farewell, child of fate from the seventh universe. A minute point of light rapidly formed at Frieza's fingertips. In the next second, it expanded into a beam of light several meters in diameter. Amid Sun Wukong's furious gaze, it slowly engulfed him. The essence of Sun Wukong's body within the energy beam dissipated quickly, unable to endure the subsequent energy shockwaves. The two deities witnessed the formidable Sun Wukong being vanquished by Frieza. Simultaneously, the spatial confinement continued to exert pressure, causing cold sweat to emerge on their foreheads. The old Supreme Kai, observing through a unique crystal ball, watched everything unfold on Frieza's planet. He let out a heavy sigh, pondering whether the delicate balance of the universe could truly remain unbroken. As a being shaped by the passage of time, he possessed an understanding of the cosmic laws far surpassing that of others. Throughout the ancient epochs, countless demons had been vanquished and sealed away, while the heavens became populated with benevolent races that had earned their honor, steering the universe towards justice. After a protracted span of years, the astonishingly malevolent presence of Frieza emerged. This sequence of events relentlessly battered the fragile nerves of the old Kaioshin. The two deities on Frieza's planet remained utterly oblivious to the intentions of their ancestral progenitor. They even harbored a glimmer of hope, yearning for their ancestor to rescue them through extraordinary means. Frieza gazed at the two ineffectual beings before him and unleashed two beams of energy from his hands. In their incredulous gaze, he pierced through their skulls, and the residual energy utterly vaporized their heads. Though uncertain of the location of their hearts, he was confident that obliterating their minds would effectively extinguish their lives. As the life force of the two gradually dissipated, two peculiar blue fruits materialized in their place. Frieza marveled, realizing that the Kaioshin truly grew from trees. These blue fruits, however, were far from complete. A portion of them was vaguely missing from their tops. As Frieza contemplated retrieving them, the will of the demon realm, which had been functioning as a tool, began to communicate with him. The message from the will of the demon realm seemed urgent. Frieza took hold of the two fruits, tossing them lightly in his hands. He distinctly sensed the will of the demon realm reacting to his movements with eager anticipation. Are they of great importance to you? After a moment of hesitation, the will affirmed Frieza's inquiry. What can you offer me in return? An enhancement of permissions, amplifying your power in areas infused with demonic energy, the will readily promised. Yet, Frieza felt a twinge of concern. How much time had truly passed? He sensed that the intelligence of this will had matured to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. This was the foundational essence of the deities of the seventh universe, and, as a native of that very realm, he was now being asked to confront the enmity of the entire seventh universe. Frieza's words rendered the will of the demon realm silent. Had he not guided the essence of the demon realm, he would never have arrived in this world. Just moments ago, he had dispatched the deities of this realm, and now he was engaged in such discourse. 10 seconds elapsed, and suddenly Frieza felt an influx of combat techniques and related experiences flooding his mind. Armed with the techniques befitting a demon god and the enhancement of his permissions, he briefly scanned the information within his consciousness and realized that he had struck a veritable goldmine. Although lacking a profound understanding, one could instinctively perceive the substantial gains achieved. Yet, before Frieza could respond, the will of the demon realm conveyed yet another message: to infiltrate other parallel worlds and expand its dominion. Throughout the course of warfare, the consolidation of the demon realm's will was to be accelerated. The world's will, after much ado, imparted to Frieza several pivotal pieces of information. The stronger the territories occupied by the demon realm, the mightier its world will become. As the strength of the world will amplified, so too did his authority. The greater his authority, the stronger the power he could obtain. The more potent his power, the more parallel worlds the demon realm could corrupt. With a mere wave of his hand, Frieza dispelled the will of the demon realm. Even the god of destruction from the seventh universe would be no match for me, let alone encroach upon other parallel realms. He banished that alluring yet impractical notion from his mind. Frieza retreated to his palace, immersing himself in the comprehension of demon god-level combat techniques within his mind. After a considerable time, Frieza's eyes widened, clearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. It bore similarities to the characteristics of the supreme mastery, yet there were evident distinctions. He began to recall the information regarding the effortless memory technique in his mind, continually referencing the transformations of Sun Wukong from the original timeline. An instinctive evasion from a power vastly exceeding his own. Upon concluding his reflections, he began to synthesize the information he had received. The more grievous the injury sustained, the higher the rate of evasion. Simultaneously, one's own strength could be infinitely amplified. Indeed, it was even possible to channel the entirety of the demon realm's strength into his own attacks. As long as he maintained a connection with the demon realm, this characteristic could be infinitely augmented. Was this not an enhanced version of the demon realm's supreme mastery? The power of the demon realm was capable of continuous growth, signifying that the strength available to him could also perpetually expand. As the fervor within him gradually subsided, Frieza spat vehemently. No, Would that not render the king merely a laborer for the consciousness of the demon realm? Frieza began to engage in a brainstorming session, contemplating the possibility of asserting his own dominion. The Super Dragon Balls. This world possessed the Super Dragon Balls. The Ginyu Force remained stranded in the demon realm. And now within Frieza's palace, there were but a few cats, large and small. Frieza's neurotic demeanor instilled tremors in them, fearing that a mere displeasure from the king could lead to their demise. Chapter 49. Long time no see, Lord Beerus. Frieza's actions within his old stronghold were shielded by the will of the demon realm, thus going unnoticed by the higher deities of the seventh universe at first. However, as Frieza dispelled the will of the demon realm, Beerus, residing in the realm of destruction, instinctively lifted his eyelids. What was happening? Was I nearly eliminated while I was sleeping? The sudden utterance from the cat-eared god of destruction caused Whis, adorned in angelic attire, to furrow his brow. According to his understanding of Lord Beerus, it was inconceivable that he should awaken at this moment. Whis, wielding his staff, swiftly materialized beside Beerus, clad in his night attire. It was evident that Beerus had not yet fully roused from slumber. Whis, have you sensed anything amiss? Upon hearing Beerus's inquiry, Whis momentarily hesitated, surprised that today, Lord Beerus seemed to be taking an interest in the affairs of the outside world. Let me take a look, he replied, as images began to rapidly manifest from his staff. There appears to be nothing out of the ordinary. Lord Beerus should be. Wait. The Supreme Kai and the Supreme Kai-in training of the seventh universe have been slain. Whis's demeanor swiftly shifted from nonchalance to astonishment. The lives of the destroyers are intrinsically linked to those of the Supreme Kais, and the destroyers are also connected to their angels. If all the Supreme Kais were to perish, they would certainly face dire consequences. Indeed, Whis's words soon captured Beerus's attention, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. The power of destruction began to emanate subtly from him, suggesting a readiness for action. Whis, who was responsible for the deaths of the Supreme Kais. After posing the question, Beerus seemed to recall something. The life of a destroyer is bound to that of the Supreme Kais. Why am I still alive? At this moment, Whis also recognized the gravity of this issue. Allow me to investigate. With a wave of his staff, the images transformed once more. The old Supreme Kai in the Kaishin realm was leisurely sipping tea, showing no signs of sorrow, as if the fallen beings were merely two dogs. Observing the old Supreme Kai's demeanor sparked a surge of anger within Beerus. Whis, take me to the Kaishin realm. Whis nodded, and in an instant, Beerus was clad in his distinctive attire as a destroyer. Although he was not entirely pleased, the dignity of a god compelled him to present himself with a semblance of propriety. Coupled with his current expression of fury, he indeed resembled a true destroyer. Whis gently tapped his staff twice, and a separate space enveloped the two of them. Beerus positioned himself behind Whis, grasping hold of his lower half. Acknowledging Beerus's action, Whis nodded, and the space around them began to shift, with the vast universe serving as a backdrop that rapidly transformed. The old Supreme Kai, who had been enjoying his tea, suddenly put away his teacups, having received a message from Angel Whis informing him that the destroyer would soon arrive in the Kaishin realm. At that moment, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. The destroyer, a being beyond mortal comprehension, had once sealed away the voices of 15 Supreme Kais with a mere flick of his wrist. Now, this ominous entity was approaching the Kaishin realm once more. Had it not been for Angel Whis' prior notification, he would have undoubtedly sought an excuse to depart from the realm of the Supreme Kai. However, at this moment, the dignity of the divine compelled him to remain. While a being may be sealed, one's face cannot be lost. Although his combat prowess was lacking, he was nonetheless on par with his opponent. In the realms of creation and perception, he surpassed that muscle-bound destroyer by considerable margin. As the old Supreme Kai awaited with trepidation, the figures of Destroyer Beerus and Angel Whis arrived in the Supreme Kai realm. Without any superfluous words, Beerus fixed his gaze upon the aged Supreme Kai and directly inquired about the demise of the new generation of Supreme Kais and the suspected candidate. To maintain cosmic balance, they had perished. Upon hearing the old Supreme Kai's unadorned statement, Beerus glanced at Whis beside him. Whis pondered for a few moments, gradually coalescing a divine sword in his hand. Though the old Supreme Kai was correct from the perspective of divinity, from his own standpoint, this fellow truly deserved to die. Drawing upon the legacy of the Supreme Kai, he had managed to extract two deities from a mere mortal. It could not be termed simple. It was merely a matter of having the means. The form divine sword emanated a hazy radiance, strikingly similar in appearance to the one that had sealed the old Supreme Kai. You would want this, old man, Beerus began, but his words remained unspoken as a destructive aura began to envelop his body. It was futile. The life of the Supreme Kai was intertwined with that of the Destroyer. Having lived countless ages, the old Supreme Kai had completely relinquished his restraint. Beerus's aura began to gradually subside. Tell me, who was responsible for their deaths? The old Supreme Kai regarded Beerus, then glanced at the divine sword in Whis' hand. It was the recently ascendant Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, who eliminated those two deities. Frieza? The name resonated faintly in Beerus's memory, yet his long-standing habit of slumber had severely challenged his recollection. He sifted through all the information he could muster in his mind, ultimately recalling only the culinary delights he had savored over the past century. Whis, do you know who this Frieza is? Upon hearing the Destroyer's query, Whis fervently racked his memory. Lord Beerus, you commanded him to annihilate planet Vegeta. I wonder if that rings a bell? With Whis' reminder, Beerus slowly began to recall Frieza's existence. Indeed, he had even instructed that fellow to spare Vegeta. Now seemed an opportune moment to inquire about him, as well as to ascertain Vegeta's current status. Beerus turned to position himself behind Whis, preparing to urge him to depart. However, out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of the old Supreme Kai once more. Whis sealed his fellow immediately. Before the emergence of a new Supreme Kai, do not release him. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis smiled at the old Supreme Kai. My apologies, old Supreme Kai. You know, I'm left with no choice. Before he could finish his sentence, the old Supreme Kai transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the Supreme Kai sword. Whis casually pointed to a region within the Supreme Kai realm, causing the previously smooth ground to suddenly rise and transform into a towering peak. He then tossed the Supreme Kai sword, which accurately embedded itself in the most prominent area atop the mountain. Whoever draws the divine sword shall gain the mightiest power in the universe. But only in comparison to mortals, haha. After completing all of this, Whis paid no heed to the echoes in the air. Both Whis and Beerus departed the Supreme Kai realm, setting forth towards their next destination. On planet Frieza, having just concluded his contemplation, Frieza successfully established a connection with the powers of the demon realm. The previously concealed aura permeated the entirety of planet Frieza once more. As Whis and Beerus landed, they waved their hands vigorously. Whis remarked, "This Frieza hasn't perhaps transformed into a different race, has he?" The dense aura of the demon realm, mingled with Frieza's malevolent essence, rendered these two deities, accustomed to the god of destruction realm, immensely uncomfortable. Frieza's aura sensing technique failed to detect their arrival. However, being from a dimension that did not belong to mortals, it instinctively warned Frieza of the presence of an unknown formidable being encroaching upon his lair. Sensing such a monumental change, Frieza promptly prepared to exit the palace to assess the situation. Frieza, how dare you slay the Supreme Kai? Beerus's voice emanated from behind Frieza. The sudden utterance sent chills down Frieza's spine, yet he swiftly turned around. Long time no see, Lord Beerus. The last encounter was over 20 years ago. Frieza attempted to project a semblance of friendliness, though bearing a frozen demonic visage made this a challenging feat. Observing Frieza's grim countenance, Beerus immediately raised his arm. Chapter 50. Accelerating the pace. The destructive aura emanating from Beerus intensified, coupled with the motion of his arm, causing Frieza to realize that something was amiss. This posture signified an intent to unleash destruction. In that moment, Frieza summoned all his strength, activating the demon realm version of his recently acquired memory technique. The aura of the demon realm on planet Frieza began to converge ceaselessly into Frieza's body, causing his power to ascend through several levels. Although these maneuvers seemed intricate, they transpired in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a concentrated sphere of destructive energy materialized before Frieza. Observing the magnitude of the energy orb, Frieza understood that Beerus was not taking this seriously. Even the inadvertent assault from the god of destruction placed immense pressure upon Frieza. The destructive energy gradually depleted the power within Frieza's being, yet he clung to the unique essence afforded by his connection to the demon realm. Though his life force flickered faintly, it remained resolute, emanating an increasingly terrifying aura. Observing the fluctuations in Frieza's energy, Beerus found himself somewhat surprised, realizing that such an intriguing life form still existed within the seventh universe. Beside the god of destruction, Whis stroked his chin, noting that Frieza seemed to be harnessing a power that was not inherently his own. As a high-ranking force within the cosmic hierarchy, Whis discerned a wealth of information. Beerus shook his head and waved his hand gently. The remnants of the destructive energy that had yet to fully dissipate vanished in an instant. Frieza, unusually, broke into a profuse sweat upon his brow. Just moments ago, he had acutely sensed his vitality plummeting drastically. A sense of helplessness permeated his body, and the connection to the demon realm provided him no substantial sense of security. Observing Frieza's disheveled state, Beerus appeared to recall something. You have inadvertently elevated the overall strength of the seventh universe. The Supreme Kai perished in his attempt to disrupt the balance. Consider this a form of retribution. Beerus remarked dismissively. Although Frieza piqued his interest, the true reason for sparing his life lay beyond mere fascination. As the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Beerus was subject to evaluations mandated by the Omni King. The criteria for assessment were based on the average strength within his universe. Throughout the ages, the Omni King had obliterated 4 universes. Among those remaining, the seventh universe languished at the bottom. The power Frieza had just unleashed would undoubtedly advance the seventh universe's ranking slightly. While he could not guarantee much, surpassing the sixth universe was decidedly feasible. The confrontation between Beerus and Frieza reached a temporary conclusion, with Frieza suffering a complete defeat. Watching Beerus ascend to his throne, Frieza's mind churned with vehement curses. However, in reality, he dared not make any untoward movements. Whis, observing Beerus's actions, quietly positioned himself beside the throne. Frieza, where's the Vegeta you once allowed to remain? Although Beerus could have summoned Whis to assist in locating him, he ultimately demanded Frieza provide the answer. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Mr. Vegeta has been kept under my care on planet Frieza, Frieza replied, signaling his subordinates to retrieve Vegeta from the research department. Half an hour later, the awakened Vegeta appeared within Frieza's Grand Hall, his memories still anchored to the moment of his defeat at Frieza's hands. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he lifted his gaze and beheld Frieza standing beneath the throne. This abrupt scene nearly caused Vegeta's mind to falter. However, as he discerned the figure seated upon the throne, a cascade of unpleasant memories flooded back to him. In that instant, his countenance darkened further. In his youth, he had been left with an indelible shadow on Frieza's planet, having witnessed the cat-eared destroyer before him trampling upon his once proud father. Years later, the familiar visage resurfaced, once again casting a pall over Vegeta's heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Beerus observed Vegeta's reaction, his brow slightly furrowing. While he recognized Vegeta's potential, the current display left him distinctly dissatisfied, a glimmer of disappointment evident in his gaze. At this moment, Vegeta lacked the motivating presence of Bulma to spur him into action. His waning fighting spirit and modest combat prowess soon faded from Beerus's consideration, who, at that moment, found himself oddly admiring Frieza. This peculiar situation did not persist for long. As Beerus's old habits resurfaced, his arrival was not one to be dismissed so easily. Culinary delights from across the universe began to converge upon Frieza's planet. In the interlude of savoring exquisite dishes, was collected the most satisfying morsels into his staff. Meanwhile, Frieza's mood grew increasingly oppressive. Originally hesitant to conquer the universe so swiftly, time was now a luxury he could not afford. The provocation by Beerus compelled Frieza to hasten his plans, meticulously calculating the feasibility of encroaching upon other dimensions. Though he yearned to initiate the invasion of parallel realms at once, the present circumstances clearly did not permit such actions. 3 days later, Beerus and Whis finally concluded their feast of 30 delicacies. After packaging a substantial amount of food, they prepared to depart. Alas, Beerus had succumbed to slumber. With a brief farewell from Whis, the figures of Beerus and Vegeta gradually faded from sight. Once assured of their complete departure, Frieza summoned forth the dissipated essence of the demon realm once more, seeking detailed information on the invasion of parallel dimensions. The will of the demon realm seemed incapable of articulating the process of encroachment through mere words. Around Frieza, a nebulous projection of a temporal tunnel began to materialize. An array of temporal fragments and shards emerged within Frieza's perception, rich with the essence of life. Upon the manifestation of the temporal tunnel's projection, the methodology of the demon realm's invasion simultaneously imprinted itself within Frieza's mind, eroding other parallel universes, thereby undermining a delicate balance across the cosmos. Meanwhile, the world will of the demon realm seizes the opportunity to plunder and grow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Frieza decisively resolved this matter. With the constant threat of destruction looming from displeased deities, who could afford to concern themselves with the balance of the entire universe. It was time to prepare for war. Frieza's will was swiftly communicated throughout the entirety of the Frieza force. In an instant, the soldiers, having just endured the campaign against the demon realm, were once again ignited with fervor. Chapter 51, The Realm of the Gods. After issuing his commands, Frieza began to sift through potential targets for invasion. He sought a suitable temporal fragment or a finite timeline. Although he aspired to invade a complete timeline, his memories cautioned him against such an endeavor. The more intact the world lines of parallel universes, the more robust their divine systems. At present, he lacked the strength to dominate the entire cosmos. The projections of time-space corridors materialized before Frieza once more, with the outermost layers of information continuously flooding his senses. A fragment from the fifth transformation of A's? That seemed amiss. The world of Super Saiyan 5? That was rather absurd. The realm of One-Star Dragon? This one was acceptable, albeit the fragment was too minuscule. Wait, was that the legendary Super Saiyan, devoid of rationality? This time-space appeared viable and could be reserved as an option. As Frieza surveyed the dizzying array of temporal fragments, he noted the world of Super Saiyan 4, which featured fusion earrings. This world seemed less than suitable. The fused forms of Vegeta or Gogeta were no trifles. Their power had nearly reached the limits of mortals, though he could potentially defeat them by harnessing the unique properties of the demon realm. Their instantaneous movement posed a significant challenge. Should that individual evade him, it would tarnish his reputation as the Emperor of the universe. Frieza's gaze then converged on the remaining temporal fragments. The fragment of A's fifth transformation was dismissed. It was far too small to grant him a substantial boost in power. The fragment of the world of Super Saiyan 5? This Super Saiyan 5 originated from an unfinished manga, involving a notably shorter timeline. The cost-effectiveness of conquering this world was simply too low. It seemed he would have to settle for the temporal fragment of the original Broly. Frieza delicately swallowed a sip of red wine, his gaze gradually firming with resolve. The original Broly, prone to losing his self-will, should also be the most susceptible target for invasion. Having selected the time-space, Frieza began to employ the power of the will of the demon realm to establish Broly from that fragment as the anchor for his descent. Meanwhile, in an unknown time-space, Broly was wreaking havoc in the South Galaxy. Kakarot, Kakarot. Amidst his anguished cries, his pupils transformed into hollow, white voids. His golden hair instantaneously shifted to a verdant hue. His physique began to swell further, soon surpassing the limits of human form. An eerie essence, traversing through countless dimensions, swiftly entered Broly's being. Within the grand hall of Frieza's planet, a brazen laughter erupted. Broly, have you resigned yourself to becoming mere sustenance? The resonant voice echoed throughout Frieza's chamber, lingering for an extended period before gradually subsiding to normalcy. Frieza then rose and stepped beyond the hall, calling forth Jinyu and his comrades from the demon realm. For a new mission awaited their involvement. At that moment, Jinyu and his team were engaged in infrastructural development within the demon realm. With the unending support from Frieza's planet, they had already begun to establish the framework for a colossal space docking port. A smile seemed to grace Jinyu's face, but before he could indulge in his daydreams for too long, a voice abruptly yanked him back to reality. Captain Jinyu, Lord Frieza urgently requests your return. The messenger, observing the fading specter before him, fell momentarily silent. By the time he regained his awareness, Jinyu had vanished from the area. Captain Jinyu, I have yet to finish speaking. Jinyu departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind the messenger. The oppressive atmosphere and the acrid scent of blood within the demon realm left the messenger in disarray for quite a while. Jinyu's speed was remarkable, compelling the messenger to seek out the elite combat units of the Frieza force one by one. Excellent. There's a crucial matter that requires your collaboration with me. Once everyone had gathered, Frieza articulated his intentions. Utilizing the power of the temporal anchor points, he unveiled the trajectory of Broly's realm. Observing the Saiyan within the imagery, who could enhance his strength without limit, Jinyu contemplated his own form, as if harboring some thoughts. The others, including number 17, remained largely unresponsive. Among the displayed trajectories, it was the green-haired Saiyan who posed the most formidable challenge, while the rest were scarcely noteworthy. Perceiving the disdain reflected in his underlings' expressions, Frieza slowly shook his head. This temporal fragment bore an extensive timeline. Your mission is to eliminate the high-end combatants of this world in an instant. Upon hearing Frieza's supplemental information, Jinyu and his comrades immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Though the rationale behind the urgency to eliminate the high-end combatants remained unclear, their professionalism kept them from voicing their thoughts. Given the multitude of events that had transpired recently, Frieza determined that the conquest of the first temporal fragment would commence 3 days hence. The urgency of time compelled several elite combat units under his command to immediately engage in intensive training. At this moment, Frieza directed his focus towards the incomplete information that had eluded his comprehension. A striking piece of information flickered through his consciousness. Could malevolence truly possess such an effect? The fleeting insight was successfully tracked down by Frieza. Guided by that fragment of information, he discovered the application of malevolent energy at a godlike level. To merge his own malevolence with his essence, this could potentially double his strength and allow him to assimilate any being struck by his energy attacks. Such a skill was formidable. Frieza noted that he had never encountered anything like it before. Yet, wait a moment. How did the description of this ability bear a striking resemblance to that of a masked evil Saiyan? Frieza shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that cluttered his mind, and began to harness his malevolence as guided by his memory. As the two forces gradually fused, Frieza began to sense an unsettling anomaly. A significant depletion of his own malevolence left him devoid of the oppressive aura he once commanded. Now, there is no trace of the malevolence one would expect from a cosmic emperor. Throughout the entire fusion process, his power continually retracted until it vanished entirely. In that moment, Frieza stood in place, imperceptible to the senses. Such a peculiar sensation, reminiscent of the so-called divine realm. The essence of a deity is imperceptible to mortals. At this juncture, Frieza had evidently attained this very state. Just then, the grand doors of Frieza's palace creaked open, revealing Azer, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza himself. Father, I wish to join you in conquering that independent fragment of parallel time and space. Chapter 52. Come forth, the legendary Super Saiyan. Azer's statement struck Frieza as rather immature. However, considering the nature of the Frost Demons, he refrained from elaborating further. It appeared that this young Frost Demon held a considerable admiration for him. Although prideful, obstinate, and somewhat deluded, with a hint of inexplicable confidence, these minor issues could be rectified with time. Azer, once your strength reaches the limits of a mortal, I shall permit you to conquer the fragments of parallel worlds. As he sensed Azer was about to speak more, Frieza preemptively interjected. Time flew swiftly, and the appointed hour had arrived. Frieza surveyed the elite warriors before him, contemplating for a moment before deciding to include Dodoria and Majin Buu in his plans. Mere minutes after issuing the command, both Dodoria and Majin Buu appeared at the palace. However, upon observing their demeanor, Frieza felt a wave of discomfort. Majin Buu tightly grasped Dodoria's form, restricting his movements. Doria partially vaporized his own body, seemingly expressing disdain towards Majin Buu. Frieza, observing the two, resolved to swiftly conclude this farce. With a slight raise of his hand, a surge of energy, a blend of crimson and obsidian, pierced through Majin Buu's heart. In response to this sudden change, Majin Buu instinctively released Doria, allowing them to part ways, and Frieza's expression softened slightly. Jinyu and Doria were assigned to cleanse the beginning of that timeline, while number 1718 took on Majin Buu to handle the end of the timeline. Every word uttered by Frieza was comprehensible to them. However, when strung together, they rendered no coherent understanding. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Frieza offered a brief explanation. The abnormal fragments of time were akin to an expansive tapestry. You are required to open a breach at either end of this canvas. After delivering this information, he disregarded the still confounded individuals and summoned the will of the world with a wave of his hand. 3 somewhat battered voids materialized before them. Upon entering, they were instructed to eliminate all combatants they encountered, even if one of them appeared to be Frieza himself. When Frieza was mentioned, he sensed a hint of unease, yet refrained from elaborating further, stepping directly into the central void. Zabon, Jinyu, and Doria promptly followed into the left void, while the two androids accompanied Majin Buu into the final void. Once inside, the scene before them shifted instantaneously. Frieza began to assess his surroundings while simultaneously attuning himself to Broly, who served as their anchor point. In the vast cosmos, Frieza radiated a faint golden light, seemingly infusing a touch of hope into the shattered starlit expanse. Is this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? He did not even attempt to conceal his aura. At that moment, Broly had just concluded his frenzied state of Super Saiyan. His black eyes and hair returned, and his energy was no longer as chaotic as before. He now gazed around in confusion. In this timeline, he had inadvertently slain Paragus. Freed from his father's constraints, his power began to surge uncontrollably, particularly as he aged. His physical strength increased significantly. The unrestrained amplification of his power, coupled with his inherently weak will, had turned the entirety of the South Galaxy into his playground. The South Kai attempted to rally warriors to halt his rampage, yet they proved utterly ineffectual against Broly. Ironically, Broly's characteristic of growing stronger with each battle only augmented his base power. For reasons unknown, the South Kai ceased to appear. Frieza's figure approached, not far from Broly. The distance between the two individuals was merely around 200 meters. Observing the muscular figure before him, Frieza silently glanced at his own petite frame. How infuriating! Must he wish upon the dragon to become more formidable? Frieza could not lower his voice, inadvertently alerting Broly of his presence. Broly's gaze was tinged with curiosity, seemingly perplexed as to why any life form remained in this desolate place. Based on his past experiences, upon returning to his normal state, he found only ruins surrounding him. Not a single intelligent being survived. Not even a pig could endure. In such moments, he relied on his honest and unassuming visage to blend into a new, untouched planet, a pristine realm untouched by the cosmos, thereby commencing a fresh chapter of his life. Yet today was evidently different from the past. Are you a native of this place? Frieza inquired, eyeing Broly with a hint of uncertainty. The state of his opponent rendered him somewhat hesitant to act. Of course not. I have come to hunt the legendary Super Saiyan. You may regard me as the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza jested, a faint beam of light manifesting in his hand. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Broly could not help but chuckle. He was acutely aware that he was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. What a joke. Was it because of this feeble beam of light? Frieza remained unfazed. Would you like to give it a try? As he spoke, he redirected the beam towards Broly's heart. The entire exchange was laid bare before Broly's eyes. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind, merely unleashing his own aura. Seeing Broly's nonchalance, Frieza amplified the intensity of the beam to thousands of times its original strength. The grotesque, penetrating force pierced through Broly's heart. Broly glanced at the small hole in his chest and smirked disdainfully. His extraordinary regenerative abilities began to manifest as minuscule flesh granulations appeared at the wound. It seemed that within mere hours, he would fully recover. Frieza nodded, appearing quite satisfied. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan possessed a terrifying regenerative capacity that far surpassed that of the Frost Demons. Realizing that Frieza had uncovered his identity, Broly recognized that he had been tricked. The aura surrounding him surged wildly, and golden hair and eyes materialized. Clearly, he was not yet unleashing his full power. Frieza, witnessing the newly transformed Super Saiyan before him, raised his hand to release another beam. Just as Broly had attained his Super Saiyan form, he was yet again pierced through the chest. Is this truly your strength? I must admit, it is somewhat disappointing, Frieza remarked, his own aura radiating without restraint. The very planet beneath them began to tremble in response. If it were not for the absence of life upon this planet, humanity would likely find itself engulfed in another inferno. Broly sensed the menacing aura emanating from Frieza and began to utter Kakarot's name. Only in a state of irrationality could he hope to vanquish his foe. At that moment, Broly cast aside any concerns about the repercussions and fervently ignited the fury within his heart. As his hair gradually transformed into a vibrant green, Frieza subtly adjusted his wrist. Come forth, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 53, The Rare Warrior. With hair of a striking green hue, Broly had completely lost his sanity. He was now wholly immersed in his own realm, unleashing his power with reckless abandon, causing immense devastation to his surroundings. Frieza, sensing the ever-growing energy radiating from Broly, felt a surge of heat flash in his eyes, his own aura doubling in intensity. Though Broly had succumbed to madness, his combat skills and instincts had been remarkably heightened. A glint of madness flickered in Broly's eyes as he lunged toward Frieza. During this fray, a verdant energy enveloped Frieza, and under Broly's instinctive control, explosions erupted in rapid succession. The overwhelming clash compelled Frieza to instinctively amplify his own power several-fold. The shockwaves of the explosions finally reached Frieza's vicinity, prompting him to become acutely aware. Suddenly, he froze, sensing something amiss. Why did the energy blast seem so feeble? In that moment of distraction, Broly's fist collided with Frieza's chest. Feeling the feeble impact, Frieza slowly raised his left hand, gently pushing Broly's fist aside, much to Broly's astonishment. This moment not only stunned Frieza, the irrational Broly was momentarily taken aback as well. However, devoid of reason, he sensed his attack being dismissed by the seemingly frail Frieza. Broly's muscles expanded further, and his height doubled that of Frieza. In this advanced form, Broly relentlessly tested the limits of his body. Frieza, witnessing this spectacle, allowed a cruel smile to cross his face. Having just withstood a fatal blow to the heart, Broly should now be able to endure even greater harm, he mused. With a slight lift and drop of his finger, multiple laser beams pierced through various parts of Broly's body. As Broly continued to amplify his strength, an involuntary roar escaped him. His body began to tremble, followed by an eruption of blood. Fragments of Broly's tattered clothing were instantly stained crimson with blood. Enduring such grave injuries, Broly began to fervently utter the name Kakarot. His piercing roars reverberated through the surrounding space, intermingled with the incessant mention of Kakarot. Frieza, observing Broly in such a battered state while still murmuring Kakarot's name, was incensed. In a flash, he appeared before Broly, delivering a crushing blow that propelled Broly's body through several mountains. "What is the matter with you, Broly? How can you utter Kakarot's name while battling against me?" Amidst the smoke billowing from the shattered mountains, Broly slowly emerged. His disheveled figure gradually came into Frieza's view. Clearly, the legendary Super Saiyan was encountering an adversary of Frieza's caliber for the first time. In an instant, Broly's physique surged again, approaching nearly 6 meters in height. The previously superficial, grass-green aura now enveloped Broly, expanding to occupy several meters around him. Kakarot, crack, Kakarot, crack. Broly was relentlessly battered, each blow causing him to grow larger. After countless ravages, he could finally rise no more. Frieza gazed at Broly, who lay like a defeated dog, and unleashed another beam from his hand. This attack seemed particularly forceful, driving Broly out of his transformed state. Seeing Broly now devoid of the strength to continue fighting, Frieza could not help but assess the combat prowess Broly had just displayed. In his golden-haired form, Broly appeared to have reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power. In his grass-green hair state, it seemed he had attained the levels of Super Saiyan 2 and 3. After enduring severe injuries, Broly had surpassed the enigmatic state of Son Goku. These were merely his vague perceptions. He could not immediately recall more detailed data. He was unaware of the power of the enigmatic Gohan in the original timeline. Nor did he know if the Saiyans from parallel universes shared the same strength upon transformation as those from the main universe. However, the Son Goku from his own timeline had revealed to him yet another mysterious state. In that form, Son Goku possessed strength nearly at the limit of mortal capabilities. Yet for some reason, he could only manifest a fraction of that power. The recently unleashed potential of Broly had momentarily dazzled Frieza. Unfortunately, Broly lacked endurance. He faltered before Frieza could fully unleash his might. Frieza's body gradually descended beside Broly's head, observing Broly, who was gasping for breath and continuously spewing blood. His eyes seemed to reflect a hint of regret. "Broly, you are among the most formidable individuals I have encountered. Rarely do we encounter beings worthy of the title warrior, yet alas, as a temporal anchor, you are destined for complete obliteration." As the words fell, a brilliant energy enveloped Broly's form entirely. In the depths of Broly's frenzied gaze, his body began to dissipate into the cosmos. With the finality of Broly's life force extinguished, the temporal anchor solidified completely. Frieza relinquished his perception, gathering the essence of every formidable being within the fragmented world. His silhouette appeared successively across various realms. Throughout the universe, elite combatants fell in rapid succession. As Frieza moved, the aura of the demon realm began to seep into this time and space. Weaker sentient beings were gradually corroded by this dark energy. When the last vestige of an elite combatant vanished, 30% of the current temporal fragments had succumbed to this corruption. Frieza disdainfully flicked away the bloodstains upon his hands, muttering in annoyance. Although engaging directly brought a certain satisfaction, the remnants were indeed bothersome. Fiery energy erupted in Frieza's grasp, the intense heat entirely evaporating the blood. Once the cleansing was completed, Frieza sensed a peculiar shift within his being. Where once there was an overwhelming sense of power, he now felt a tinge of weakness. Something was amiss. Could the king's body be afflicted? As he scrutinized every inch of his form, Frieza finally discerned the root of the issue. His internal power limit had, unbeknownst to him, increased, resulting in this newfound frailty. Meanwhile, the will of the world, preoccupied with corrupting the temporal fragments, materialized beside Frieza. This manifestation of the world will took the shape of a shadowy figure resembling Frieza himself. This phenomenon was tied to the world's nurturing response and a profound bond with the demon realm. As the world ascends, your strength is likewise augmented. The reappearance of the world will intensify Frieza's sense of urgency. This cannot stand. The world will is evolving too swiftly. It appears the date for its eradication must be moved forward. Frieza gently clenched his fist, only to slowly release it. Chapter 54. The Super Dragon Balls within the temporal fragments. The territory under his purview had been thoroughly conquered. This shattered universe no longer held any allure for him. Now, Frieza began to amass his strength, alleviating the sensation of weakness. The latent power within the demon realm was drawn forth in a continuous stream by Frieza. As this energy flowed into him, he felt his might had tripled from before. The joys and sorrows of individuals vary greatly, a truth that remains consistent across parallel universes. Frieza, invigorated by his newfound power, felt a flicker of excitement. Yet, the genesis and conclusion of this time and space echoed with lamentations. The Ginyu Force, alongside two demonic entities, continues to detonate numerous life-bearing planets. Initially, they followed the guidance of their probes, prioritizing the annihilation of high combat power units. However, the beings of this time and space possess the ability to conceal their presence, which adversely affects their efficiency. Although these entities might seem insignificant in their eyes, they frequently unleash energy projectiles at critical moments, rapidly draining the patience of the few. Enraged, they began to detonate planets in succession. Yet, this action unexpectedly illuminated their path. During this assault mission, Frieza did not prohibit the destruction of planets. After detonating the first celestial body, their thought processes were completely unlocked. In an instant, their sector was filled with planets on the verge of explosion. The enhancement in efficiency significantly reduced the time spent. Frieza, through the world will, became aware of Jinyu's actions. Indeed, they were not entirely rigid. This worthless world was utterly trivial. It seemed necessary to enhance Jinyu's understanding of the broader worldview in due time. Meanwhile, the other two battlefields experienced no significant surprises. With a wave of his hand, Frieza summoned the void back to their original time and space. His form returned to his stronghold, entrusting the subsequent cleanup to the elite combat units of the Frieza Force. A portion of Frieza's will intertwined with the world will, as he observed Jinyu's cleanup while pouring himself a glass of red wine. With Android 18 absent, he decided to serve himself. Frieza's gaze swept over the myriad of aliens awaiting in the Grand Hall. He let out a long sigh, seemingly troubled by the absence of a suitable candidate. At that moment, Azer, who spent his days idly, received news of Frieza's return. His figure soon materialized in Frieza's Grand Hall. By this time, he seemed to have adapted to his fourth transformation, exuding a fierce combat power that momentarily astonished Frieza. Goodness, had it not been for the opportunities presented by the system and the demon realm, this young lad would now be capable of effortlessly crushing his former self with a single hand. Azer appeared to sense Frieza's emotions, puffing out his chest in a comical display. Frieza couldn't help but chuckle at Azer's antics, though a smile on the icy demon's face seemed rather peculiar. However, Frieza hesitated for a moment, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Azer's newfound strength appeared to have reached the threshold of accessing another form of power. Azer, do you desire to possess even greater strength? The voice of Frieza was imbued with a profound allure. Aze, already enraptured by power, suddenly found his spirits lifted. Could there be such a fortunate opportunity? Observing Aze's somewhat indifferent demeanor, Frieza projected an image of a fragment from a parallel universe. In the scene, two figures were engaged in combat, one bearing a striking resemblance to Aze. The other was a human with chestnut red hair and deep crimson eyes, sporting a tail. As they clashed, the surrounding space shimmered with instability. Aze, this is a frozen demon from a certain parallel universe. His adversary is a Super Saiyan 4. Speaking halfway often leads to emotional turmoil. Frieza's actions inflicted profound psychological distress upon Aze. Father this. Once Jinyu and the others return, I will ensure they provide you with the necessary foundational training. Aze found it perplexing. With his formidable combat prowess, what further foundational training could he possibly require? However, Frieza's subsequent words ignited excitement within Aze. as long as you complete all the training. The first fragment of the parallel universe you conquer will be yours to explore at your leisure. Amid their casual conversation, the will of the demon realm suddenly coalesced. Your subordinates have discovered a peculiar planet. They have attempted to detonate it multiple times, yet to no avail. Furthermore, due to an energy surge, it appears that the planet is akin to a wishing pearl. Upon arriving at Frieza's planet, the will of the demon realm gleaned information about this wondrous artifact from the chatter of numerous minions. Within the time fragment belonging to Broly, a planet at its center shimmered with 2 stars, emitting a faint glow. The energy assault stripped away the grime from this super wishing pearl. Once its true form was revealed, those aligned with Frieza erupted in fervor. Dodoria had transformed into a cloud of pink mist. The Super Dragon Balls emitted a subtle, weak fluctuation, completely repelling Dodoria's pink mist form beyond 100 meters from the planet. They persistently attempted various methods, yet their actions yielded no results. Dodoria and his companions reverted to their original forms. Having yet to sip a drop of wine, Frieza once again materialized in this fragment of the parallel universe. Gazing upon the super wishing pearl before him, crafted by the dragon god Shala, he inhaled deeply, only to be met with a wave of profound disappointment. The power of the super dragon is indeed formidable, but this object requires 7 to be of any use. What can one solitary super Dragon Ball accomplish? Just as Frieza's interest began to wane, the will of the world re-emerged. What? Can you attempt to decipher the Super Dragon Ball? The world will inform Frieza that he could ascertain the power of the dragon god Salama from this Dragon Ball. Prompted by the world will, Frieza immediately began to guide its convergence. Despite his rapid growth, this fellow seemed to be hindered by some form of limitation in his capabilities. With Frieza's assistance, the world will swiftly approach the surface of the Super Dragon Ball. Waves, invisible to the naked eye, began to cancel each other out. Frieza sensed the power of the world will gradually waning. Accompanying this change was the faint glow emitted by the Super Dragon Ball, which appeared to dim under the influence of the world will. Chapter 55. The Golden Frieza at 100 Progress. The moment the Super Dragon Ball dimmed, Frieza felt an influx of information regarding the Dragon Ball flooding his mind. This sensation was peculiar, akin to having a Dragon Ball radar embedded within his brain. The area where the Super Dragon Ball resided coalesced into a spatiotemporal coordinate within Frieza's consciousness. However, as Frieza expanded his perceptual range, the information within his mind began to blur. What was happening? Was he only able to perceive the current spatiotemporal Dragon Ball? The New Year-esque readings of the Super Dragon Ball continued unabated, and the information Frieza received began to multiply. Vivid images of the Dragon Balls incessantly materialized in his mind, alongside cryptic messages concerning the Super Dragon Ball. Frieza scratched his head, feeling somewhat incredulous. Had he truly grasped the divine language he had long yearned for so effortlessly? After a considerable time, the radiance of the Super Dragon Ball completely faded. The efficiency of the world will's feedback began to increase, and Frieza felt as though he had broken free from some shackles. The recently attained limits were once again surpassed under the onslaught of energy. The long-awaited system notification echoed in Frieza's mind once more. Unknown power intervened, purging negative effects. Evolution progress increased, current evolution progress at 80. Upon hearing the system's notification, Frieza couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could a fusion of the Super Dragon Ball and the powers of the Demon Realm harbor negative effects? Just as Frieza pondered this, the world will unexpectedly manifested in the spatial interstice beside him, attaching a strand of highly corrosive red energy to Frieza. Upon closer examination, it was evident that this was an upgraded version of the power that eroded spatial fragments. Observing the energy clinging to Frieza, the world will of the Demon Realm nodded slightly. Before eroding the Super Dragon Ball, his form had appeared somewhat ethereal. Now he astonishingly possesses his own emotions and has even learned to employ underhanded tactics. The aura that clung to him gradually merged with Frieza, detected the aggregation of the world's will, now transformed into the nourishment for evolutionary advancement. This inexplicably peculiar notification caused Frieza to unconsciously rub his hands together. Although he was unaware of the meaning behind the newly emerged terminology, such an advanced title surely would not disappoint. Indeed, the next moment, the system notification appeared once more. The aggregation of the world's will has been fully absorbed, evolutionary progress enhanced. Current evolutionary progress, 100 Golden Frieza. Note, evolutionary progress for the black gold form has commenced. Frieza's originally golden physique instantaneously surged by 5 centimeters. His somewhat frail body also became slightly more robust, With 2 consecutive enhancements in evolutionary progress, the aura emanating from Frieza underwent a profound transformation. Those nearby simultaneously sensed the immense pressure radiating from him, deepening their fear of Frieza. He gently waved his hand, causing the surrounding space to ripple. It seemed that with just a bit more of Frieza's power, the entire space would be unable to endure. The fluctuations in space caused Frieza to frown slightly. Was it due to the instability of this time and space, or was the Dragon Ball world inherently so volatile? As Frieza pondered the reasons behind the instability of the Dragon Ball world space, somewhere beyond the universe, a petite girl resembling the supreme Kai of Time furrowed her brow. How could this temporal fragment suddenly become so unstable? As the Kai of Time, her sensitivity to the intricacies of time and spatial fragments far exceeded that of ordinary beings. She could perceive the anomalies in time and space even with her eyes closed. Yet, the fluctuations this time puzzled her. As it was her first encounter with such an issue, the Kai of Time decided to observe for a while. The erosion of the temporal fragments had already entered a steady state. Frieza himself had no intention of lingering in this area. Although the complete erosion of this time and space had not yet occurred, such matters were beyond Frieza's concern. The elite units of the Frieza Force were swept along with him back to planet Frieza. The issues concerning the remnants of the Super Dragon Balls had been resolved. The remaining matters were trivial. In the Grand Hall, Frieza articulated his next plan. The Frieza Force needed to expand once more, and this task was to be accomplished within 6 months. Frieza's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Except for Majin Buu, everyone was somewhat taken aback. The recently returned individuals clearly did not anticipate Frieza would issue commands with such urgency. After responding in succession, they departed from Frieza's palace one by one, leaving only 3 individuals behind. Artificial human number 1781, alongside the formidable Majin Buu, finds itself in a peculiar juxtaposition. The former serves as Frieza's bodyguard, while the latter is entirely unsuited for such a role. At this moment, the ordinary soldiers of the Frieza Force remain in a state of fervor. The recent military preparations commanded by Frieza have thrust them into a rigorous training regimen. Before long, the Frieza Force is poised for yet another expansion. Indeed, Frieza has just issued orders, and the ordinary members are already aware of the unfolding situation. Expansion of the Legion is a cumbersome endeavor. Relying solely on the likes of the Ginyu Force is utterly insufficient for such an extensive task. After all, Frieza has unified the entire galaxy under his dominion. Scouting suitable combatants from such a vast expanse is a daunting challenge. Consequently, Ginyu has disseminated this information across various legions, instructing them to recruit new blood at tenfold the planned rate. Following a brief discussion among the members of the Frieza Force, numerous Frieza-class spaceships embark towards various regions of the galaxy. Many among them are the elite of their respective races, eager to seek out fellow compatriots to bolster Frieza's ranks. Frieza remains oblivious to the machinations of his army and their aspirations. At this juncture, he finally finds a moment to savor a glass of red wine, retreating to a quiet corner of the Grand Hall to ponder. His recent foray into the fragmented realms of parallel timelines has significantly enhanced his power. However, this elevation is still insufficient to grant him the security he craves. Reflecting on his past, he cannot help but marvel at the strength he has acquired through sheer determination. Yet, despite this formidable might, he finds himself lacking any prospect of victory against Beerus. The name of Beerus escapes his lips, laced with a hint of fury, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. The Super Dragon Balls must be collected post-haste. Acquiring them would mitigate the looming threat of the World-S Will. Ideally, if he could absorb the power of the World-S Will, he would possess the strength of an entire realm, rendering Beerus inconsequential. Chapter 56. Trunks? Too weak. The news of the Frieza Force's expansion reverberates across every corner of the galaxy within mere days. The most fervent reactions emerge from the North Galaxy, the region under Frieza's dominion the longest. Among the members of the Frieza Force, those hailing from the North Galaxy constitute the majority. Due to the generous benefits and the perpetual state of warfare, many who previously joined the Frieza Force have reaped considerable rewards. Although the mortality rate is notably high, in the theater of war, one cannot expect an absence of casualties. In this region, the extraterrestrials formed multiple layers of encirclement around several recruits. Similar predicaments were faced by those responsible for recruitment in other sectors of the galaxy. The beings from the eastern and southern galaxies observed their former companions transforming into members of the Frieza Force, a sight so astounding that, without their distinct racial traits, they would scarcely believe it. Formerly weak allies seemed to have undergone a terrifying metamorphosis. It was evident that some among them had their powers enhanced through the Android project, enjoying considerable benefits and the opportunity to attain strength far beyond their previous capabilities. The tumult across the galaxy instilled a sense of panic in the four kings of the galaxy. They became increasingly bewildered by Frieza's actions. Initially, Frieza had transitioned from the real estate sector to conquer the galaxy, and inexplicably, he had attracted the legendary god of destruction, Beerus. Recently, he had opened several rifts, leaving a lingering sense of dread. Frieza had initiated a fervent military expansion across the galaxy, causing the antennae atop the four kings' heads to flicker incessantly as they commenced discussions regarding the implications of Frieza's maneuvers. The distinction between deities and mortals does not lie in sheer power, but rather in the perspectives from which they observe the world, a true chasm of understanding. Yet now, the divine could no longer comprehend Frieza's strategies. Outside Frieza planet, several slightly worn spacecraft began to make their descent. Upon receiving temporary authorization, they collectively appeared in the non-core regions of Frieza planet. As they surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, they exhaled a sigh of relief. Those who remained on Frieza planet immediately approached them. "Oh, are you suggesting there are transactions occurring within the Frieza force?" News from Frieza planet swiftly reached Frieza's ears. However, he showed little inclination to intervene in such matters. The Frieza force had grown excessively cumbersome, necessitating an increase in such individuals. Otherwise, how could he command an entire army with an average combat power exceeding 1 billion? Only when these oblivious fools had perished could he expedite the realization of his modest ambitions. Frieza idly traced his fingers across various projections, perusing fragments of time and space. The power feedback from the worlds was dwindling, insufficient to meet Frieza's demands. He yearned to conquer new temporal shards swiftly. However, before he could prepare adequately, an unexpected human presence emerged. Outside the grand hall of Frieza planet, an aura distinctly foreign to this timeline flickered momentarily, its formidable essence continually influencing the entirety of Frieza planet. A young man, strikingly similar to Vegeta, has appeared here. This version of Frieza seems to possess an unparalleled strength compared to others across different timelines. The speaker, none other than Trunks, now a time inspector, furrows his brow, sensing the immense power radiating from Frieza's golden form. Just as he prepares to summon greater forces, Frieza materializes before him. "Ah, is that you, Trunks? How disappointing to see you in such a pathetic state," Frieza taunts, never missing an opportunity to belittle his opponent. At these words, Trunks feels a jolt of trepidation. In that moment, he begins to question whether he has indeed misread the script. The mission brief from the Time Realm only indicated an anomaly concerning Frieza, specifically that he had influenced the timeline he inhabits. Trunks furrows his brow, wondering why the brief failed to mention Frieza's formidable power. As a rational half-Saiyan, he feels he is bringing shame upon his heritage. Under Frieza's oppressive aura, a flicker of fear crosses Trunks' face. Nevertheless, driven by his duty, he swiftly draws his divine sword. Based on past experiences, it is evident that some unknown entity has corrupted these timelines. As time inspectors, their mission is clear: disperse the external influence or eliminate the source to fulfill their objective. With this resolve, Trunks swings his sword with tremendous force, the blade hovering mere centimeters from Frieza's brow. Frieza merely raises an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to retaliate. He tilts his head slightly, allowing the divine sword to graze his shoulder. A faint sting resonates in Frieza's mind. "Ah, so this is what it feels like to be wounded. Intriguing." Trunks observes his attack, which merely scratches the surface, compounded by Frieza's current demeanor, plunging him into deep self-doubt. However, Frieza's reaction only deepens his confusion. What is happening? They are, after all, engaged in battle. Despite Trunks' initial ambush, the skirmish has commenced. The moment Trunks completes his strike, he displays a demeanor that Frieza deems unworthy. Such a lackluster performance pales in comparison to the ease with which he dispatched Broly. Frieza shifts his gaze to meet Trunks' eyes, and in that instant, Trunks' fear intensifies. "It seems, my dear Trunks, that you have yet to mature into the formidable warrior you aspire to be." Frieza's tone carries a hint of regret, leaving Trunks astonished. Could it be that this version of Frieza possesses something truly unique? In that moment, he swiftly felt his heart suffer a profound blow. Regrettably, death was inevitable. Had Trunks possessed a modicum more strength, Frieza might have contemplated utilizing the last precious card in his possession. However, given his ineptitude, He could only be dispatched from this beautiful world. The current adversary left Frieza feeling exceedingly bored. Battling such opponents was akin to a grown adult wrestling with an infant. There was no need for intense collisions or spontaneous breakthroughs. Allowing the opponent free rein could only inflict trivial injuries upon Frieza. Observing Trunks gradually lose his life force, Frieza delivered a couple of vicious kicks. Chapter 57. A New Temporal Anchor Point. The existence of temporal inspectors represented a malignant growth within the Dragon Ball universe. Their subjective actions precipitated frequent anomalies across various parallel timelines. Though their intentions may have been noble, their behaviors yielded more adverse consequences. In response, Frieza remarked, "Those temporal inspectors truly deserve their fate." Gazing at the cold corpse before him, he resolved to make the most of the resources at hand. As he entered a new phase, the Frieza Force's android project required fresh blood. Initially, he grappled with the decision of whether to incorporate his own frozen demon genes into the android initiative, aiming to stimulate his latent potential after reaching his limits. However, the recent events compelled him to abandon that notion. Activating his communication device, Frieza summoned the head of the research department, a cephalopod-headed individual, once more. This fellow's prowess far surpassed that of previous test subjects. He needed to be handled with care, indeed. As Frieza concluded his statement, the researcher's eyes gleamed with fervor. He swiftly materialized before Trunks' lifeless body, caressing it with fervent enthusiasm. This display nearly caused Frieza to lose control of the energy orb in his hand. Remarkably, the researcher had undergone bodily modifications. Frieza had detected this during the individual's earlier actions. Although the current strength of this individual appeared rather feeble in Frieza's eyes, he still possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities against ordinary cosmic powerhouses. Lord Frieza, should we integrate this individual's genes into the android project, our next batch of androids will undoubtedly experience a monumental enhancement in power, the cephalopod-headed research chief proclaimed, growing increasingly animated. It seemed he could already envision the form of the next generation of androids. Frieza maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent. Noticing Frieza's lack of response, the researcher hastily began to elucidate. Previously, we had access to Saiyan genes, but the development level of those genes was not particularly advanced. He swallowed hard, seemingly recalling that unfortunate Vegeta. This particular individual possesses the genes of a more advanced Super Saiyan. With his inclusion, our artificial warrior legion is likely to achieve the pinnacle of Super Saiyan power per capita. The octopus-headed figure appeared quite exhilarated. Such formidable strength instilled in him a sense of accomplishment. Frieza shook his head, interrupting the other's discourse, and gestured for Trunks' body to be taken away, urging the swift emergence of the next batch of androids. After a moment's contemplation, Frieza added, "Resources may be utilized freely, yet the enhancement of combat power must be expedited." Watching the retreating octopus head, Frieza slapped his forehead in realization. How careless. He should have chosen a more gentle approach when dispatching Broly. What a pity. If the legendary Super Saiyan genes of Broly could be successfully integrated into the android project, the strength of the androids would undoubtedly experience exponential growth. Furthermore, the established principle of a legendary Super Saiyan allows for combat power to increase annually without any effort. Yet, it is somewhat late to reflect on such matters. He had acted too decisively at that time. He shook his head, casting aside these chaotic emotions from his mind. At present, it is paramount to direct his focus beyond this time and space. The strategy regarding the fragments of time and space must not cease, as it is a crucial avenue for rapidly enhancing his strength. However, with his actions, the temporal patrols of the time realm would inevitably become more frequent. Trunks may not suffice. They could dispatch another Goku or Vegeta from a different timeline. Indeed, even if Golden Cooler were to appear before him, he would not be taken aback. Strength, after all, remains insufficient. This is all the fault of the world will. Had it not absorbed a vast amount of power, he might have already sensed the strength of the next stage. In the face of the impending combat units from the time realm, he must be prepared to trample Beerus and the others beneath his feet. The world must perish. No one can impede that. The planned expansion has already progressed by 20. It appears that this mission will soon be realized. Frieza possesses the highest authority within the Frieza Force, and the data on the preparatory personnel is readily accessible. However, it seems that these individuals will require several rounds of elimination before they can become official members of the Frieza army. Projections composed of time and space fragments reappeared around Frieza. This time, he seeks a universe that harbors a complete set of Super Dragon Balls. Such a universe is bound to possess formidable deities. Yet, what Frieza desires now is a powerful adversary. During this endeavor to acquire the Super Dragon Balls, it would be even more perfect to deliver a crushing blow to the will of the demon realm. The existence of the world will continue to be a thorn in his throat. Fingers darted through the air, tracing the ephemeral fragments of parallel dimensions that flickered by. This seemed to be the tournament of power, but no, perhaps another option should be considered. Was this the timeline where Sun Wukong succumbed to a heart attack? No, that must be dismissed. This fragment possesses some intrigue. Zamasu is clandestinely intent on gathering the Super Dragon Balls. After perusing several hundred-dimensional shards, Frieza finally encountered a timeline that piqued his interest. In this particular fragment, Zamasu, having witnessed Sun Wukong's formidable strength, was engulfed by profound dissatisfaction. He was discontent not only with his own power, but also with the sense of crisis that Sun Wukong instilled in him. As a quasi-Kaishin, he found himself humiliated by a mere mortal. Through his own channels, Zamasu learned that Sun Wukong's prowess had been bolstered by the assistance of Trunks from another timeline. This revelation allowed him to continue his illustrious legacy, achieving such terrifying strength. Upon grasping this information, Zamasu began to employ his own methods, traversing other parallel dimensions to amass the Super Dragon Balls. Frieza observed every detail of this fragment with mounting curiosity. Although Zamasu's actions would indeed catalyze the emergence of parallel timelines, how could these dimensional shards have come into existence? After much contemplation, Frieza ultimately resolved to abandon this naive notion. With the evolving will of the demon realm, he had grown to the point where a mere thought could summon others to him, pinpointing the dimensional anchor at the Quasi-Kaishin's location. Just as Frieza concluded his statement, the will of the world began to stir, evidently having tasted the sweetness of the previous incursion into the dimensional shards. This time, in addressing Frieza, it immediately commenced its actions. Zamasu, positioned within the dimensional fragment, shuddered as though affected by some unseen force. Chapter 58. While it may be presumptuous, it is indeed the case. For months had elapsed since the expansion of Frieza's army commenced. The expansion of the Frieza force had reached its final assessment stage. King Frieza. The expansion of the Legion was now complete. In the Grand Hall, Sabo was the first to speak. Frieza nodded, signaling Sabo to check on the latest developments of the android project. If feasible, Sabo should also be upgraded himself. Upon entering the research department, Sabo's very coordinates came to a halt. Yet, he did not forget Frieza's command. After briefly outlining the situation, Sabo's communication icon dimmed. Observing Sabo's fading icon, a slight twitch crossed Frieza's lips. According to the information relayed by Sabo, he had been apprehended by the octopus head as soon as he entered the research area. Well, it seemed the research department was rather enthusiastic. The oppressive gravity rendered Sabo powerless to rise. Seizing the moment before his capacity for resistance waned entirely, he sent the details of his predicament to Frieza. The creature with an octopus head appears intent on transforming Sabo into the latest artificial human. After several modifications, the octopus head can effortlessly control Sabo. Judging by the other's demeanor, it is highly probable that he has already undergone some form of alteration himself. However, Sabo is somewhat perplexed. He does not comprehend why this individual is so eager to proceed with the operation. Deep within the bowels of the research department's building, Sabo finds himself restrained upon a frigid surgical table. Given their prior acquaintance, such fervor upon arrival seems unnecessary. Watching the octopus head begin to prod at him, a flicker of helplessness crosses Sabo's eyes. After the modifications, his physical sensitivity to pain has been diminished to its utmost limit. Presently, although he observes his skin being repeatedly sliced, he feels no pain, merely a faint chill. Mr. Sabo, are you willing to contribute to the cause of King Frieza? Of course. Very well. The sound of skin being pierced twice causes Sabo's eyes to flutter slightly. The magnitude of these actions seems rather significant. Goodness, they are quite bold. Observing various unknown materials being introduced into his body, Sabo feels a sense of resignation. 10 minutes later, Mr. Sabo, do you know the success rate of this modification? Upon hearing the sudden inquiry, Sabo is taken aback. Success rate? The latter stages of the artificial human project have not proceeded smoothly. With the enhancement of combat capabilities and the increase in fused cells, the likelihood of a successful modification has dwindled to below 50%. Should there be a need to further augment the artificial human strength, considerations for computer-synthesized biology must be undertaken. A smile curls at the corner of Sabo's mouth. Then let us take a gamble. His eyes brim with madness as Frieza's figure materializes in his mind. Without sufficient strength, he would undoubtedly be cast aside by Frieza. At that juncture, he would find no further opportunities for advancement. Sabo's consciousness once again slips into oblivion, and the progression of the modification accelerates rapidly. In the interim of Sabo's transformation, a petri dish filled with nutrient solution begins to emit a soft glow. A coiled green creature is fervently absorbing the knowledge being imparted into its mind. The Frieza Force? The pinnacle of the artificial human project? Challenging the limits of mortals? Following the intervention of the Frieza Group's research department, Cell's memories have been distorted beyond recognition. The newly born fragile consciousness is profoundly influenced by a torrent of information. At the very depths of these memories lies a purple-skinned, cat-eared god of destruction. Clearly, the presence of Beerus, who descended upon Frieza's planet twice, has also been embedded within Cell's recollections. Cell shivers slightly, and the speed at which he absorbs energy increases significantly. The existing energy of the entire research department flows incessantly through special channels. As the transformation of Sabo commenced, he felt a shiver coursing through him. His energy supply had been drastically diminished. With the reduction of energy, the octopus head promptly terminated Sabo's enhancement procedure. Why has it stopped? Sabo's eyes narrowed slightly, clearly perplexed by the sudden cessation. The octopus head awkwardly turned away, stating, "Mr. Sabo, there's been a minor mishap with the transformation plan." No sooner had he spoken than Sabo sensed his energy being frantically siphoned away. The substantial loss of energy left him engulfed in a profound sense of weakness. Meanwhile, within the cultivation chamber, Cell could not help but release a few bubbles, feeling somewhat satiated by the absorption of Sabo's energy. The vitality within this individual was indeed remarkable. A sinister smile crept upon Cell's face, adorned with scales and spots. During the process of energy absorption, he inadvertently revealed his own aura. In the grand hall, Frieza slightly lifted his gaze, as if sensing something intriguing. His figure gradually dissipated in place, leaving those in the hall bewildered. In the underground section of the research department, Frieza materialized before Cell's nutrient chamber. He instinctively stroked his chin and remarked, "Is this truly one of the representative creations among the androids? How utterly grotesque!" Were it not for Frieza's familiarity with the timeline's progression, he would scarcely fathom the terrifying potential this being possessed. Inside the nutrient chamber, Cell subtly adjusted his body, seemingly aware of Frieza's presence outside the chamber, attempting to discern the identity of the newcomer. Unfortunately, the liquid within the chamber obscured Cell's vision, forcing him to rely on an unfamiliar sense of aura to perceive the intruder's power. In Cell's mind, a dark sun appeared, and the malevolent aura caused the nascent being to tremble involuntarily. Observing Cell's reaction and the surrounding environment, Frieza nodded slightly. "Indeed, you shall become an exceptional warrior, albeit still quite immature, just having gained consciousness, and yet you can sense such immense energy." After uttering these words, Frieza quietly departed from the oppressive underground atmosphere. "An exceptional warrior, you say?" Cell pondered over Frieza's words, slowly repeating them in his mind. Meanwhile, Sabo had already vacated the operating table. "I believe I am owed an explanation. Do you not agree?" An astonishing energy danced upon Sabo's fingertips, causing the lower-tier aliens who observed to shudder uncontrollably. "Mr. Sabo, I too did not anticipate this outcome." The octopus head stammered, searching for justifications as he spoke. "Mr. Sabo, the most powerful android within the base has just developed its own consciousness." What does that have to do with me?" Faced with the cunning arguments of this individual, Sabo expressed his disdain for such tactics. The latest android, possessing elevated authority, had interrupted your transformation during the energy absorption process. The voice of the octopus-headed figure carried an undertone of malice. Upon hearing this claim, Sabo's expression darkened. The newest android has a higher level of authority? Could it be that its privileges surpass even mine? Although it may seem presumptuous, it is indeed the case, Mr. Sabo. Chapter 59. The vanguard of intrusion into the fragments of Zamasu's time-space. The farce within the research department swiftly drew to a close. Ultimately, Sabo did not truly verify the capabilities of this so-called strongest android. Now, he resolutely departed from that sorrowful place. Even though Sabo had not undergone a complete transformation, resulting in only modest changes to his power, he sensed some positive alterations within his body due to this modification. The strength within him began to hint at a breakthrough of limits. This was also the reason he did not delve deeper. Otherwise, he would have lingered longer. In a backup training room on planet Frieza, Sabo adjusted the gravity to its maximum, preparing to test its changes. As he felt the overwhelming weight upon him, nostalgia washed over him. He remembered the first time he encountered this apparatus. He had been indifferent to its potential for development. Yet now, he unconsciously began to utilize such tools. Sabo's actions soon caught the attention of Android 18. Lord Frieza had just detected Mr. Sabo entering a backup gravity training room. Listening to 18's report, a flicker of intrigue crossed Frieza's eyes. Wasn't Sabo undergoing human modification at the research department? How could he suddenly appear in this gravity training room? Frieza held a favorable view of Sabo, despite the man's somewhat ruthless nature and his own ulterior motives. He found the individual quite competent and had no intention of dismissing him. After some contemplation, Frieza spoke again. Android 18, adjust the resources of the training room. Sabo is increasing the gravity multiplier available for use. Android 18 nodded slightly and proceeded to contact the relevant personnel. 5 minutes later, while training, Sabo lost his balance and fell to the ground, an intense sense of crisis surging through his mind. The sudden increase in gravity made his chest feel constricted, and other parts of his body began to exhibit signs of collapse. This gravity training room, being a backup facility, lacked the necessary emergency equipment, leaving Sabo to struggle in agony on the ground. Even activating his grotesque transformation state could not alleviate this terrifying predicament. Upon elevating the resource allocation of the gravity chamber, Frieza began to perceive the fluctuating energy of Sabo. Mr. Sabo's aura seems to have suddenly become unstable, he mused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a contemplative expression gracing his face. Could it be that Sabo has achieved some new breakthrough? A warrior's combat power is generally constant. Barring any concealment, the observed energy typically remains unchanged. If one's combat power begins to waver, there are only two possibilities. Either they're on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck, or they're facing a life and death crisis that induces fluctuations in their power. Given that planet Frieza serves as their stronghold, the likelihood of Sabo encountering a crisis is minimal. Thus, the remaining possibility is solely that Sabo is indeed experiencing a breakthrough. Indeed, a seasoned high-ranking combat unit of the Frieza force must learn to surpass their limits. Upon hearing Frieza's soliloquy, Android 18 slightly lowered her gaze. Clearly, due to her unique positioning, she was already aware of what she should and should not hear. Resolutely, she severed her auditory system from Frieza's mutterings. Meanwhile, in the training chamber, Sabo was laboriously resisting the overwhelming gravity. The gravity device, refined countless times by the research department, had thrust Sabo into the grips of terror. At this moment, Sabo could easily call for external assistance. His body, having undergone the modifications of the android project and equipped with a communication system during his explorations in the demon realm, was capable of reaching out to Ginyu Force or even Frieza. Yet, Sabo refrained from seeking help and instead began to unleash his inner power with fervor. The words of the octopus-headed head of the research department echoed incessantly in his mind. That computer-generated android possesses authority greater than yours. Sabo's modified cells began to fervently inject energy into his body. His once dark green hair writhed wildly, and his eyes were devoid of any color beyond a ghastly white. His pupils had vanished entirely, leaving behind two hollow sockets that were quite unsettling. After undergoing a transformation, Sabo was now undergoing yet another remarkable change. His previously distorted visage began to warp and reshape. His grotesque features and skin took on sharp, defined angles. The chaotic energy emanating from his altered form also underwent a transformation. Countless erratic auras converged into a singular, coherent energy at that moment. With the onset of the series of changes, Sabo felt no sense of impending danger. All he desired was to unleash his power with reckless abandon. A breakthrough, after all, often comes with significant movement. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped a radius of 100 meters. The extraterrestrials and matter that came into contact with the golden aura were reduced to mere dust. Among those affected was the alien who had guarded the gravity chamber for over a decade. One breakthrough set off a chain reaction of chaos. In the palace, Frieza's brow furrowed involuntarily. What a spectacle this breakthrough was, even more flamboyant than that of the king. The magnitude of Sabo's ascension was not only sensed by Frieza, but also felt by several lower-ranking members of the Frieza force, who experienced an overwhelming pressure. Simultaneously, countless obsolete detectors exploded, and a series of unforeseen events left Frieza rather displeased. "Bring Mr. Sabo here," he commanded. After receiving a reply, Number 17 swiftly exited Frieza's Grand Hall, activating a transit portal to Zama's timeline. As the words left his lips, a void appeared within the palace. Upon gazing into the dark abyss, Frieza couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Frieza, Lord Frieza. Two voices interrupted Frieza's burgeoning daydream, the newly empowered Jinyu and the recently departed number 17. Frieza's gaze flitted between the two, uncertainty clouding his mind. Zabo. This was not Frieza's doing. Zabo had undergone a radical transformation. The original Zabo, upon metamorphosis, had become grotesque. Yet the figure before him now seemed to have unlocked a tenfold enhancement of beauty. Coupled with those white, vacant eyes, an aura of cold elegance enveloped him. The stark contrast left Frieza momentarily bewildered. After a brief contemplation, Frieza steered the conversation back on track. Mr. Zabo, the portal to the new fragments of parallel worlds has been opened. As my capable assistant, your task is to seize a Super Dragon Ball from this realm. As Frieza's words concluded, the will of the world swiftly provided the coordinates for Super Dragon Ball. Sensing this subtle maneuver of the world's will, anger flared within Frieza. Zabo, noticing the additional temporal coordinates in his mind, promptly initiated his invasion. The void soon engulfed Zabo's figure, allowing Frieza to momentarily suppress his concerns about the world's will. Frieza gazed into the fragments of time and space, catching sight of Zama's, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. What would happen if Zama's were to be humiliated by humans once again, before he became Black Goku? The thought was rather amusing. Chapter 60. Zama's. Have I been beaten by humans again? After Zabo's form vanished into the void, Frieza waved his hand slightly. A somewhat blurry image materialized directly within the Grand Hall. This was a newfound magical technique Frieza had acquired from the will of the world. As the nexus of the demon realm, the worlds will had recorded a wealth of arcane secrets. This moment afforded Frieza the opportunity to harness such convenient magic. Mr. Jinyu, how long do you think it will take for Zabo to seize that Super Dragon Ball? Frieza inquired, his gaze fixed upon the screen depicting Zabo, enshrouded in malevolent energy. He turned to Jinyu, who was equally engrossed in the imagery. My Lord Frieza, I estimate it may require approximately one standard cosmic day. Jinyu pondered before articulating his thoughts. Frieza merely chuckled at Jinyu's assertion, remaining silent. A standard cosmic day? Although he had not witnessed the full extent of Zabo's newfound power, Frieza could surmise a few things. With the hybrid Saiyans' unique traits combined with the enhancements of his own race's transformation, Zabo's current strength was beyond Jinyu's comparison. Indeed, just as Frieza's internal deliberations concluded, the screen unveiled a fresh development. Zabo, with hollow eyes, once again unleashed his aura. Enveloped in golden flames, his speed escalated to a remarkable degree. What would have taken nearly a day, now, seemed achievable in merely an hour. Incredible, Jinyu muttered instinctively, unable to contain his astonishment. Had he not just claimed Zabo would require a day? The transformation had transpired in less than 10 seconds. Unbeknownst to Zabo, who was lost within the fragments of time and space, events unfolded in Frieza's palace. He was solely aware of his urgent need for speed to survive. The oxygen available within the confines of the malevolent energy was rapidly depleting. Though his formidable strength could prolong his existence for a time, Zabo was not equipped to endure in the vacuum of space. If he failed to reach his destination before his energy was exhausted, he would become the most disgraceful casualty of Frieza's forces. Once again, Zabo, encased in golden flames, pushed his body to the limit. A ferocious aura spread throughout the fragmented space-time. In a secluded star region, Zama's unique hairstyle framed his intense gaze. How dare this impudent human? He seethed. Zabo's unabashed display of power rekindled haunting memories of his past. Gently caressing the ring in his possession, Zama's vanished from sight. Suddenly, Zabo felt a jolt from behind. What was that? He wondered. Zama's face contorted slightly as he had briefly traversed space using the ring collected from the Kaioshin realm. To his surprise, he emerged from the time corridor only to be abruptly knocked aside by Zabo. Zama's glared at Zabo's fiery tail and spat in disdain. He once again rubbed his ring, preparing for further action. Based on Zabo's trajectory, he anticipated the destination of his adversary. On a desolate planet, Zama's was grappling with the transformation of his cheek. Beyond the atmosphere, Zabo was hastily approaching. Indeed, this planet was his destination. Zama's swiftly tore open a large rift in the space surrounding him, unleashing chaotic forces intertwined with the essence of time and space. He darted into the rift, erasing all traces of his presence. After a considerable time, Sabo finally arrived on this momentous planet. Firmly planting his feet on the solid ground, he inhaled deeply, nearly succumbing to a heroic demise. Sabo patted his chest, conjuring a searing beam of light in his hand. He then adjusted its direction slightly. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted continuously across the surface of the planet. As the debris of the exterior dissipated, the true form of the planet began to emerge. Indeed, as the superficial clutter vanished, the visage of the Super Dragon Ball was revealed. Frieza and others, who were observing Sabo, also caught sight of the Super Dragon Ball. In comparison to the Super Dragon Ball, Sabo appeared diminutive, had it not been for the mystical nature of magic. Frieza and his companions might have easily overlooked Sabo as presence. Mr. Jinyu, it seems your assumptions were erroneous, Frieza remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Sabo, amidst the fragmented cosmos, was also taken aback by the scene before him. Although this was not his first encounter with the Super Dragon Ball, it still left him awestruck. Not far away, Zamas, concealed within the folds of time and space, took note of this transformation. A Super Dragon Ball? Who would have imagined that one could be found in such a secluded corner of the universe? The more Zamas pondered, the more exhilarated he became. At that moment, he decided to unveil his presence. Just as Sabo emerged from his stupor, he sensed Zamas, who was revealing himself partially. To his astonishment, a native life form existed here, which incited his ire. Did he not realize that this was the territory of the Frieza Force? Sabo was entirely oblivious to the true nature of Zamas. Though he possessed some knowledge of the Supreme Kai, he failed to connect the two. The audacious native dared to appear in the realm designated by Lord Frieza. Sabo waved his hand, enveloping Zamas in a whirlwind of energy. Upon sensing the emergence of these energy spheres, a flicker of anger crossed Zamas' face. He deftly maneuvered through the residual energy waves, evading them with agility. Just after he dodged the last of the energy waves, a massive hand seized his neck. "You're quite swift, aren't you?" Sabo remarked, effortlessly lifting Zamas before his eyes, as if he were a mere chick. "You lowly mortal. How dare you?" Before Zamas could complete his sentence, Sabo's other hand pressed against his abdomen. The power of the androids, the might of the Saiyans, and the unique attributes of Zamasu erupted in an instant. The terrifying force interrupted Zamasu's words directly. Stripped of immortality, Zamasu was instantly grievously wounded. The gaping wound in his abdomen inflicted immense agony upon him. A sense of weakness enveloped this candidate for the Supreme Kai, allowing him to experience the taste of death up close. Under the weight of this overwhelming power, Zamasu was forcefully propelled away. The severity of his injuries brought him back to a state of acute awareness. At this moment, he was far from being a match for the denizens of this universe. Upon realizing this, Zamasu's fingers twitched slightly. A rift in space-time appeared behind him, and propelled by inertia, he dove into it. What is this technique? Sabo gazed at the suddenly materializing void, a sense of familiarity evoking a peculiar sensation within him. As Zamasu traversed the space-time rift, he continually navigated through it. Harnessing the power of the time ring, he managed to withstand the rift's influence. However, the extent of his injuries caused him to involuntarily twitch his lips in frustration. Cursed be it, he had once again been struck by a human. Chapter 61. The collection of the Super Dragon Balls is complete. Ignoring the retreating figure of Zamasu, Sabo began to stand guard over the Super Dragon Balls, simultaneously awaiting Frieza's arrival. However, at this juncture, Frieza did not immediately head to the fragmented world. The actions and methods of Zamasu's escape seemed to impart some understanding to Frieza. He summoned 30% of the Frieza force. The summoned troops swiftly converged upon this area. As a multitude of combat units gathered, Frieza also opened a large rift leading to the fragmented world. Seeing Frieza's movements, Jinyu approached him. "Lord Frieza, the Jinyu force is ready for deployment." Of course, as Jinyu mentioned the Jinyu force, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. Yet he voiced it nonetheless. His former teammates had become somewhat outdated. Even with Jinyu's request, they had only undergone modifications to the extreme level of Super Android. Frieza, upon hearing Jinyu's words, could not suppress his surprise. Jinyu had transcended his original tier. Though Frieza considered this newfound strength to be of little significance, Jinyu had already distanced himself from the comprehension of the other members of the Jinyu force. Despite his surprise, Frieza showed no inclination to reject Jinyu's offer. "It is not yet time for you to take action. The current space-time we face is rather peculiar." After speaking, Frieza continued to await the assembly of the Frieza force. Although the space-time Zamasu was involved and appeared to be a trivial fragment, the time ring in his possession imbued this space-time with an air of uncertainty. The relentless members of Frieza's army began their advance towards the void. This series of actions incited fury within Zamasu, who resided deep in the fabric of time and space. His obsession with humanity hastened his healing process. Initially, only the image of Zabad appeared, but soon countless warriors from Frieza's legion began to manifest. The dense throng of fighters significantly disrupted Frieza's viewing experience. With a wave of his hand, the infiltrating Frieza forces unexpectedly redirected their trajectory. What was once a mere incursion into the current temporal phase transformed into an emergence across both the past and future. Frieza's army began to permeate all three time frames, instigating profound alterations throughout the continuum, which Zamasu sensed was amiss. His form began to traverse the dimensions, heading towards the area where he concealed the Super Dragon Balls. As a temporal anchor, Zamasu's changes naturally drew Frieza's attention. How intriguing! What does he intend to do? Unbeknownst to Zamasu, his actions were being observed across realms. Harnessing the power of the time ring, he arrived at the edge of this temporal domain. In this desolate expanse, 6 celestial orbs flickered with a subtle luminescence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were indeed the Super Dragon Balls. Hovering above one of these orbs, Zamasu began to murmur to himself, "This is unacceptable. A formidable human presence has emerged here. It seems I must relocate the Super Dragon Balls to avoid potential exposure." Observing Zamasu, Frieza's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of desire as he recognized the 6 Super Dragon Balls. How fortunate! Zamasu has unwittingly gathered so many for me. As he spoke, Frieza's figure gradually faded from view. At the perimeter of Zamasu's temporal domain, Frieza subtly flicked his wrist. Soon after, he sensed Zamasu's exact location and materialized behind him. As the candidate for the God of Destruction, Zamasu instantly felt Frieza's presence. A human? Presently, Frieza radiated a dazzling golden light, preventing Zamasu from immediately associating him with the frozen demon. Zamasu, candidate for the God of Destruction. Are these your final words? Initially taken aback, Zamasu could no longer maintain his composure. Is this what humanity has become? Indeed, it's infuriating. Zamasu's arm extended, forming an energy blade, seemingly preparing to engage Frieza. Noticing Zamasu's movement, Frieza's stationary form began to waver. Simultaneously, an arm emerged from Zamasu's chest. In this era, still resorting to such primitive tactics? Piercing Zamasu's chest, Frieza made a subtle gesture. A searing energy melted Zama's arms to nothingness, leaving only 2 hands adorned with time rings floating amidst the starry expanse. The movements of these hands revealed that Zama's had merely been posturing. The distance between the thumb of Zama's left hand and the time ring on his pinky was less than a centimeter. Had Frieza acted with even a modicum of hesitation, this wretch would surely have escaped once more. Casting aside the lifeless form of Zama's, Frieza allowed the body to drift into the depths of the cosmos. Slowly, Frieza raised his hands, gazing at the rings that now adorn them. Ah, so this is a ring that only a supreme Kai could safeguard? Indeed, this world is capable of manifesting 7 Super Dragon Balls. From the rings in his possession, Frieza sensed the existence of diverse parallel realms. Even through the time rings, he could perceive the integrity of those worlds. Comparing Zama's strength to his own, Frieza felt a twinge of admiration. It seemed Zama's had exerted considerable effort to collect the 6 Dragon Balls before him. However, the area where these 6 Dragon Balls resided was far removed from the location of the final orb. After pondering for a brief moment, Frieza resolved to experiment with the powers of the time rings. After caressing 3 of the time rings, he finally attuned himself to the essence of the current space-time. With a decisive step, Frieza entered this realm, seeking the aura of Zabo. Meanwhile, Zabo, who had been idly seated atop his Super Dragon Ball, had begun to slacken his vigilance. The distinct parallel worlds offered no means of communication, and he remained unaware of the imminent arrival of numerous combat units from Frieza's army. "Mr. Zabo, I did not expect you to complete your task so swiftly." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zabo immediately perked up. "Lord Frieza." He shook off his lethargy and appeared before Frieza. "Let us depart from his planet." Upon hearing this, Zabo instantly materialized outside the surface of the planet. Frieza once again stroked the time ring in his hand, opening a transdimensional passage. As he beheld the portal towering before him, Frieza spread his arms wide. The space-time conduit began to rapidly expand, growing from a height suitable for a single individual to that of an entire planet. Witnessing this spectacle, Zabo nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. Mr. Zabo tossed this Super Dragon Ball into the space-time tunnel. Zabo observed the size of the Super Dragon Ball and then measured it against his own stature. It would be a formidable challenge to accomplish this feat with his physical strength alone. In an instant, he appeared behind the Super Dragon Ball, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that collided with it. Frieza sensed the location of the other 6 Dragon Balls and established the exit accordingly. As the power of Zabo continued to escalate, the movement of the Super Dragon Balls grew increasingly pronounced. Soon, the Super Dragon Balls were fully engulfed within the space-time portal. Observing the successful completion of his task, Zabo began to breathe heavily. Frieza approached Zabo, wrapping his tail around the latter's body. A figure soon vanished from sight. Chapter 62. Is this the Black Gold Frieza? At the edge of the fragmented world, Frieza's gaze bore a hint of fervor. The Super Dragon Balls were finally within his grasp, and it was time to address the looming threat of the world's will. Briefly recalling the divine language in his mind, Frieza excitedly uttered the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon. In an instant, the entire starry sky dimmed. The colossal form of the Eternal Dragon began to occupy the entirety of the space-time fragments. Perhaps due to the limited space, the full manifestation of the Eternal Dragon could not be entirely displayed. In Frieza's perception, a portion of the dragon's body already extended beyond the fragments of time and space. State your wish. Before Frieza could fully recover from the shock, the Eternal Dragon had already initiated the process. Grant me the power to consume the world's will without any side effects. As Frieza's words fell, the dragon paused momentarily. Clearly, this wish was somewhat overly broad. The space-time fragments constituted one world, while the complete universe represented another. To consume the consciousness of a fragment was manageable for the Eternal Dragon, but devouring the world's will of an entire universe posed considerable complications. Within the entirety of the universe, there existed a complete pantheon of deities, from the omnipotent king of all to the guardians responsible for safety, as well as the angels and destroyers overseeing different universes. If one were to attempt to consume the world's will on such a grand scale, the resistance from the universe itself would be unimaginable. The wish, devoid of any repercussions, nearly caused the Eternal Dragon to combust. The brilliance of the Eternal Dragon began to flicker incessantly, and Frieza felt his willpower surge to unprecedented heights. His spirit seemed as though it had ingested a potent elixir, expanding wildly in an instant. This chaotic growth of his psyche imposed tremendous pressure on Frieza's physical form. Intense pain relentlessly assaulted his nerves. Under this torment, Frieza was compelled to unleash his utmost power. What was once a flickering silhouette now radiated a blinding golden light. Goodness, how dazzling! The continuous onslaught of stimuli struck Zabo with overwhelming force, while an immense power pressed down upon his body. At that moment, Frieza remained oblivious to the effects he was having on the outside world. His spirit and will continued to soar and expand. After a few seconds, it appeared that Frieza had reached his limits. His golden form began to be marred by cracks. Zabo, observing the changes in Frieza, clearly struggled to comprehend the situation. Before me lie several wish orbs, each resembling a planet in size, capable of fulfilling any desire. Yet, why does King Frieza appear on the brink of death after making his wish? Could it be that Frieza perceives communicating with the universe as futile, yearning instead to wish for his own demise, thereby confronting his vulnerability? Such thoughts of challenge are perilous, yet they do not impede Frieza's transformation. His body soon reaches its limits, and the eyes of the Eternal Dragon begin to flicker rapidly. Waves of pure energy commence their relentless convergence within Frieza's form. Systematic notifications resonate. Unknown force intervening. Current evolution progress increased by 20%. The notifications continue, and Frieza's body, which was on the verge of collapse, swiftly rejuvenates. A profound black radiance begins to emanate from him. Wait, why can I not see? Zabo, recently dazzled by a blinding golden light, hastily rubs his eyes. The sudden and intense transformation of Frieza momentarily blinds him. Within the depths of the black light, Frieza's body undergoes a metamorphosis as the golden glow is entirely consumed. The pain previously felt begins to ease slightly after this advancement. Although his will and spirit are in a constant state of evolution, Frieza can now sense numerous unknown entities. The world's will, concealed deep within the cosmos, along with the faint remnants of fractured rules, present an inexplicable urge within Frieza to consume. After 10 seconds, It seems the power of the eternal dragon has been excessively depleted. Your wish has been granted, the dragon proclaims, its colossal form dissipating into countless twinkling stars. Once the dragon departs, Frieza perceives the fear permeating the entire world, akin to the world S while encountering its nemesis. Mr. Sabo, your mission is complete. It is time to send you from this realm, Frieza states coldly. Upon hearing this, Sabo instinctively wonders if Frieza is dissatisfied with him. However, before he can articulate a defense, he feels the very fabric of his existence shift. Indeed, following this wish, the secrets of time and space have unraveled before Frieza's gaze. The realm he inhabits bears the lingering essence of his being. Coupled with an instinctual new ability, Frieza has acquired this extraordinary power. Through instinctive perception, Frieza discerned the world consciousness of the demon realm with unprecedented clarity. In the hollow expanse of planet Frieza, a solid figure idly toyed with its fingers, indifferent to Frieza's myriad actions. What conventional beings regarded as significant bore no relevance to this consciousness. Only endless plunder and self-enhancement could ignite its excitement. The invasion of the fragmented world held no interest for the world consciousness of the demon realm. To it, Frieza was merely a laborer. Unbeknownst to it, however, Frieza had already undergone a transformation. The dynamics of their positions had irrevocably shifted. Frieza was beginning to assume the role of the hunter, eager to sample the essence of world consciousness. He caressed the corner of his mouth, as if an idea had struck him. The parallel world in which Frieza resided seemed to sense his malice. A profound black radiance began to fracture the surrounding space-time. The hidden will within the depths of the world instinctively sought to flee. Yet, all efforts were in vain. Frieza's form began to swell uncontrollably. In an instant, his consciousness enveloped the world consciousness. Despite the latter's desperate struggles, it was gradually consumed by Frieza. As the devouring progressed, Frieza's will could not help but emit a low moan, while the intensity of his consciousness surged wildly. Soon, a thought of world dominion began to permeate Frieza's mind. Chapter 63. Gazing Across the Universe. In no time, the world consciousness was completely devoured by Frieza, and the reflections of the entire world materialized in his heart. With the emergence of these reflections, Frieza felt he could manipulate every action of the world. He attempted to obliterate a segment of space with a mere thought. The space shattered. There was no need for him to physically intervene. He orchestrated a series of operations from where he stood. The entirety of the world was now under Frieza's complete control. Tasting the sweetness of power, Frieza was eager to pursue the next world consciousness to consume. His body returned to its normal state, and his gaze fell upon his fingers. A few time rings remained, connecting him to various worlds. From among them, he could find another world consciousness and continue to relish this exhilarating experience at the brink of infinity. Frieza's fingers gently traced the rings, and a temporal passage materialized before him in an instant. With a single step, Frieza found himself in a new time-space. His consciousness immediately seized upon the essence of this world consciousness. Perhaps it was due to a previous world consciousness having been consumed by Frieza, or perhaps the newly emerged world consciousness lacked any autonomous awareness. But Frieza felt an unexpected familiarity from this essence. However, the moment their essences made contact, Frieza's spirit jolted. Goodness, can one truly dig a pit? Frieza felt as though a fragment of his consciousness had been gnawed away by the adversary. The anguish of his spirit ignited an uncontrollable fury within him, casting aside his previous nonchalance. Harnessing the projection of the world, he commanded. He unleashed a fierce assault upon this ungrateful entity. 2 days later, Frieza had consumed 20 fragmented worlds. The potency derived from these 20 realms catalyzed a monumental transformation in his physical form. The essence of his original icy devil persona had dissipated entirely. He now existed solely as a manifestation of consciousness. At that moment, the will of the demon realm, far removed on Frieza's home planet, seemed to sense an impending peril. Why the tension? In an instant, Frieza traversed immeasurable distances, materializing beside the will of the demon realm. At this juncture, the will comprehended Frieza's intent entirely. The corporeal form it had coalesced began to tremble. With a serene smile, Frieza engulfed it completely. This nascent threat, which had yet to fully materialize, was decisively eradicated by Frieza. As a reflection of the demon realm emerged within Frieza's mind, a profound transformation ensued. Centered around the demon realm and supplemented by the 20 fragmented worlds, an entirely new realm began to take shape with remarkable swiftness. Frisia's own consciousness underwent a frenzied compression. His vanished form began to coalesce anew. This sudden metamorphosis astonished Frisia. During the consumption of the worlds, he had believed his body would never return. To his surprise, it now re-emerged in such a manner. The reborn physique brimmed with immense power. In his normal state, Frisia now possessed strength that far surpassed his former pinnacle. This revelation brought him a touch of exhilaration. Simultaneously, the contours of the new world fell under Frisia's dominion. Within this realm, he beheld Jinyu Force and his Frisia Force. A thought arose, and simultaneously they donned new attire. The garb of the Supreme, Kai, and God of Destruction adorned their forms. Immediately, divine energies manifested across various regions. Splendid. My subordinates are all deities. The deities are under my command. Frisia's gaze swept across the entirety of the cosmos.